Professor Patro, Professor Kanagraj, and all our esteemed guests to please step forward and come and light the lamp for the success of this event. Dear guests, please come forward for the lighting of the lamp. Thank you, ma'am and sirs. With the auspicious lighting of the lamp, we officially inaugurate this event. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce my co-host, Tushar Batra. He comes with a substantial years of experience in the field of project management, and now he'll be taking the event forward.
Thank you, Sugandha. Thank you, Sugandha. Ladies and gentlemen, Sugandha Singh is a skilled professional specializing and coordinating complex projects. Dear guests and my dear batchmates, let me again welcome you to ReEnvision, the Digital Transformation Conclave. During this event, we aim to explore how India is transforming into a digital India through the lens of digital public infrastructure and fintech. Moving ahead with the agenda for today, we take this opportunity to extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guests, whose presence alone enriches this event. We are honored to host them and would like to express our gratitude with a small token of appreciation. Next, we would like to welcome our esteemed guests by presenting them with a bouquet. Request Father George to please come forward and start with the token of appreciation. So please be seated on the sofa. Request Father George to extend our welcome by facilitating with a bouquet to Miss Lindsay Threttle. Now request Father George to extend a welcome by facilitating with a bouquet to Mr. Gaurav Hazrati, Chief Strategy and Business Officer, FinTech at Tata Digital.
Requesting Father George to please welcome Mr. Dhruv Bahel, Chief Business Officer, Bharat Pay. Requesting Father Petro to please come forward and extend our welcome to Mr. Abhishek Rajan, Product Leader FinTech at Walmart Global Tech India. Father Petro, please welcome Mr. Vaibhav Kambe, co-founder and CEO, Transbank. Requesting Father Patro to please welcome Ms. Paroma Chatterjee.
Now request Professor Patro to please felicitate Sir with a guest of honor.
Father Patro, please welcome Mr. Ramesh Darba with the bouquet. As I'm standing here, it feels really great to see such great minds coming together in a single room. Dear all present here, we are truly privileged to have a distinguished panel of guests, including our Father Director and our professors. It gives us immense pleasure to introduce Father Director S. George. Father George, with a remarkable experience of over 14 years in the realm of management education, holds expertise that spans into various facets of organizational behavior field. Notably, his research pursuits center around the crucial domains of leadership and personal effectiveness, as well as managerial counseling. Father George has also authored numerous articles and research papers, which have been published in prestigious national and international journals, cementing his standing as a distinguished scholar and thought leader in his field. We welcome you, sir, on the stage to share your words of wisdom for us and officially open this event.
So good morning to you all. It's a pleasure interacting with you and meeting you on today. So I give all the best for this conclave and welcome to all the guests. Welcome to XLRI. And coming October, we are going to start our Platinum Jubilee. That is 75 years of its existence. XLRI. In 1949, October 11th was the day XLRI started with a very small place called, what hotel? Boulevard Hotel, a small room, 12 students. Then it moved to Loyola School. After that, it came here. So it literally till 2000, the batch size was only 60 BM students and 60 HR students. It's only after 2000, it moved to 120, then 180. And right now, BM students are 240, and HRM 180, and GMP 120. So the growth of XLRI is very organic. It's not one day you put up, like Delhi campus came in a big way. The initial investment itself is nearly 300 crores, and we started. But this campus, it's like a tree, step by step, slowly and steadily. So its roots are very strong. That's the reason we are still able to maintain the top positions among business schools. So welcome you all to XLRI to share your experience with the students, because today the flavor is digital, AI, everyone is talking. And Yuval Noah Harari already predicted after 20 years, all of you will be unemployed. Because new skill has to become, because AI is a game changer. Let's see, people said that way previously, the end of the world was predicted quite many times, but as a human being, we will adapt and we will move forward. All the best for this conclave. Once again, welcome to XLRI.
Thank you, Father George, for those enlightening remarks. With us, we also have Dr. Sanjay Patro, a BSc in engineering and a PhD in business administration. He has been an integral part of XLRI for 2 decades. With his extensive experience and proven research background in brand management and innovation, he's distinguished expert in the field of marketing. Professor Patro has been a constant guide to us now, and we look forward to hearing from him. Welcome, sir.
Very good morning, Father George, the distinguished experts from different industry who have been trying to revolutionize the sector, the finance fintech sector in India. Our the chief guest, Ms. Paroma, who was coming here sometime back. It's great to be here, to be part of this one-day conclave. You know, we are going through a transitionary times, but many a times the people who are left behind can catch the last bus. Okay, many a time, you know, when Vinod Khosla, the chief R&D behind the research scientist behind Intel, was asked what made Indians so good in the tech sector in US. He was a student from IIT Delhi, you know, and those days you didn't have the metro or any other stuff. Going from one place to another, you have to wait for the town bus, the DTC bus, and every time the bus, if you expect it to be here, that would stay either there or there. Yeah. So therefore, people are accustomed to adapt to situations the moment they step out of the home. And that has made the Indian professionals do well wherever they go. Why we talked about Intel? The point is today we miss the bus of the first phone that came much later. The cordless came 20 years later. Pagers came 15 years later to India. And within 2 years of pagers coming in, the mobile phones phone services got introduced. What it has to do with what we are discussing today. Mobile phones introduced in 95, we were one of the last to adapt to that. But when it came to the new age infrastructure on telecom, we are one of the best and the smartest in the world today. You know, recently UPI, United Payment Corporation of India, which provided the platform, helped so many digital payment services to move ahead with great speed. You all are aware of how Jan Dhan, 40 crore accounts got added. Okay. And then Aadhaar, which got started by Nandan Nilekani with Manmohan Singh, later on got continued with the present regime, you know, for the last 9 years. We, you know, that has helped us, helped us to authentically check the identity of every citizen. Okay, and the mobile phone, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile phones. These two have been the building blocks of what we'll be discussing today. You know, the authentic for every single payment. We missed out the bus of credit cards, missed out the debit card. All those got introduced after a gap of 20, 30 years. But when it comes to, you know, paying for a 70 rupee for a dosa on the street side, or for Golgappa, 20 rupee payment, you know, we are so much ahead of the rest of the world. In fact, this year in the G20, you know, the Sherpas had met in Hampi and Bangalore last 2 days. They talk about taking this infrastructure to the other developing countries, providing a common infrastructure for citizens. So there we have shown that way. It has become possible because of the IT professionals' prowess that India has. Earlier we thought it was brain drain, but that has become brain gain. After 15 years of working in US, California, they came back, started so many enterprises, and they're showing the light to other such innovative farms worldwide. So therefore, we have leapfrogged. We have missed 5-7 products in between, but we have leapfrogged to the latest. So there, each one of you are playing an important role. Maybe when a couple of years back, when you took up these responsibilities, you might not be very sure where exactly you're going. Every 6 months, every 3 months, new paths, new crossroads are coming before our sector. Okay, when Aadhaar and the mobile phones PAN, everything got linked. Initial days, it presented so many hiccups, but later on, those problems got resolved. And I feel your experience and the insights that you have gathered in this emerging field would enlighten our professionals, and many from their questions, from the queries that would be raised here, they will get so many insights. Maybe those questions will make you think of new ways to mold your offerings. I welcome you once again. I wish Conclave team the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Patro, for your inspiring words. And apologies for the technical glitch which we face right now. I request Father George, Professor Patro, and the guests to please be seated. To please return to your seats, sir. Thank you. We have the privilege of welcoming Ms. Paroma Chatterjee, Chief Executive Officer, India Revolut. Ms. Chatterjee, yeah. Ms. Chatterjee is a visionary leader who has been instrumental in driving Revolut's expansion strategy in India. As the Chief Executive Officer, Revolut, Ms. Chatterjee leads the launch of bespoke financial products and drives Revolut's expansion strategy in India. Her achievements have earned her prestigious awards, including recognition as one of the top women in fintech. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause as we welcome Mr. Chatterjee to the stage. Should we be seated?
Good morning. Yes, this one's on. Back in 2015, the first India Digital Week was inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister. And on that occasion, he said something, and I'm going to quote from here. The entire nation has joined hands to make the dream of a digital India a reality. Youngsters are enthusiastic, industry is supportive, and the government is proactive. India is yearning for a digital revolution. Unquote. In fact, it's not just India yearning for a digital revolution. I think from whatever I have been witnessing, and a lot of my esteemed industry colleagues who are here are driving along with us, we're at the heart of that industrial digital revolution that is going on globally. Father George, Dr. Patro, they set the context right at the beginning. While Father George said that a decade down the line, a lot of us might just be unemployable, we felt that way. 2 decades ago, yeah, don't guess my age, but 2 decades ago, I was at another business school campus in India, much like yourselves, studying to be able to create an impact on the world. And we used to think as well, a decade down the line, 2 decades down the line, whether we're going to become unemployable. But here we are, still employed. And maybe some of the things that we share with you through the day today gives you some nuggets on how you can shape yourselves, shape your careers to create a lasting impact on citizens around you. And yeah, in the process, continue to remain gainfully employed and contributors to society. With that note, let me get to the theme of what your conclave has chosen to discuss this year, which is the digital public infrastructure and the role that fintechs play in that to leverage that public infrastructure to impact and transform lives. And there I'll link that back to the theme and the name of your conclave, brilliantly designed. ReEnvision literally means to be able to view something differently where nobody else can see it in a way to impact that change. And I'm going to connect that theme over the course of what I have seen in the last 2 decades on what was happening socially in the country, what was happening in terms of the digital public infrastructure that was getting created in parallel, and how there were some of us who tried to see things that did not exist and try to correlate them and try to create something which has become a buzzword today. So with that, 20 years ago, when I went to campus for the first time in another town, my father came to see me off at the campus. I don't know how many of your parents came to see you off on campuses. Nobody? Okay. A few. Yeah, that itself has changed. In our time, almost everybody had their parents come in. And it wasn't just affection. There was a practical reason to it. We came by train. Flights were unaffordable in those days. And my father carried a bag full of cash with him. And I remember him sweating profusely, not being able to sleep on the train and worried because he was carrying a bag full of cash in a train to come and get me settled on a campus. Why? Because he had to get there, open a bank account, a joint bank account in my name in the local branch where we physically went, then deposit that physical cash into that account for me to get started out in life. What would I do for my expenses, starting from buying Maggi noodles to surf to wash my clothes? I would have to go stand in the ATM, which was on campus, withdraw that cash, go to stores, make a purchase, and that is how I would lead my life. How many of you do that? How many of you need to have an account opened physically, cash deposited in that, stand at an ATM, withdraw cash to use that to pay? It seems like a story from dinosaur era right now, doesn't it? But what happened to make all of this change happen? Dr. Patro set the context by talking about the JAM Trinity, which is essentially the DPI, which is the digital public infrastructure that India is so proud to have created. I actually use a reverse acronym called MAJA, the other way, because that's kind of how it happened. The first thing that came in was, as he spoke about, mobile phones. Now, I will take you back a decade back. I joined this, I started my career, my placements from campus was with a bank. Started with rolling out cards, the first co-branded cards in India, then launched cards for a bank, and had a fairly straight track record as a banker. I could have retired as a senior banker. I was part of leadership, talent. I mean, there are acronyms we use to encourage you people when you start working with us. But year 2010, I had a life-defining conversation with a telecom company called Airtel. There was a visionary leader there who actually said that, why do banks need to have a monopoly on providing finance to Indians? At that point of time, there were 800 million was the population in the country, half of where we are today. Out of that, 200 million customers had a mobile connection. but only 20 million of them were banked in terms of having bank accounts. That's how stark the data was. So what I mean by seeing things where they do not exist. If 200 million customers have access to a mobile phone, why can't we use the mobile phone to bank them? Very intuitive, commonsensical question, but how many people ask those questions? And then how many people think about connecting the infrastructure that's there to make it happen? And the rest, as they say, is history, right? The time that I'm talking about, 2010, mobile phones were Nokia 3310 handsets. How many of you have seen those handsets? You have seen those, okay, yeah. You guys would have been youngsters at that time getting to see that heavy phone, which had buttons like a calculator, only the numbers, this tiny black and white screen, right? And there were a few of us sitting there and visualizing, how can we use this to enable financial services? But we did it. We applied our brains, our learning to make that happen, right? At that time, the one value-added thing that used to happen, which was the first thing that Paytm started with then, it was 197 communication, was cricket scores. You could send a *123# and get the latest cricket score as a text message on your phone. We decided to use that infrastructure to go and say, if you can do *123# to pull a cricket score, why can't you do *456# and pull money out of your account and give it to somebody else who's listed on your phone? And that's exactly what we did. We got the first mobile wallet license, which was revolutionary for RBI to give it. And we decided to open mobile wallets sitting behind each of these mobile phones and use something as rudimentary as that kind of a string to start making transactions from that wallet. That was the first version of re-envisioning, the first digital transformation, the first baby steps towards mobile payments, which has become the norm a decade down the line today, right? While I speak about that from a product and an industry and a business lens, let me again talk about the main thing to keep in mind, which is who's your consumer? What is the need of that consumer that you're solving? And how large is that population that you're impacting by making that change? Who was the core consumer? Any guesses? Was it you and I, people like us? Yes? No. We were all banked. Remember, our fathers opened bank accounts for us, and then we were all privileged to get jobs where our companies opened salary accounts for us. The target audience was the unbanked. And that was the start of the original financial inclusion. Let me tell you what I mean by the unbanked at that time. You are in Jamshedpur in Jharkhand, right? Jharkhand, Bihar, Bengal, Orissa, Eastern UP, right, is a segment of India that provides the largest amount of migrant labor on which the cities where we now live in, Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, actually operate. Our homes, our cars, the cabs on the road, the lifts in the office buildings, the pantry boys and the messes are all operated by men, young men, who leave their wives and children and elderly parents behind in their villages and go out to the cities to service and earn a living for their family. And what do they need to do? Send that money back home. How would they do it? They would actually have to take a day off from their factory or their daily wage, go stand in line at a bank branch and physically deposit that cash, right? What would happen at the receiving end? And this is something, let me share that with you, because this is has been one of the most defining experiences in my career. I used to travel to the receiving corridor, which is the places that I'm talking about. I've traveled to the interiors of Bihar, places a lot of you may not have even heard of. I was sharing with Yashank, who brought me back from the airport very kindly yesterday. I've been to districts like Sitamarhi, which is the border of Bihar and Nepal, right? There were villages, which were 2,000 population, kacha villages with mud and thatched roofs, right? No electricity there. and it was separated from the district headquarters by this Lakhandai River, which would get flooded in the monsoons. Now, the recipient family was from a village, families were from villages like that. And they would actually take a boat, cross the river to come to the district headquarters, go to the bank branch, withdraw cash from there and come and manage their regular expenses. And God forbid that river got flooded, they were out of cash. Right? And we actually made a difference when we introduced the ability to use these mobile wallets to make transfers using the mobile phone, because they were, banking had not penetrated, mobile phones had. They were waiting on the sending side. The factory worker is waiting to send the money. Receiving side, his wife is waiting to get the money. That is so cumbersome. It's like holding your nose from the other side, but they're talking on the phone simultaneously. So that's what putting two and two together, the public infrastructure of the mobile phone, how can you use that to enable them to send the money? And that's what happened, right? The men on the sending side started being able to send using their mobile phone. The recipient on the receiving side started receiving it on their mobile phone, going to their latest, nearest outlet, telecom recharge outlet, which was there in smaller villages by that time, and just taking that out as cash. So that was the first experience. And what touched me was when after we had launched this, there was one particular village which I'm very fond of, because that is what really opened my eyes to this. I visited there when life was like this. And then after we had launched it, I went back there. I was your age at that time. I wasn't even 30, right? And I had 60-year-old grandmothers touching my feet, saying, "Ma'am, you have no idea what a difference you made in your life." Imagine what a humbling experience to go there and know you've made such a difference to people. Yes, I've won a lot of accolades in my life later on, some of which somebody narrated. But one of the biggest prizes that I hold dear was the sarpanch of that village in front of the panchayat actually gave me a parchi and a Madhubani painting made by the village women, which still finds place in my bedroom. Why I'm spending thanks. Why I'm spending time to narrate this is to try and instill that in each one of you, the urge to not just get out and have a job, not just get out and do a startup which impacts friends like us. Think about the larger world around you, the larger citizens. What is their life like? And how can you leverage the infrastructure that is available to you to make a difference to their lives? And that's the lasting impact that I would look forward to young leaders like you creating on the landscape of India. Now cut to what I'm supposed to talk about, the digital public infrastructure. I gave you an example of the mobile phones, right? The next thing that Dr. Patra again laid the context of M was the mobile phones. The second was Aadhaar. It was, we saw this idea take birth in front of our eyes, giving every citizen of India a unique biometric identity, where you don't need to be literate. Your fingerprint becomes your signature and your unique identifier. That is another public infrastructure. Coming to finance. Another problem statement. This I'm cutting to about 2013 kind of a time frame, right? People had Aadhaars, huge drive to get Aadhaar enrollment done across India, right? On one side. On the second side, a lot of yojanas were being announced by the government, starting from LPG gas subsidies, right, to Manrega yojanas for people who worked 100 days in the year. Right? A lot of money being sanctioned by the government for the set of people. But I'm talking about every 100 rupees sanctioned by the government in any of these yojanas, how much was reaching the end user? Any guesses? 40, 30, 10. It was actually for every 100 rupees sanctioned by these yojanas by the government, 10 rupees was reaching the individual. Right? Why? intermediaries, because there were about 8-10 intermediaries and leakages there. And what necessitated the intermediaries? Lack of what infrastructure? What did you need the intermediaries to do? Accountability of what? Sorry? Transparency of what? That all comes later. What's the basic thing that the government needed the first intermediary in the chain for? Awareness, bank accounts, yes, but in order to distribute something, what's the first thing that you need to know? Sorry? Identity. Who are you going to distribute to? The entire chain was linked up right from central government all the way down to the village, and you needed 10 different intermediaries to do the basic thing of identifying from at that time, 900 billion, or we were just touching 1 billion population, to identify that one individual to whom that money is supposed to go. And for every intermediary who's doing one level of identification to go and say, okay, this one is this state, there's a leakage. This one is this district, there's a leakage. This one is this block, leakage. This one is this village, leakage. This one is this family, leakage. This one is this individual, leakage. That is what was happening. Now, you had an identity in the form of a biometric, right? And then it was intuitive again. We thought about it. Why don't we start pitching to the governments? These Aadhars were linked to the mobile numbers. Why don't we use that to credit the money straight to these individuals? Wow. Sounds intuitive today, right? But at that time, think about it. From picking up a problem like that, picking up an infrastructure which exists like that to try and plug it. Again, we piloted this in the unified district of Andhra Pradesh then. It still had not split into Andhra and Telangana, right? It was just prior to that. In, again, a district called Guntur over there. I don't know how many of you are from that belt here. Oh, okay, you do have a few, yes, including yourself. So we piloted that in Guntur. And yes, we kept the cut, our 10%, but the end user got 90 out of the 100 that was sanctioned, where the end user were earlier getting 10. That's ReEnvision part 2. Transformation second, using the second public infrastructure, which is Aadhaar, to really identify an opportunity, create a difference, and transform. And today, that has become a way of life, right? All the yojanas, LPG subsidies, anything else which gets announced, default is to use the mobile Aadhaar linkage to get that credited. Now, part 3 of Maja, right? We covered mobile, we covered Aadhaar. The third was the Jan Dhan Yojana that, again, Dr. Patra laid the foundation of. What was the Jan Dhan Yojana? It was bank accounts, yes. So mobiles were there with people. Today, 800 million Indians have a mobile phone, unique, right? Aadhaar, we have covered 88% of the population already with an Aadhaar card. The next thing was, why can't we use that to open bank accounts for them, right? And bank accounts got opened. Right? In the Jan Dhan Yojana, again, huge schemes. These you guys would have seen as adults. And so you will remember because this is closer to your time. Bank accounts got opened. Now let me talk about, again, the ReEnvision version 3.0, right? How do you link Jan Dhan accounts to, again, create a difference? By this time, I had spent my 5 years scaling up Airtel Money, and I had moved to this new age industry that was coming up in e-commerce with a company called Flipkart to set up the marketplace business for them. That's a clue. What is it that you think I thought of to connect? All right. Huh? That was done. Okay, so the other thing, again, a career graph, if you want to plan that out, right? Do a version 1, press reset, right? Then do version 2, reset, then do version 3. Okay, why I'm saying this is also, have you guys read this cult book called What Got You Here Will Not Get You There? If you haven't, I would recommend that a must read for anybody actually. The basic thesis of that is that success is the biggest enemy of success. Because if you're successful at your first thing, you think that that's the way to lead your entire life. That's the way to go. And just keep building from there on. But starting from companies to individuals, it has played out time and again. Nokia, BlackBerry, cases in point, very, very successful at their time, right? But they did not press the reset button on time. They said, okay, whatever we've done is going to make us keep on succeeding. So let's just keep doing what we did. And from the sidelines, somebody called Steve Jobs, right, kept resetting the button and saying, okay, I launched an iPod, which people could carry around as mobile music. That was hugely successful. Put the entire cassette player, CD player, Walkman industry out of business. Press the reset button and said, music is not good enough. Let me make a phone in their hands now. Use that mobile device to enable them to talk on that. When mobiles was done, again, not good enough. Press the reset button. Put cameras into their hands. Use that device to make it into the most cutting edge camera, which then put the digital cameras out of business, right? So that's the difference between continuing to do what got you somewhere versus whenever you feel like you're successful, press the reset button. What's the next big thing to go after? That's one life advice I can share with you 20 years on, right? So my third reset button. So on the one side, Jan Dhan accounts were being opened in the country. On the other side, the small business industry in India was booming. Starting from again, since I started with the Bihar belt, Mithila Maithili handicraft, this particular sari, it comes from one such village craftsman area. Bangalore, where I stay, Karnataka, Channapatnam is the biggest manufacturer of toys, right? All of these small scale industries are happening. But how are these, and accounts are being opened for them. They're very happy. They all have a bank account in their name, linked to Aadhaar. They all have a mobile phone. But in terms of the business, how are they conducting it? They were manufacturing it in those small places. Coming to distribution, which somebody said from there. How do you think they were distributing? Anybody? You have no idea how things used to be distributed before the app era, is it? To middlemen, and middlemen were what? A lot of, another thing I'm very passionate about, women entrepreneurs. The middlemen were their husbands. They would sit and sew and do all of this. The husbands would take them to the village hart or market that would happen, sell it to wholesalers, take cash back. They were banked. They took the cash, put the cash into the bank account, but that is how they were selling. Is that enough? Again, that's the linkage between this public infrastructure of bank accounts getting created to a real life opportunity. If they have bank accounts, why should the distribution have to be physical? To take it to a place, get the payment in cash and put that cash in the bank account? Why can't we, as the upcoming e-commerce platform industry, get them educated and aware enough to list their products online and sell not just in their district headquarters and the village heart, but sell it from the same Mithila handicraft all the way in a Guntur or a Bangalore or a Bombay and a Delhi? The biggest hassle there was, how do I collect the payment from there? Electronically transfer the payment into the bank account. That is ReEnvision 3. We did the other digital transformation where this I'm talking about the 2015, 16, 17 timeframe, got these kind of small and medium entrepreneurs across the country, sellers, to list across platforms like Flipkart, Amazon, list their products, sell them, don't even know who the buyer is from anywhere buyers are, and magically see money popping up in their bank account. That reinvented another industry. That is another fintech transformation. ReEnvision version 3.0 using the public infrastructure of bank accounts. Now, while we did that, I'll cut to why I have added on an A onto the Jam Trinity, and I call it Maja, the last one, right? When we were doing this, it got to a point by 2018, right now, 70 to 80% of any of these platform sales actually come from these marketplace, small and medium entrepreneurs. They were amazed. This entire industry opened up, their lives changed, their standard of living transformed. But then, what was their next big challenge? Reset button. Sorry? Access to what? Access to? Access to internet. No, the other thing, while it is not touted as public infrastructure, it's really important to talk about this. In this time, two other phenomena happen, which is not necessarily government-backed, but infrastructure nonetheless. One, mobile phone prices crashed. You had 3,000, 4,000 rupee phones. Incoming calls became free. And over time, data access also became free. And then there were fibers laid across the country, where the quality of internet available there also became good. And in all of these 2,000 population villages, and electricity reached there as well, right? People may not have access to finances and things like that, but they're watching videos on YouTube, uploading songs on TikTok. So data access is the other huge phenomena that happened during this time. So data and internet access was not the problem. Access to something else was a problem. Anybody? Sorry? Banking facilities, they had bank accounts. They were getting money in the bank accounts. Bank accounts by now, they could withdraw from ATMs. They could even withdraw from their nearest telecom players because that revolution had already happened. So getting money out from their bank accounts was also not a challenge. Sorry? Not being aware about digital payments. They didn't really need to be, because most of India needs to receive money. There are a few of us who send. Sorry? Credit access, who said that? Brilliant. So we actually covered peer-to-peer money transfer, sending money. And I'm putting this in a different context consciously because it's very easy to understand the context of sending each other money. हम लोग साथ में खाना खाने गए, एक ने बिल भरा, अरे तेरे कितना हुआ, मैं 100 रुपए ट्रांसफर कर देता हूँ, मैं 200 रुपए. That is very easy for us to understand. But what is happening in the larger ecosystem around you is why I'm spending the time to explain that to you, right? Payments happening. Getting money into your bank account and accessing happening. But then the problem was credit access. The third thing that you need is access to credit, right? The money that you're earning is not enough to fulfill your ambitions. And that's the beauty of India and Indians. Starting from, I think, the people in this room, the reason you're here is because you want more out of life, right? All of you, particularly in this program, would have worked for 4 or 5 years. You would have been on a good career path, whether doing your own thing, parents' business, a job out of engineering, whatever. Why did you choose to give that up, take a break for 1 year and come to XLRI for this program? Because you want more out of your life, right? And that's the beauty of Indians, whether it's you sitting here in this room, or again, that person, that small entrepreneur coming from a 2,000 population village, the ambition is what sets us apart. Everybody wants to do more, right? If I am manufacturing toys, I want to manufacture more toys. If people are buying it across India, I want to manufacture more, I want to build more, I want to sell more. But I don't have the money. I don't have the credit access to buy enough raw material to be able to do it, right? And that is when I joined to lead this digital lending startup called Lending Card to lend money to SMEs. And what I would lend on is not based on past performance, but based on future potential, right? Which is the B School philosophy. We don't bet on you because of your past performance. We bet on you because of your future potential. So we started Lending Card to give credit to these SMEs. Within the course of just 3 years, built a 3,000 crore book, just lending to small and medium enterprises. Right? That links me back to the fourth public infrastructure, which is coming up. And hopefully soon, my MAJA acronym will become a larger acronym being adopted, because it's the account aggregator ecosystem. What does that mean? In order to give credit, you need to know something about the person. Now, every financial organization or any company just knows what they know about that. If you have your bank account with me, I know how much money is in your bank account, right? But I don't know if you have other bank accounts with other banks and how much money is lying there to assess your true worth, right? If I have given you a credit card and you have defaulted or you have repaid, I just know that. I don't know if you have other credit cards where you're defaulting or you're paying well. The whole account aggregator system, what it is now trying to do is integrate all of this on one platform, where all the banks and financial organizations like us come together to share information so that we have shared intelligence about a consumer. The credit bureaus are also coming on board on that, so that there is shared information about the individual, and then the industry as a whole can make better decisions about people and give them access to more funds by taking a holistic financial view of any individual rather than the elephant, quintessential elephant. Kisi ko trunk dikhta hai, kisi ko poonch dikhta hai, but nobody sees the full elephant. So the fourth public infrastructure that is happening is the account aggregator system, and that is revolutionizing the lending ecosystem. So in this breath, young ladies and gentlemen, I tried to link the digital public infrastructure that is publicly called Jam Trinity, but I call the MAJA Big Four, to financial services and how fintech in every version has reset, and transformed the lives of millions of Indians. And at Revolut, I'm trying to bring all of this together in one place. But having said that, and that brings me to the end of, I think, my time. I don't know if I've overshot it. And whatever address, I was delighted to spend this time sharing all of this with you. But that brings me to, again, urging, if the last few minutes that you have spent listening to me, let it sink in, think about it. What's the impact that you young leaders want to leave on India? And then do your own DPI, which is not digital public infrastructure, but a digitally progressive India. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paloma. Please, we would like to open the forum for a few questions from the batch. Rahul, or please go ahead. Hello. My pleasure.
My name is Rahul Rathod. I have worked in State Bank of India for past 6.5 years. So my question to you is, with a rapid advancement in technologies such as blockchain and artificial intelligence, what potential do you see with their integration in fintech landscape in India, and how can they enhance our current financial services?
Brilliant. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, and the one word that he did not mention, crypto. Let me put that and take that trinity together. First of all, do you guys know the difference between blockchain and crypto? Correct. A lot of people tend to confuse it. Okay, this room is full of smart people. Blockchain is the technology, and crypto is an asset or an investment opportunity or a currency that uses blockchain technology. So let me get that out of the way first. Crypto is something which is an interesting asset class, an interesting way to invest, but the jury is out on what's the right way to regulate that. Because any financial service that's unregulated can lead to Lehman Brothers. You would have done the case study, right? So, so let me leave that out. Coming to our blockchain technology. Blockchain, I believe, is a very, very powerful technology. And a lot of platforms like us at Revolut, we're actively actually designing products on blockchain. So that the two things that blockchain can do is it future-proofs, because one of the things that traditional platforms have is you need to maintain them on servers, store them. Blockchain can be completely on cloud. You don't need maintenance of that. And second, it is open enough to integrate multiple ecosystems. So other platforms are typically connected to just one ecosystem, which is a financial services ecosystem, a lending ecosystem, or a banking ecosystem. Blockchain can enable you to plug multiple ecosystems from an e-commerce to financial services, etc., together and run a lot of services on a unified technology base. And that's the reason why a lot of companies like us are using blockchain technology. And if you get into companies which do use that I'm very bullish is the technology of the future. That's one. Coming to artificial intelligence, that's another buzzword, right? What is artificial intelligence at the end of the day? It is human intelligence codified. Artificial intelligence cannot exist without you guys applying a brains and a logic to it first. But then the rote or the repeat of constantly doing that is not on you. It's on a robot and intelligence. Again, two examples that I can share since you asked that question. The early years of artificial intelligence, again, the Flipkart that I was talking about, we actually built two things over there using the initial rudimentary AI. One was scoring engine for the sellers, right? Looking at the amount of business to the categories they sell to where they come from, etc., to actually build a score which somebody could lend on, right? And we coded that in so that every time nobody needs to relook at the score and redefine it. And then artificial intelligence takes over, where on incoming data all the time about the customers, the sellers, the transactions, the products, automatically keeps improving that model. And you keep building a good, better and better score. The other thing we used that was for demand projection. We started projecting the demand based on search keywords that customers would put when they're searching for something on the platform to project how much demand would come for, let's say, the tie that you bought or that bottle that is there. And we could actually predict it within a 10% plus minus error up to the point of exactly being able to tell how much demand a seller would get for a particular product. So I'm just demonstrating some use cases of artificial intelligence. What I spoke about at Lending Card, the ability to lend not just on past performance, but on future potential, which I think got a very excited response from all of you. How did I do that? Using AI technology to actually look at, let me try and illustrate that through an example. A retailer, if he or she deploys 1 lakh rupees in buying a set of products, rotates that 20 days in a month, how much does he or she make? Quick question, who's good at QAM? Okay, take a 1%. 20,000 bucks? Okay. Now, if I give another 1 lakh to that retailer, how much will he likely make? Exactly double, 40,000. So that's, I'm trying to simplify this, but that's at the heart of the model. It's not that this person has spent 1 lakh and earned 20,000. So I give him a loan where he can repay within that 20,000, but to go and say that if I give him 1 lakh more, he will earn 40,000 and his capacity to repay. And therefore I should give a loan where he can repay within 40,000. And then codified that. And then artificial intelligence takes over to predict everything. this entire thing about how much money will lead to how much revenue, and therefore how much loan will they be able to repay. So these are some examples of using artificial intelligence in financial services that, coupled with the kind of big data that is coming into the system today, can actually do wonders. Once bright young minds like yours puts in a logic, then that AI can take over to keep running that logic and fine-tuning it and delivering better and better financial services products. A last example, this is also pretty interesting, a sector that I did not cover, insurance, right? Today, there's a 1 rupee insurance. Today, digital lending companies can offer customized insurance based on whether your car color is red or other color. There is statistics to prove that red colored cars, I don't know how many of you have a personal choice of red colored cars. You do, okay. They have a higher propensity to have accidents, and therefore the premium to be paid to insure that car should be higher. But these kind of things come in through individual data, which comes in the form of big data if you aggregate it across volume, and use artificial intelligence to code that and offer literally personalized offerings based on each case by case individual, which makes the whole financial services world so exciting and beautiful to be in. Did I answer your question? Okay, thank you for the question, Rahul, and wish you a great career.
Thank you, Ms. Paroma. I understand our batch is very curious and there are a few more questions in the batch, but as we are running short of time, we'd like to thank you. And your journey has been a total re-envision. I was just listening to you and I couldn't stop smiling because I can just only imagine the happiness and the exhilaration you must have felt in that moment when you realized that you have changed so many people's lives, and how simply you just consolidated so many years of work in just 4 letters, Maja. And it was a pleasure listening to you. The pleasure was all ours. Now I would request Professor Sargi to please come forward and present Ms. Paroma with a token of appreciation as a gratitude. Thank you.
In my mind, I owe an apology for actually thinking of what
No worries, my name has been abused since it's really difficult to get it. And anyway, folks, I am here through the rest of the day today. I enjoyed the sessions. A lot of my esteemed colleagues will have brilliant nuggets to share with you guys after this, but we're all around. So if you have any more questions, any more conversation you want to talk about, all yours. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So the morning has been great, but I understand that all of us have had an early morning. So we'll be breaking for a 10 minutes break. The teas have been served outside the hall on the first floor. Please go grab it. And we'll be assembling in sharp 10 minutes. So we'll be starting with the panel discussion next. Hope to see you soon.
Yes,
Guys, let the guests please take their refreshments first, and then you can go ahead. Thank you. Guys, the tea for you is on the right side of the floor, from that side. Please, yeah. From this side. Please take your tea from this side. Guests is for there.
are they serious or is just jingoistic? So is India really poised to take over the world? And when we have mighty China nibbling away at our border and doing everything that probably it can, believing the state intelligence that I do believe. So how we poised? What is the USP that we as Indians, you as the experts and the newsmakers of fintech, that you think we have to offer to the rest of the world? I would start this question with Mr. Tambe, because we had the first conversation. So it's over to you.
Is it okay? Yeah, I think we just had amazing experience in XLRI. So first of all, thanks for that, and amazing hospitality. Almost, great conversation with Professor Sarangi. And I think we actually were finding it difficult. How do we put this entire thing into the perspective? But our dear friend Paroma, she helped us. That's what we were discussing in the tea break, right? So probably the only thing which I want to add to what Paroma was saying, and then of course setting a context to the entire conversation, is that this was actually built grounds up. So Father George actually started with the talking about XLRI, how it's rooted, right? So this phenomena, and this is actually called as India Stack. You should actually Google. You should actually spend a lot of time researching about that. And the India Stack actually is built ground up, right? So first was the presence-less layer, which talked about the identity. Then of course there was a paperless layer. Then of course there's a cashless layer, and then now the consent, right? So which was explained very beautifully and with amazing context by Paroma. But the idea is, because of that complete stack, we are actually poised to lead the global revolution, right? We've always been sorry to call, but we've always been users, right? We've always been users of Google, Facebook and whatnot, right? But today, probably last few years, you must have heard so many tie-ups and so many announcements. Eiffel Tower Pay, UPI, forget about the drama. But the point is, we are actually there manufacturing something which is really amazing. And there've been debates. We've been visiting various geographies as ex-banker, as a fintech founder. People are looking, with awe, right? And we've actually built this robust infrastructure, which is not really replaceable in a day or in probably a decade for the other geography side. And that's why I think most of the guys are looking to partner with us, looking to use our infrastructure, looking to leverage on our infrastructure instead of building it on their own. So the idea is the Indian fintech ready to conquer the world? Of course, we are ready to conquer the world. And in terms of number of startups, in terms of number of capital infusion happening in India, in terms of innovations which banks or financial inclusion entities or fintechs jointly putting up, we're already there in top 5, right? And the actual results are also visible in a lot of manners, right? So with that, probably I'll also request my other panelists also to give a, especially Lindsay, because we had amazing chat around this perspective, and she's coming from that background. Maybe she can add to this thought and then set the context.
Sure, thank you. I think we've already heard so many jargons today, right? Jam, what's jam? Refresher, let's do a refresher. Okay. Okay, so you guys are all awake then, right?
It got changed to Maja today, right?
So yes, India ready to conquer the world, yes. But I have a slightly different perspective. I feel India has so much opportunity, right? There's so much to be done in India. The reason why digital, the infrastructure was put in place was because there were some gaps in the market. There was financial inclusion. A decade back, financial inclusion was a major problem, right? There were so many gaps. People didn't have access to credit. People didn't have access to financial products. People didn't have access to a bank branch, right? I think Paroma mentioned how people had to take a small boat and go to the other side of the town to get access to a branch bank. So if you look at what has made all this happen is a need. Necessity is the mother of. And that's exactly what India has done. There is so much here. The digital public infrastructure has been set in place, and the fintechs are brilliant. The way they have come about, set financial solutions. We talk about, okay, let me tell you a little story then, okay? Shampoos, when they came back, way back in 70s, right? What happened then? They came up with these 1 liter bottles. Could Indians, normal Indians, afford that, average Indians? So what happened? Interesting concept. Now banks have also adopted the same thing, right? They say, okay, we have traditional products, lending products, we have traditional investment products, we have traditional insurance, but you have to have a certain criteria to get, even eligible for those kind of products, right? But do Indians, most of the average Indians, the middle class, the so-called middle class and the low income class, which is majority of the population, are they eligible? Right? That's why they are not under the financial umbrella. They're not able to do that. That's why fintechs have come in. They've come up with brilliant products. Like if you have 100 rupees, you can buy gold. So investment for you. If you want to make like a very small payment of 10 rupees, I think someone was talking about the example of 70 rupees dosa, micro payments. Earlier, we could not even think of making like 70 rupees. Even the rickshaw wala, like 23 rupees. I rarely carry cash. I've come all the way from Bombay and I don't even have like a 10 rupee coin with me. Hopefully I won't need it, but I don't have it. I don't need it. But earlier I used to always have to carry a wallet with cash. Travel meant, okay, go to the ATM, get money, keep money in your wallet. But that is no longer required now. So there's so much opportunity in India, and fintechs are coming up with very localized, very brilliant solutions, looking at what is really the need of the market here. I think Paroma talked about understanding your customer. And India, there is a lot of need. There are a lot of solutions that are specifically customized and curated for this kind of a population. And the biggest thing of all this, like, we talked about digital public infrastructure. We talked about all this. What is all this generating? Right? And what was not available for most of the Indians? Data, right? So if I have to lend to someone, I didn't know anything about this person before. I didn't know what kind of offerings to give this person. If I wanted to give a loan to this person, I didn't know anything about this person. But now there is data. There's so much data that's available that fintechs are using all these AI, ML models to come up with alternate credit scores to look at how these people can be lent. I'll give you a very small example. One of our companies wanted to set up an e-commerce platform for farmers in one of the tier 2, tier 3 cities. Now, how do you, they want to set up e-commerce platform, they want to set up, sell their fertilizers there, but can farmers afford to go and buy that? No, right? So you have to also facilitate working capital, financial for them, right? What did they look at? They tied up with a startup who looked at geospatial data for the last 5 years of that place, to come up with analysis that in the last 5 years, for this small piece of land that this farmer owned, this is the kind of crop this guy must have had. Just imagine, right? So they are looking at that kind of data to say that, okay, this guy had this kind of a crop in this piece of land, and the market rate for that was this. So he would have got, this would have been his income. So you are able to create an income profile for this person. And because of that income profile, now you can lend to this person. So you're opening up new financial products to this person who is not even eligible. Guess what percentage of the population has like a CIBIL score, or, the top rating agencies rate them? Okay, you guys are very pessimistic. 20%. Okay. So 20% itself is low, considering, we are a 1.4 billion population, right? So only 20% of the population gets rated. And for the rest, they are called new to credit. When they go and apply, 50% gets rejected. So there's so much potential in India, and fintechs are really doing amazing solutions like the UPI solution or all these sachetization microfinancial offerings that I'm talking about. There's just so much scope here that why is everyone looking to India? Because we are doing things at scale, right? Whatever we are doing, we talk nothing less than billion, credit for billion, payments for billion. RBI came up with the slogan, "Har payment digital." So no need for any cash transaction. India goes at every global forums and says we have a cashless, presenceless, and paperless solution for everything. Not everything, literally not everything. It's overselling, but still, if you think of it, and Paroma has beautifully laid out the journey, right? The transition that we have seen What you guys are seeing is a lot of the transformation that has already happened. So I think, yes, India can conquer the world, but does it really have to? We are already doing so much here and externally. I come from a UK bank, right? And we look in awe towards India that, India is doing great, brilliant innovation. Let's focus on what's India is doing.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Now, I would probably focus on an organization which is very close to, I shouldn't say close to heart, but that would be like pampering. But we have an umbilical cord, that is Tatas. I don't know if I can call it an umbilical cord, though we wouldn't believe that that's umbilical cord. So at Tatas, they have been an iconic brand as far as we as a nation concerned. What at Tatas have you been doing, putting in place that sets you apart from the rest of the fintech giants or the startups? It's a long question. I thought because in our greed to extract the most out of you, I probably would stretch my question a little beyond. And what would your advice be for the startups who are raring to go? And are we seeing the birth of mighty startups in the next 1 year's time?
Sure. Thanks for that. So first of all, thank you very much, all of you, for creating this forum for us. I love the way the entire thing was meticulously planned. So thank you for that. I just want to answer, since morning you're hearing a lot of good things, great things are happening in India. Yes, all of us are convinced, but I also believe that there are a lot of challenges which are there, right? The per capita income of this country is so low that you won't be able, even if you build products which are very good, you may not be able to make it profitably, right? There are 7,800 fintechs in India right now. How many do you really know? How many of them are really profitable or are even making any kind of sizable revenue? So it's important to see that, yes, we are building solutions for India. We are building solutions for Bharat. We also, but because we have a fantastic infrastructure already laid out, it's not a wrong thing to think that, we should go out and conquer the world, because there are customers who are willing to pay. There are customers who are willing to, have the capacity to earn and spend. And that is why we should look at using this infrastructure outside. Coming to Tata Group, all of you are aware it's a $100 billion conglomerate. Within this conglomerate, we've started financial services, and we want to behave and work as a fintech, as a startup. If you look at Tata Group, it touches the lives of every Indian in so many different ways. The kind of data that gets generated within the Tata ecosystem is crazy, right? It's perhaps the most diversified data in the world. And because it is the most diversified data in the world, what I can know about a customer is much more than what, say, a bank or someone else can. A bank knows that you have spent on Chroma, but the bank doesn't know what product have you purchased. If I look at your cart today, if I look at your cart from Big Basket, which is a market leader in digital grocery and is part of Tata Digital, if I know that there is say, diapers in your bag, I know that there is a child in your house, right? I look at you from Taj perspective and I say that, okay, you are a gold member there. So I know that you have a child and you are a rich person, right? I look at you from some other perspective and the jigsaw puzzle starts shaping up. So I think we are in a very unique opportunity to offer solutions to the customers. What we also believe is that you don't wake up in the morning and say that, oh, I want to take a loan today. How many of you really thought about it, right? Or I want to take an insurance today. We believe that that's not how consumers think. Financial services is essentially a means to an end, right? And we have at Tata Group, fantastic digital as well as offline channels where we have the right touch points. We know exactly what the customer is buying. I'll take the example of electronics. We have in the last 6 months sold almost 1 million insurance policies just by embedding ourselves into the shopping journeys of the customer. If you're buying an electronics product, you need a security or a warranty against it. And there you don't need to go to a separate insurer. We will sell you there and then. So the customer is getting protection. Customer is not looking for an insurance. Similarly, affordability. You want to buy a fancy product. Affordability is a big challenge in India in any case. If we can get that right data, tie up with the right banks and partners, we can offer affordability and make, you can get a iPhone for 24 months EMI, right? So you get a protection, you get affordability towards buying an iPhone. I think we have a very unique opportunity to do that across various customer touch points and across various segments. So yeah, that's what we are doing it right now.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I would now probably take Mr. Dhrup's perspective on this. In what way is this fintech, financial technology, the way it is evolving, and it is evolving really, really faster than we can imagine? How does it really impact the traditional business models that we've been seeing across India, length and breadth of India? The first. Second, as a teacher, probably as an academic, my interest, my heart would lie also deep inside a question, a conundrum. Does it really include people? Does it really bridge the gap between, as they say, the haves and the have-nots? How does it pan out? Is it really as promising as you would have us believe?
So, firstly, thank you to everyone who's organized it. Sans feeding me my breakfast and my dinner, I think they've just taken care of it. If I'd not picked up the spoon, they would have started feeding me as well. So that's the level of care that's been there. Second, absolute disclaimer, बहुत सारे smart लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं. I'm like the item number for the movie. Okay, it has absolutely no relevance to the whole panel, but looks good to be here, so I'll be here. All the smart things have been said. Okay, let me take this in two parts, right? So what I'm gonna do is the first part I'm gonna answer like an academician or a consultant. I'm going to take a very sort of hindsighted approach to it. The second part, I'll give you really live examples of what we do at BharatPe and how we bridge the gap between the have and the have-nots. Okay, so let's pick the first question. First question was, has this financial services revolution really taken off? And if it has, how does it tie up to the traditional business? So I think, we do talk about the geopolitical situation with China and we say where it is, but I think China has given us a very interesting framework. If you look at it, if any of you have ever read the book on Jack Ma, The House That Jack Built, it has a beautiful framework in it that they put in place called the Iron Triangle. The Iron Triangle is technology, distribution, and commerce. Okay. Now, fundamentally, what that did was you looked at technology, distribution, and commerce, and as you started building that, you started building some an ability for technology to integrate itself in the way life existed. Look at FMCG. A manufacturer made a product, send it to the wholesaler send it to a super stockist, to a retailer, went to a person's house. Now suddenly you put what technology in, what starts happening? The minute a consumer buys something, right? What happens? A bank can actually attribute the margin of the product to each person and say, this is earned potential, and hence I can either unlock or leverage this money and create more money, or hence allow these people to grow more. Another thing, the minute I reorder something and I reorder it, the customer, now I know how to spend my money smarter in incentivizing. I don't have to stop it at the retailer. I can reward the customer for the loyalty. So a lot of things that were already happening. It doesn't mean that loyalty programs did not happen in the past. In the past, they were called coupons. You bought the first product, you got a coupon attached to that product, you tore it, you went back and you got it the second time around. So it's not that loyalty came because technology came into the system, right? Loyalty has always been there. It's not that distribution tracking came today. Earlier, it used to be a distributor. What would happen is a retailer would write a parchi. It was called a stock slip. You would take your stock slip, you would take the stock slip back in to do it. Next time when you did it, your previous stock slip was attached. The distributor will look at it and calculate your discount based on how much of it you were ordering. So if you were pushing PNG products or versus HUL products, the PNG distributor gave you more and HUL. So what retailers then they did was they played the scheme. Now what technology is doing is there are players in the market like like there's a company called SnapBiz, which I sort of talk about. When someone says, how do you bootstrap a business? I say, go look at what they've done, right? They now tell a retailer, ये scheme चल रहा है, order this today, this is better for you. And a lot of that is machine learning, right? They know where the scheme is going, how to do it, who's been buying from you, what's the share of basket for you, and so on and so forth. So that advent is there. Now you understand the framework. China has been doing it for a while. They built the world's biggest e-commerce company. To give you an example, they do a date. Alibaba does something called 1111. Abhishek and I both have been fortunate enough to work at a company called Paytm, which was invested by Alibaba. We got a chance to go and see these 1111. In the first hour of 1111, that means at 12 midnight when the clock strikes, by 1 a.m., they have done as much GMV as India does in its entire year in e-commerce in the first hour. That's the scale. Now we are catching up to that because again, their retail was different, our retail was different, and so on and so forth. So that's the first part. Now you take out commerce and you put balance sheet there. That's fintech for you. That's the iron triangle of fintech. So banks have existed, distribution channels have existed. Branches were called retail distribution, distributor models were called B2B, MSME distribution, invoice discounting, so on and so forth. Just by putting technology, it is changing that. Now, change can happen in various forms. Change can happen in the form of inclusion, change can happen in the form of consumption, and change can happen in the form of economics. So, क्या कोई वो प्रोडक्ट ले रहा है? अगर ले रहा है तो कितना ले रहा है? और अगर जितना क्वांटम ले रहा है उसमें से मेरा कितना बन रहा है और उसका कितना बन रहा है? That's it. It's not more complex than that. It was done like this before and after. And why is that important to understand? Please understand. If you, there's a book, I'm blanking on the name of Babylon in it somewhere. It's a beautiful book. And in the first chapter, they talk about 5,000 years before what was banking. Money, you can only do 5 things with money, right? You can earn it, spend it, invest it. Everything from your savings account to your FD to your AIF, alternate startup investments, all that jazz, including gold and house and everything is investment. You can spend beyond your means. You feel like टांगे लंबी कर लो, चद्दर अपने आप बड़ी हो जाएगी. So you can borrow. So you can borrow money. So that's the lending business. And as you start buying expensive things or experiencing expensive things, right? Like you take an expensive holiday, you want to get it insured. Your health, you think is very important, you want to get it insured. Your life is very important, you want to get insured. Insurance. Outside of these 5, people have tried to add things like khata management and taxation and all of that. But with the advent of AI and everything, those are dying away. But these 5 are not going to die. They're going to evolve. The form factor, even 500 years from now, on money is not going to change. These 5 things will exist. You will earn it, you will spend it, you will save it, you will borrow against it, and you will insure it. So if your balance sheets are set, if your distribution models and technology are what in India are fast evolving. Now in India, there's a 4th thing in the middle of that, what they've put in, which is we call the India stack, but you call it identity. Right now, identity is a extremely powerful lever, which then starts rotating around it, saying, what does Dhruv as an individual have a balance sheet? What is Dhruv's propensity for technology? What distribution channel does Dhruv use? He's a hardcore Amazon user. So someone will discount me from if there's a Flipkart offer going at a bank. They won't even attack me. They won't even try and convert me because the offer is only applicable on the Flipkart distribution model, right? My data will not be accounted for in Udan's scheme because I live in North India. I don't live in South or West India where Udan is extremely more powerful. So that personalization is where I think, so to your point, I think the traditional models are going to continue where they go. But the evolution of it, and a great example of it is the fax machine. You know, I know the professor spoke about the pager, the fax machine. By the time fax actually became affordable in India, we leapfrog to, email. Another great example of this is actually POS machines in the financial services world. There was a time when a POS machine cost 50,000 rupees to swipe a card and a mobile phone cost 5,000 rupees. Today, a POS machine costs 10,000 rupees, a mobile phone costs 1 lakh rupees. So when banks and financial service institutions, including my company, are trying to run rental models, the question that's coming from investors as well as from the industry is, how long is this rental survivable? Why will someone not just buy a machine and not pay rental and just run it, and you can take out whatever you want? So embedded SaaS might be the answer for India in the future. So this is I'm just throwing out stuff at you, but these are revolutionary things. Now, coming to how does this bridge the gap between haves and have-nots? I fundamentally believe with the Jamstack, there's nothing called unbanked in India. 3 grade hote hain. Unbanked, then underbanked, then underserved. If you use UPI, you are not unbanked because your money goes into a bank, it comes from a bank. So there is nothing called unbanked in India now. DBT goes into a bank. So there is no concept of unbanking in India. At least the inclusion is getting pushed. SNA 100%, but we'll get there. It's better than our literacy rate at least, right? So the second part of the problem, which is underbanked. What is underbanked? Underbanked means you use your bank only for money in, money out. It's nothing more than a vessel in a receptacle. पैसा डाला निकाला. So आपका जो ड्रॉर का गल्ला होता था वो बैंक का गल्ला बन गया. That's it. वो पहले उसको ऐसे खोलते थे, उसको ताला मारते थे, यहाँ पे चाबी रख के निकल जाते थे. अब वो नहीं है. Now that money is going somewhere else, but that's it, right? Come to the last part, which is underserved. Now I'm using that bank. You've told me to become digital. I have got my UBM registration. I've got my shop registration. I've done my GST. I'm starting to file my taxes. What does that get me? Today, unfortunately, for the average common person, nothing. But at the speed at which technology is moving, all of this is now getting. So at Bharat Pay, for example, how we leverage this model was, the day we started, we said, we're not going to charge any MDR. We're going to do interoperable QR for free. We're going to treat this like a data science problem. We're going to use that money in, money out to do underwriting and give you a loan against it. Today, that's become table stakes. Every player is doing it. So what's the next evolution? Account aggregators. Bring that into the system, right? I'm looking to Sir and talking about Samati and saying how that's absolutely like, it's a monster we've created. We don't know the power of it, right? But at some point in time, it's going to be, the monster is going to be in our side and we're going to be winning the battle, right? That GST, taxation, there's going to come a time in India when you are no longer going to do paper filings. Already ho chuka hai, but still some amount of order CA do some paper filing, all that is going to go away. AI is going to automate and say, ye aapka tax banta hai, ye most optimum tax hai, button dabao, okay karo, bank mein paisa dalo. So all of these things are changing, right? At some point, the distinction between savings account and current account is going to go away. The distinction between overdraft and loan is going to go away. Look at what's happened to the BNPL industry. BNPL doesn't exist. Earlier, it was a concept of saying you got a line of credit, and because BNPL is dead as a model out of the water now. It doesn't exist. You are underwritten at a universal level. You can draw money from there. You can draw money from a credit card. You can draw money from a RuPay card. It doesn't matter. So I think how fast this is evolving, I need one of those balls to, and say Jantar Mantar or something and come up with an answer. But my guess is that as good as any of yours. If you start looking at the past, putting a framework around it, and then saying, okay, this is our point of departure. The most logical point of arrival looks like this. So in academic terms, you do a Monte Carlo simulation, but it's only as good as the past data. The problem is the past data is no longer a precedent for future things. So that simulation goes out the window now. So it's now a few operators' bets and how well they execute. That I think is going to bridge the gap between what we have and what we can have. So I think it's not have and have nots. It's everyone has it today. What more can people have is the future. And that's sort of my point of view on this.
The wonderful, terrific perspective, because you know what, you talked about crystal ball gazing, which probably we would lovingly pressurize all of you to do that in a short while from now. Now I would come to you, if you will, Mr. Abhishek Rajan. Given your unique perspective born out of your wonderful experience that you have, how do you look at Indian markets and think that they are well positioned to this proverbial conquering the world? Are they really, really positioned to excel in some areas that probably the rest of the world is not? And second, what would your advice be to the current dispensation in terms of its policy regulation so that they help nudge our nation towards that direction?
Thank you, sir. And thanks all for inviting me here. It's an absolute pleasure to be here among all of you. So before I answer what sir asked, I would also want to set some context. So, like, okay, what is Walmart and fintech connection, right? I think that's the question might be there, in a lot of your minds. So when you think of Walmart, so what do you think of Walmart, right? So what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Retail stock stores, right? Yeah, so I think that's been the core business of Walmart, right? But now with changing times, I think Walmart also realizes that there is a opportunity or need to also provide digital experiences to its users who can buy online, so that they don't have, so that it's a more convenience for them sitting at home, they can buy. And another thing which we realized was that people, sometimes affordability becomes a challenge, right? And there was no easy access to credit for a lot of the users, and hence Walmart wanted to step in and figure out how they can solve some of these problems for the users, where they can easily pay digitally online, and they can pay through a way where they don't have to immediately have money in their bank, so they can buy on credit, right? Now, next question you might really ask is that, but I think US is a fairly evolved and developed economy. Do we really have those kind of scenarios where these problems have to be solved? But you'll be surprised that outside of US also, Walmart has a fairly large presence in Latin America, in Canada, in Africa. So if I have to ask you, after US, which do you think is the biggest market for Walmart? Any guesses? Okay. China? Any other guesses? India? Okay. Japan? Okay. UK? Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so Walmart does have presence in in UK, in India through Flipkart, in China. But the largest market, and surprisingly, after US is actually Mexico. It's a massively huge market for Walmart. So while in US, Walmart might have some 12,000 stores. In Mexico itself, they have some 2,800 stores, right? So it's a very large market. And I think there are a lot of similarities between Mexico and India. So I think Mexico is where India was perhaps 10 years ago in terms of financial inclusion, in terms of the ability to access things digitally. So for example, if I talk of the banking penetration, right? You'll be surprised, only less than 30% of people in Mexico really have a bank account. 70% don't even have bank accounts, right? Leave alone talking of cash and digital, right? So they don't even have a way to put money. So they carry cash everywhere. In their house, they keep the cash because they don't have a bank account. And the reason there is that for a lot of, unlike maybe a country like India, where you have a lot of these public sector banks who have the mandate to have enough presence across urban, rural areas, there is no such kind of regulation or guideline in Mexico. And a lot of the private banks, they would choose to service only the profitable customers who are more in the metros and the cities, and they would really not care about the less urban or semi-urban rural areas where there is a massive opportunity, but maybe the cost of servicing those customers is high, and hence those banks chose to not service those customers. So that's where, and the other interesting fact about Mexico is that they have a massively high internet penetration. Right, almost 80 to 85% of users in Mexico actually have access to internet, and majority through smartphones, right? So in that sense, they're very much close to how India is in terms of embracing technology, but there is no service provider who can actually offer those services to them digitally, right? And that's where Walmart sends a great opportunity in their second largest market, where they can actually provide easy access to financial services to their users in Mexico. And hence, Walmart has actually set up a separate team in India, which is actually figuring out these opportunities and trying to figure out how India can build products for these countries, whether it's Mexico, and then we might look at Chile and South Africa, massive opportunities where people are underserved from a financial services perspective, and they have all embraced technology very well. So I think in that sense, so this is a great example. So Walmart has actually launched an app in Mexico. It's called Cashi, where people can access. So it's a wallet, and very soon we will also be launching a bank there. So a lot of users who never had a bank account before will now actually become bank customers. And because of the massive presence of Walmart stores in Mexico, so people can load money through any of these stores. So every store is almost 10 minutes walk, for every user in Mexico. So they can add money to their bank account, they can withdraw money through those stores, and then they can pay online. And then they will get a debit card, which they can use to pay at any merchant, which is accepting cards. So that's the kind of revolution that Walmart is trying to bring in Mexico, and most of it is driven from India. So I think that's the great part, which makes us feel very proud that India is seen as a center, where because of the massive leaps that India has taken in various technology, embracing, right? For example, so Dhruv was talking about that we moved from fax machine to email. Even I would say we leaped from landline to mobile very fast, right? I think for various countries, for decades, they had landlines. In India, at least when I was young, it used to be a big thing that, okay, you have a landline at home, right? And it's talking about urban cities. Rural so would not even have. So we have leapfrogged a lot of these things. So now I think digital payments or financial services is another area where we are actually leapfrogging, right? Much faster than what the world is doing in terms of the amount of cashless transactions that we are doing today versus what others, even developed countries, are doing at this point in time. So definitely there is a kind of a recognition that, okay, India is a place where there is a lot more maturity and there is a lot more, I would say, expertise in solving problems in financial services, especially on the digital side. And India is, in that sense, emerging as a center where a lot of expertise from India is being sought to kind of solve these problems elsewhere. So Walmart, this thing, Pixel, for example, many of you may not know that in Japan, right, the leading mobile payments app, it's called PayPay, which was a joint venture between SoftBank and Yahoo. The entire tech stack for that was actually built by Paytm, right? So again, India building products for the world. So I think so there are enough examples, I think, which we can talk of. I think what we have not seen yet is that how many of the Indian fintechs can now start actually creating those footprints across the world. And I think on that note, I would say that I think Lindsay and I think other folks does that. I think there are enough problems in India to be solved. I think that's where most people are busy. And I think once we're able to solve a lot of these problems, and I think India has the hardest problems to solve. I think because their infrastructure is also missing, right? Except now, if I look at developed countries, I think their infrastructure is much better, right? So once I think we are able to solve and get really rigorous of building products for the Indian customers, which are also, I would say, more demanding than if you look at, I think, Western countries. So then I think we will be very well placed to really solve and crack these problems all across the globe. So I think while so far we have not seen a PayPal or a Stripe emerging from India, but I think that day is not far where you will see some of the big players from India actually creating that impact outside. So I see that happening soon. I think as soon we are able to feel that, okay, we have done enough in India, and I think even with Paytm, we have had that conversation many times. Okay, when should we launch in US? Like Paytm being used in US or other countries, but I think we have always found more opportunity in India, and which we thought, no, why should we divert our attention to something else when we can solve things sitting here? But I think it's just a matter of time when this happens, and already the capability and expertise has been established and recognized by the world. It's just a matter of time when I think we start looking beyond the problems that we're solving in India. So I think for the first question, I would say that's my view. On the regulatory side, I think I would say we should give a big round of applause to, I think, the regulatory bodies in India. I think they have been doing a fantastic job, and I would say Indian regulators have been the most dynamic and forward-looking. I think the fastest to react. I think even they are operating like a startup. I think they are very nimble, and whenever they see something happening which is ambiguous or which can lead to problems for the users, I think they come back very fast with their guidelines and regulations to ensure that everything is happening in a very disciplined and structured manner. So I think so I would not be able to say that, okay, hey, this is what they should do. I think they are always thinking much ahead of what I would think, I think, in terms of, but I think there are a couple of things which I think they have done right. So I think a lot of things in India they have done to ensure that whatever new models are emerging, right, on the fintech side, I think they are trying to ensure that there is a framework and structure to it, which everybody can follow consistently, instead of everybody trying to have their own model, and then some of them having risks attached to it. And then it's not just that the businesses could actually suffer, it's also the customers, right, which can suffer. For example, P2B lending. So I think that has caught up recently. So there is a big risk to the persons who are lending, right, to another borrower. And that exposure could be uncapped, right? You might maybe lend lakhs of rupees to a borrower, and that borrower could default. Right? 1 in 10 borrowers could default, right? And if the borrower who defaulted was the one to whom you had lent it, then your entire money is gone, right? So RBI has come down with their regulation that okay, your exposure to one borrower cannot be, let's say, more than X amount, so that you can diversify what you are lending, right? And even overall, how much cumulatively you can lend as a customer should not be beyond certain amount, right? So they're also trying to safeguard and kind of ensure that while it's good to have innovation, but we should not explode without having those checks and balances. So I think we should go organically and see how those models are working with the limitation that we have. And I think RBI and other regulators have been in that way very flexible of ensuring that they start with very strict guidelines, and then as they see things scaling, they will keep on making it slightly lenient, so that it still leaves enough scope for the companies to grow, right? It's not that they will stifle the growth by saying, no, this is the max limit you can do. They will keep taking that feedback that, okay, now I think we are stable at this level. Maybe we can experiment with slightly more lenient things and see how that goes. Whether it's in terms of wallet limits, or whether in terms of the transaction limits, CVB or CVB-less, PIN or PIN-less, right? So they've always tried to encourage innovation in the interest of customer, at the same time safeguarding what the customers could lose by not understanding that how technology could be abused to for them to lose money. So I think that way it has been fairly balanced, and I think if they just continue doing that, then I think the models that emerge out of India, they will be so robust that we can very easily then replicate that in any other geography, and we would be able to ensure that a lot of those loopholes may not even exist because they have been tried and tested with the markets in India. So I think that's one thing. The other thing I would say that already a lot of push is happening, and through NPCI, I would say, where they are doing a lot of collaborations with other countries. I think it mentioned about in, like, say, in Europe or in France or Singapore, you can actually pay through UPI. And already a lot of countries in Middle East, Africa, Asia, they have expressed interest of adopting the UPI framework, right, as it is, because they see the success, how it has democratized digital payments in India. So as more and more countries start adopting India's UPI framework, I think it will be a massive advantage for the Indian fintechs, because they've already built their solutions on this stack, and their go-to-market, their time to launch can be much faster than if there are any other homegrown or global companies who are trying to perhaps solve for those problems. So I think the more Indian, the UPI, the RuPay, I think the more global it can go, thanks to the push by NPCI and the regulatory bodies. I think the more opportunities will emerge for the Indian fintechs to solve for the global customers, for the global problems that exist. I think as soon as we are done and dusted with, I think, solving for the Indian customers, which I think might happen soon enough. Yeah, so that should be my take on that.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. You know what, I have, for a doubting Thomas like me, you've infused sufficient amount of optimism. So I believe the statement that my students have crafted is believable and achievable. So now I would train my focus on Mr. Tambe, and of course on you, Ms. Lindsay, because you were also part of that conversation. I was trying to educate myself and bring myself to the speed. And this India stack, probably I would say the Tom Sawyer in Huckberry Finn's novel, the India stack story, and Open API, and both of you, and probably you can join. So as far as these two are concerned, and of course the microfinancial offerings that we probably were talking about, how are these three, or one and then these two, when they branch off, how are they really helping as we are poised to conquer the world?
Yeah, I think,
and that's very important, because I really would love my students to understand those things, which I believe a lot of them would really thank you for explaining.
No, of course, and I think I probably add something to it, that you should actually try and build something using that. I mean, there was a discussion around after 10 or 20 years, you're losing your job. And I mean, who cares? We are the country of entrepreneurs, right? Look at our history, right? So you guys can start building it, and we'll talk about the layers, but before that, including the consent layer, which is coming from DEPA architecture or account aggregator. But I think the perspective what you guys should look at is that can we do something about these problem statements? What he just spoke about so many good problem statements, right? Can we pick up a few? Can we look at creating the infrastructure of that? And I think that brings us back to the conversation we've been having, right? So when this 2009, when the Nandan Nilekani and the iSpirit and the India Stack team actually started with identity, and again, like Paroma was excited. I was actually that time a B school student. Academics were really difficult to understand, and I started with State Bank of India, and actually realized how it's actually making the difference, right? And you'll be amazed to know that the problems were so difficult to imagine to be solved, right? I mean, imagine the way she told the story, it has actually helped us to understand that. But imagine without that infrastructure, we really would have been in that place to solve this problem, right? So I think, and apart from that, of course, when we moved from the first layer, where actually we're talking about the presence-less layer of the India stack, which is like identity and a few more things. There's also a paperless layer, right? Where things actually started evolving. And something like e-sign, something like e-stamp, right? Now these are the very basic fundamental blocks, right? And it's not that you can create this kind of infrastructure in a day, right? You require a humongous amount of infrastructure in terms of political powers. You require the bureaucrats to get aligned to it. You require banks to get aligned to it. And as a banker, I remember getting that particular concept sold to the risk teams of the bank. Because of course it comes with the hell lot of amount of risk, right? So when we move from the presence-less layer to the paperless layer, and parallelly the amazing team of NPCI started building the cashless layer. It's a very exciting story, which I think somehow not being made very famous by evangelists. I think it's about time where you guys actually should look about these different websites, make it popular. The reason is that not to actually enjoy the past, right? To actually build something better for the future, right? And when all these questions were asked about the security of the data, information security, whether everything which is digitized in these three layers, whether is it really of course it's going to help you guys, but then there are of course Jamtaras of the world, right? I mean, India is known for jugards, and of course how do you then take care of the consent of the person, right? So there's a personal data protection bill coming up, and of course you have account aggregator framework bringing that everything together. We'll hear Vamsi sir after this. So idea is not only about this particular stack which we built till now, right? How do we take it to further? And yeah, see, there'll be lot of thoughts around in the market that you should, let's say a very simple example, whether you should, you guys have actually done 5-6 years of work experience, and whether you should do an entrepreneurship or whether you should actually go for the jobs. I'm sure most of you would look at that question. Similar to our debate, what we've been having, right? India has enough number of problems. But when I look at, my own journeys, most of the organic leads which we get in are from Middle East, are from, surprisingly US, right? So I think the world is looking at us and there's no problem solving those problems. I think Pepe was a great example. And I think one thing what Dhruv mentioned is embedded SaaS. I think we are really good at something. We are really good at SaaS. We're really good at software. Chennai, if you go to Chennai, it's a SaaS capital. And, you'll see amazing, SaaS companies which are serving the massive market of US. You not even hear about them. For chargebacks, we had a, interesting conversation, right? So idea is this actually, entire stack. And then if we bring it back to the conversation of sachetization, which I'll ask Lindsay to ponder upon, but I think combining these two, you are the guys probably can add something else on it, right? And then of course the institutions like XLRI can bring the infrastructure. I'm sure your eSale and your other organizations around alumni committee. So I think it's actually built brick by brick, as Father George said. even this stack is getting built bridge by bridge. And I think you guys are the next set of people who are going to bring the next story out to actually conquer the world. We can do it. Maybe Lindsay can add on the financial inclusion, how important and how it will help other geographies, other countries.
Yeah, it's on.
Great.
It's on. It's on.
Okay. Yeah, I think you've heard lots, right? So again, a bit of a refresher. India Stack, you've been hearing, right? Okay. I think we've covered a lot on what India Stack is all about, but let me cover what India Stack is enabling, and that will touch upon the whole open economy concept of it, right? So I think Paroma talked about MAJA, M-A-J-A, right? All these things are there, right? But where are all these things? They are in different pockets, right? There are information available. Can bank do anything if the bank doesn't have that information? No. If I'm if I have a HDFC account and I want a loan from ICICI, what would you typically do? Go there, ask what are the eligibility criterias. They'll say these documents. Then you will go physically, go to the other bank, request, I want these last 6 months financial statements, right? Take that, get it stamped. Without stamp, not accepted. Then you will go and submit. Then they will look at it for another 1 or 2 weeks, look at all the different parameters and decide whether you're eligible for a loan or not, right? This is the traditional way this is happening. Now imagine all this data is there, right? ICICI has this data, HDFC has this data, and all the other banks have this data. So why make the customer do this? Go to one bank, ask for statements, go to another bank, they'll verify. Why make them do all this, right? So this is where this whole open economy is coming into picture. India Stack is enabling that. I think we're going to have some discussion around the Sehmati and account aggregator, but it's nothing but consent-based sharing of this data from one bank to the other. If a consumer like me, I want to apply for a loan, all I say is, okay, I give you consent, access my data. So you as a bank, while taking a decision on whether I want to give this person a loan or not, I have a very cumulative, holistic view of this person's credit worthiness, right? And that is what simple thing that this whole India Stack is enabling. Similarly, UPI. All the UPI solutions are built on top of all the Google Pays and Phone Pays and Bharat Pays, all that you see, it's all built on that. We talk about instant payments, right? We talk about it like we pay a auto driver, immediately that guy gets the money. But do you think this was possible earlier? And do you think this is possible globally? 200 billion transactions got done last year. And imagine India share in that. I got too optimistic. So 50% is India. Imagine. Like we were always the laggards, right? But we've like really leapfrogged. So we are the ones who are doing 50% of the real-time payment, instant real-time payment transactions. So imagine what kind of infrastructure that we have. And all this is basis this whole cashless, presence-less, and paperless layer. Now you don't need paper. You don't need to submit any paper. DigiLockers have almost all your documentation. Then again, cashless, completely cashless. Everything is cashless. Those, I think Paroma was talking about those suitcases of money, right? None of your parents would have had to do that, right? Right? So all this is a transformation that we are absolutely seeing. UPI has been the biggest game changer, and that's our biggest export now, right? I think we were discussing earlier how we were earlier users and how we were accepting and taking technologies and solutions from the outside world, the so-called developed world. But now they are all looking towards to us, right? And we have MOUs signed with, I think, 15 plus countries to adopt UPI globally in other countries. We are enabling the NRIs in other countries to use their international numbers to do UPI transactions. So these are, what is being claimed recently that people can go to Eiffel Tower and make a payment with rupee is very symbolic. Of course, a lot more needs to be done, but at least it's a symbolic thing, right? It wasn't even thinkable few years back. I went to Paris, I think 4 years back, 5 years back. I couldn't do any of this at that time, right? So it's good. It's a feel good factor, and of course, there's a lot needs to be done. There are a lot of challenges, but we can definitely overcome a lot of that. And the thought is there, right? We were speaking to some of the original architects of Aadhaar, and they said, we just started it. We started it knowing because we knew that there was a crisis of identity. What is the first thing that you go to a bank and, if you want anything, if you want to open a bank account, they'll say KYC do. And it wasn't there. So that gap was understood that, okay, there is a gap. Let's come up with first a digital identity, right? And that is where the whole thing started. They were the original architects. They didn't think yaar, baad mein ye aayega, all these different solutions will be built on this. They started a journey, and fintechs have come around it, rallied around it, and come up with all these interesting solutions. And to make all that happen, they had to open up all this data. Data is all there, but you had to open it up, make it available on APIs. How many people know API? Right? So the API, the data is available on API calls, right? And that is what has really changed the game for India. And what transformation that you've seen in India in the last 5 years even was not what you've seen in maybe in the last 50 years here. So all this has become possible because of this India stack, and you should definitely spend a lot of time understanding what this is all about. And that will give you a lot of, and now there's ONDC coming up. Heard about ONDC? Interesting, right? So what this India stack has done is democratize finance, democratize commerce, democratized everything. Now you can go on ONDC, and a lot of people have access to that right now. So everything is becoming a lot more democratized now, and it's all thanks to this open architecture that we have managed to build. And now we are the exporter of this knowledge to the world. So yes, in a way we are conquering because we are now like the largest exporter of financial services, you could say.
So if I may add quickly, we were taking a long walk in the campus, and I had a lot of friends in Excel. So I was speaking to one of my friends, she's in Sweden, and there's something called as loan promise. And without a loan promise, you cannot actually get a house. You cannot even visit and go for that particular thing, right? And surprisingly, for last 3 months, she's been struggling with this loan promise thing. And in India, we have so many things on alternate lending, alternate data. And it's a massive amount of work which is done. There are shadow lenders, there are NBFCs, right? Or there are microfinance lenders. Now these infrastructure, digital payment infrastructure, or digital lending infrastructures are not there. Cash flow based lending, right? And the loan promise says that you have to spend 1 year in that country, you have to have this much of things. And the 40% or 50% of the money which nobody has in that country to buy a house, she's got that, right? The only thing is, the infrastructure is, and I was really surprised. And yesterday we were deep diving about why exactly the problem is. The problem is that the data infrastructure was not made grounds up, right? And the rules are very stringent over here. In India, actually, rules are not that stringent. Of course, this actually gives us the opportunity. Like, how do we actually then solve this problem in Middle East, solve this problem? And there are aspirations, right? And why should the person pay that much amount of rent just because of not having loan promise? And this is a real scenario which came up last night. I mean, I was telling Dhruv today morning that last night I spent probably like 2010, right? And you'll be surprised, but that's the fact, right? I mean, that's the opportunity probably.
Thank you. Thank you. I would bring you back to the last little word, which kind of incited me to ask you all this question, but being an academic that I am, so allow me to have the privilege of an academic, and I would ask a question, the same question to all of you with 2 minutes take. And this question actually is meant, I wish this was drafted by my students. Most of them, all of them look forward to entering into the world of finance, banking, and even if unwillingly they would not be getting into a career of banking and finance, they would certainly be navigating in this world of changing world. So how should they be individually preparing themselves for the challenges ahead? I know it's radically uncertain. I mean, I believe in this Mervyn King and John Key's famous radical uncertainty of life. But even then, if you have to make it simple and tell them, and of course, on one side, you have this abracadabra ABCDs or ABCDs of the world, right? So AI, machine learning, and the crypto and the big data. So what exactly should they be doing? Because this is a pleasant state of utter confusion. So how should they be preparing for the journey ahead, next 1 year, till the time they are passing this place? So 2 minutes each. I would start with you probably.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Take a stab at it.
great. Now we'll all sound smarter than we are and tell you कि हमारे पास, we have the answer to all your problems. I'll tell you what worked for me and take inspiration from that, right? I think there are 3 things that worked for me and in no particular order. I think the first was the world is going to be uncertain. The world is going to change. So are you, right? As I have gotten older or I have certain steps in my life, I've become a father and, certain things have changed. I've evolved. Was I prepared for it? Did I know? No. But what I did was I looked at other people. So one of the best ways to do is look for inspiration, right? That's something that really worked for me, is look for inspiration. What do you want to emulate, right? Look at a couple of people you want to follow, what you want to emulate, A, B, C, D, E. Now, the problem is don't take just the best of those people. Calculate what is the cost those people are paying for that luxury or that what they're doing. So I have a friend, he's an exceptional venture builder. But something that he and his wife decided was they'll never have children. So that sort of nagging thing I have to provide for someone else's life and secure them for the future is not there. So he takes like damn risky bets. And more often than not, they work out. Now, I could love to be like that person, but I can't. So my inspiration may be that, but it's tempered by my own conditions and my own situations. So look for inspiration, get inspired. I think that's a big thing. Look for something and do that. The second is, have a plan. Okay. And having a plan actually requires you to have a different mindset. It's called the first principle thinking. Like, I don't know if any of you have gone through that framework, but if any of you have been in consulting or will land up in consulting, Aristotle's, and it's inspired the world of everything, right? Socratic thinking, you just go back and forth on the same question, but why? Husbands know it really well, because when the wife asks something, we don't want to say something wrong, we say, "Acha, tumhe kyun aisa lagta hai?" And then you just evolve the conversation forward, right? But my point that I'm saying is have a first principle thinking. I want to go here. How do I get there? I should ideally have reached this position. If I have not reached here, let's reassess. But it's very easy to continuously move a bit. Don't move that. Recalibrate your efforts and then realize where you're going. Was that even realistic or not? At some point in time, you'll get there. But have that first principle thinking, what am I looking? And everything in career, micro problem solving and macro life problems, first principle applies. It's usually works everywhere. So have a plan, right? The third, and sorry, I will sound a little condescending when I say this, is progressive generations. YOLO is basically taking out your ability to bear the pain, right? So there's a principle in life that I have. It's called first, second, third. First principles, second order thought. Great plan. What will happen to that? Ye karenge to kya hoga? Ye karenge to kya hoga? Ye karenge to kya hoga? And the first, second, and what is the third? Anyone can guess what the third is? Third degree. Have the tenacity and the strength to go through third degree torture or third degree pain to see that plan through. Like, don't abandon it at the first thought of discomfort. The first time you come home and your partner tells you, "Oh my God, you have this thing happening and what are we going to do? Blah, 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 blah. Why did you go into the startup world?" Don't just say, "Oh shit, I'm going to abandon the startup world and I'm going to, heaven knows last 1.5 years, I've gone through that in the professional world, right? Will the company stay? Will it not stay? What are we going to do? What are we going to do?" Same thing happened in the industry. Lots of guidelines came. Will the industry survive? Will it not survive? Like, there were days when I went home and my father would say, "If you had not gone into the startup world and you had stayed in consulting, you would have been, shielded from this." That's pain. To hear that from your father, who you look up to, is pain. Right? But my father got up the next morning and said, sorry, moment of weakness. I think you're doing really well. Stay at it. But for those 12 hours, I could have easily abandoned it, applied to every consulting firm at night, run my CV, and just like, and suddenly had an exit plan in mind. And so part of having the plan also is never plan your exit. Right? Marna sabne hai, mortality is reality. Like stop like coming up with a plan. But say 3 saal mein nahi hua, I'll do out of it. Then what will happen is if you even have a modicum of success, but in your head it's not where it should be, you know the 3rd year is coming, you'll stop trying for the remaining 12 months. You'll just sort of jump ship. Right? So that's my view. Get inspired, have a plan, but see the plan through. If you do that, I think at some point in time, whether it's e-commerce or fintech or whatever it might be, you'll succeed.
I would have you your 2 minutes and your 2 pennies for our students.
Sure. So, the trouble with our times is that the future is not what it used to be. Someone said that. So it's very important to be comfortable with uncertainty. Second, be a forever learner. I'm sure all of you would have heard this time and again, that always keep learning in your life. But sitting where I am right now in the fintech world, I can tell you that, and I practice it myself. I take a new course every month, right? And my request to all of you will be to please continue to learn, because there are these smart guys like you who come and then work with us and are challenging us on a daily basis. You need to be one step ahead of them also. So please keep learning, otherwise you will miss out very quickly in this world. Second is perseverance, but I think he put it better by saying that experience 3rd-degree torture. So my request will be to always persevere, because again, a lot of uncertainty will be there. You will want to abandon your work. Don't do that. And third is make data your friend. Data is going to, and you would have heard countless times, data is the new oil. It was said a decades back, but now it is coming true because it is being utilized by advancement in technology. So please make data your friends, how to look at data, how to interpret it, and how to use it. So these are my 3 pence.
Thank you. Miss Lindsay, your 120 seconds starts.
I'll actually maybe take even less than that. I think I have just one key thing, and which I should have done a lot more, I've not done, is take risk. When it comes to your career, take risk. Don't stick to one, like while, your parents or your grandparents would be telling you loyalty, stick to same company, 20 years, 30 years. No, take risk, keep changing, keep exploring. You never know where you're going to excel, right? So keep taking that risk, be aware, look at what industry is doing, what things are coming up, new things are coming up, like every 5 years, something new is coming. Align yourself with it, but be also a fast learner. If it's not working for you, do quit also. It's okay to fail. I think that's the biggest thing. There is no you should just not persevere. Perseverance is good, but look at how much you want to persevere as well, and keep trying out new things. I think that's the biggest thing that I would tell you. Take risk, keep learning, keep trying new things. Don't give too much importance to loyalty and stick around in the same organization for 10 decades and like 10 years or 20 years, but just keep trying new things.
Thank you, ma'am. Loyalty, when you talk about loyalty is a wonderful virtue, except the fact it may not be a virtue in the world of finance. But it's a terrific virtue that we would like to stick to, right?
Please don't miss me here and and put words in my mouth. I am sure all these people are smart to understand what I really said.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Now,
there's an exception to what she said. If you join Tata Group, please be with Tata Group for decades.
And more so when you were with XLRI, you finished with XLRI. Thank you.
And don't fail in your exam, Lindsay, because Lindsay told us so. She said it's okay to fail.
Okay. Mr. Rajan, coming back to you, the mighty Walmart, from mighty Walmart, what would your 2
so I'll just
be for us?
So I'll just draw from my my personal experience, right? So So I've worked in payments, e-commerce, and whatnot. And when I worked on one of these areas, I had zero prior knowledge of any of them, right? So don't ever feel that as a barrier that, hey, this is a new thing, right? Will I really be able to do a good job of it? Because this is new now, tomorrow there will be something else which is new, right? So you have to continuously keep learning these things, as most people said. So won't never keep that as no reason for you to not try something because you don't have enough context or knowledge. Two things that have really worked well for me, and maybe that's something which you guys can also explore. One is always keeping the customer in the center of your strategy, right? And I think if you look at some of the great successful companies in this world, like so whether it's Apple, Google, Walmart, Flipkart, so I think all of them have succeeded because they've always tried to focus on what are the customer problems that you want to solve. And then try to build on it instead of trying to say, okay, where do I see profit or what new opportunity I should go after. In fact, one of the leading e-commerce companies who is a competitor of Walmart, so I won't take the name. So when they have these strategic management meetings, they usually keep one chair empty in the room, right? And they say this chair is for the customer, right? So while we all put forward our points, we also should also understand what is the customer that he would want to say in this situation, right? So I think that's the level of obsession I think you guys should develop on when you're trying to pick up any business problems. That's one. Second, which I think Parag was upon the reset thing. You have to be constantly paranoid. That don't never be complacent. So but you will build a great product, right? But it can be easily replicated or overtaken by somebody else, right? So how can it be better, right? Or what can be the next evolution of that problem solution that you have built, like after iPod and the iPhone, right? So I think that has to be constantly paranoid that next stage somebody else can come and totally take away the market from me. So what can I do to ensure that I'm constantly innovating and evolving my strategy so that I'm always ahead of the game? So I think these two things really help, at least they help me. So that's what I would want to share with you guys as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question, simple. No, Gyan. I'm completely not the kind of guy. How many of you want to become an entrepreneur? I think the hand should go up like this, yaar. Come on. The point is, at least the incentive or the risk, predominantly it was perceived that it's a risk, right? Look at the firing, what happened. Sorry, but Amazon, a lot of my amazing IIM grads and all these guys got fired, right? So the risk is there everywhere, right? I know it sounds really difficult and all, but we are actually a country of entrepreneurs, right? So sorry that I'm the founder and others are not, but the point is just try something it out, right? While it can be parallel to your Excel stint, parallel to your job also. I mean, I've been an entrepreneur myself when I was, working, and it doesn't matter. Of course, it shouldn't be, conflicting to your job. But I think we all should try it out for sure. There are enough, number of avenues to have your teams built. There are tech available in SaaS form now. You don't have to really go for capex. There are enough people to fund you guys. Just look for the opportunity. I don't know why a lot of people just look up to your LinkedIn profile and then they don't reach out. What stops you? Come on, just send a connection request. If the person is accepting, ask for the phone number, ask for the email ID. We just had a quick chat, and just to conclude, sales is seen as a taboo. Asking for something is seen as a taboo. It's not. Just go for it. I'm sure out of 10, 5 guys would be definitely there to support you, and I think that's the thing which is pretty much good about the Indian fintech or banking ecosystem, right? People will definitely help you. Just damn go for it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to add a point, and this is going back about a couple of years, more than a decade now, is something that when I was being hired at Bain, the then India head of Bain, who continues to be one of my mentors, told me, and he said, I said, you're hiring all these people, and why are you hiring me? Because I was the only person coming in at 29 when everyone else was 24 for the cohort. And I asked Sri the question. I said, Sri, why did you hire me? He says, we look for something in life everywhere. He says, me and few of my other people at my seniority, we've discussed this many times. What do we look for? And he says the one thing we look for, which can never be faked, is sincerity. Right? And I think sincerity comes in various forms. Sincerity comes in perseverance and diligence. How much have you actually read? How much do you know about a product? It also comes in saying, what do I not know, but I'm willing to learn, right? It also comes in saying, which are the opportunities I do not want to partake in, right? And it also comes in building relationships without agendas. And sincerity comes in various formats. What I have actually realized is, whenever in my life, I have actually sat down and done a P&L of what is good and what is bad. Everything that is good, actually, when disintegrated down, can actually come to a point when I was very sincere in life. And anything that has a mediocre or not a great outcome is when I just chased it either out of FOMO or playing out of, while taking a risk, but not a sincere risk. The sincere risks actually are what have worked out for me. The insincere risks are not. So if anything, as a completely nothing to do with fintech, but as a parting word would be, search for that sincerity inside yourself. It will automatically become a great sort of North Star or a compass for you in life to figure out kya karna hai, kya nahi karna. And then if that lands up in fintech, lucky for all of us, we'll have great people joining our companies. But if it does not, best of luck for wherever you do end up.
Thank you, Mr. Dhruv. Thank you. You know what, you and Mr. Tambe, my friend, they both of you have, I don't know to what extent, have left my student inspired. You've really left me inspired, being an entrepreneurship enthusiast that I am, to look for an alternative career from now onwards for myself. But again, I'll probably take you back to your statement when you talked about being paranoid. And so we'll talk about privacy, data privacy, and is it really robbing humans of we as humans? Is it turning out to be a Frankenstein's monsters? To the extent people from my generation, probably they cannot resonate with that. I'm extremely paranoid about my privacy, and to what extent will it protect my privacy? Short answer, because they're really itching to answer or ask questions to which you'll have to answer. Then I'll leave the floor open to my students. What is the definition of privacy? If I'm, let's say I'm depending too much in terms of my small little financial transactions, how do I protect my right to my being? It's very philosophical. I'll go back to, I don't know, John Rawls' theory of justice. So to that extent, probably my privacy should be protected. Why on earth should I really be parting with the data, which I believe may not make sense to others, but that data is important for me. And why should I not have right to that data?
So very small and a very.
I mean, frankly speaking, pardon me for being short. To that extent, probably when we have these biometrics, that steals those elements from me that are mine.
So I won't comment on biometrics or identity, because I don't have a view on it. I think it's very personal, and you're right, it should be safe. But I'll say this very clearly, like social media. If you post on social media for other people to consume, and then that data, how it gets consumed, having an opinion on it and hence saying my privacy is compromised is a very different thing. That's where discretion and judgment needs to be allowed. Similarly, when you operate within a financial service space, so for example, for BharatPe merchants, when we use their data or their transaction data to undo underwriting, or their self-volunteered access to GST or bank statements to give them a better loan offer, and hence work with our partners, because we don't disburse, right? It's our partners who disburse, but we use our technology to create a profile and send it as a recommendation to our partners, right? Who then disburse those loans. Those people aren't complaining, right? The two sets of people who do end up complaining are the people whose data did not yield the desired outcome. Now, that's a very perverse way of trying to say my privacy has been violated because I didn't get what I wanted. I allowed the violation, but it did not yield what I wanted to, so hence I'm unhappy. The other side is, I don't think, the philosophy of the debate, I don't think this should be done in the first place. Again, if the pursuit of that consumption of that data or that identity is in the pursuit of greater good for majority, you can't please everyone. right? But at the same point in time, if it's towards the greater good, then do we really need to philosophically continue this debate to the point that it leads to some degree of analysis paralysis and we cannot move forward? That's fundamentally my view. जिसने benefit करना है वो तो enjoy करके चला गया. Who are participating in it are people who are either not able to get the same benefit or philosophically have no opinion or position on it and do not move the needle of greater good forward. They just are debating for the heck of debating. Now that's my.
Thank you for allaying my fear and ameliorating a lot of my pain that I probably was inducing into myself. Thank you. Now with this, I probably would be having a greater conversation with you offline. Now I would throw this conversation open to my students and let's start. Those of you who have questions, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you have questions for our esteemed guest here. And this is a great moment for you to have those questions answered. The first question, yes, please.
Hi. First of all, thank you for giving your time and wonderful insights. My question is, and this data point has intrigued me for some time now, that India's fintech adoption rate is about 87%, and the world average is around 60%. What makes Indians, adopt these fintech technologies so quickly? Dhruv, maybe.
Firstly, I don't believe in indices because India's literacy index is based on the fact that you can read and write your name. So it's object recognition, it's not education. So I think the right metric to see is the enablement of it and the alleviation of some degree of friction or pain that comes with it, right? So when you talk to, so I'll give you an example. Today, everyone maintains a register in their shop. Kisko kitna diya, kitna aa gaya, kitna nahi aaya, kya aaya. As an example, right? It's a very, very real thing. Now, in that all registers at a kirana store, there's a page. Now, I'm sure some of you are young, but some of us would remember, is our mom going to get ration or pay the ration bill and then leaving 500 rupees with that guy because he runs some recurring deposit scheme with the bank. And then that my mom's FD purchase with him and he'll get it stamped from the agent when he comes to pick the cash up. To a point where there is UPI auto pay today, and now there are, n number of startups who are either doing it for the underprivileged or the OBCs or even for certain gender or diverse groups. That friction of finding who will take my deposit and give me the best rate has gone away, right? Similarly, that same register had another page at the Kirana store, which was who owes me how much money, and then I have to chase them for the money. Now there are startups in that space who are now coming up with, ideas of saying, you just register one mandate against the name. Every week, 5,000 rupees or 20,000 over a month, 5,000 rupees will cut. The minute you figure out whether the person gets value, whether that value is monetary, or it is convenience, or it is leverage, any of those three things, you will have adoption. That's the same thing you do, right? LinkedIn is better because writing someone an email is extremely tough. You don't know who the profile is and so on and so forth. Recruitment on LinkedIn is exactly the same way. So the point when you remove friction or inconvenience, or you bring some additional value, multiplier effect, is what I think is why adoption increases. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Dhruv. Yeah, I'll add to that. Your question of why digital adoption is highest in India, I will take it away from fintech adoption to adoption of anything you observe anywhere is directly proportional to the pain there is to it, which is kind of what Dhruv was coming to. You take fintech, the highest adoption countries are developing countries in Africa, in Indonesia, Southeast Asian countries, in South American countries. Reason, a lot of the so-called more progressive, earlier developed countries, you had penetration of cards. People had cards. A lot more people had cards. EDC machines. A lot of the stores had EDC machines. So they had a convenient way of doing that transaction. Whereas in India, it was a problem. Accessing money, paying for it, receiving payments was a problem. So that is when digital payments was introduced and fintech and financial services were introduced, the adoption rates shot through the roof. I'll give you a different analogy. EV, electric vehicles today. Do you know where is the highest adoption for that? China. Do you know why? Because the pollution rates are the highest over there. So again, similar logic, wherever the pollution is the highest and the need is felt the highest is when a solution gets introduced, your adoption rates will be higher. So if you're thinking of a product, think of the pain that people are experiencing first. If you're solving a real pain, your adoption will be high. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to hair split between specifically EV and hybrid, just the climate angle to look for a solution which solves the problem in a country where they feel the pain of pollution over there. That was the basic message that I wanted to add on to whatever the rest of your esteemed panel is talking about.
Thank you. Friends, when you ask questions, please also mention who your question is meant for. So that would be rather easy for our esteemed guests. Yes, please.
The one up front there.
Yes.
Okay, you got one in the back.
Organizing committee.
हम भाग के करेंगे हमारा भी थोड़ा एक्सेल जाएगा
Okay, go ahead, please go ahead. Go ahead, please go ahead. Go ahead, please go ahead.
Let me go ahead.
Yeah.
So my name is Rakshit. Thank you for the session, sir. Whatever you shared was really helpful for all of us. I wanted to ask the competitive landscape between the rise of this new fintech companies and the traditional banks, which are actually adopting technology in their own space as well, right? So is there enough space for both the traditional incumbent and the rise of this new fintech technology? Or do we see a challenge between the two?
So we had decided that this will be out of the syllabus because none of us want to do that outlet tomorrow morning. Monday,
But also we unconsciously
yesterday we thought that we'll skip that question. Probably I can take it. I'm the entrepreneur, but I think Gaurav wants to have a word.
Sure. So I moved from banking to fintech, so I can maybe take that. I think it's a very interesting space. It's co-opetition, right? So you compete and you cooperate. All major fintechs which are there have cooperated with some kind of a bank to give out the solution to the customer. So to my mind, the competition will also exist. There will be cooperation which will also be there. Banks who don't adopt fast or fintechs which are too cowboyish will come back to the regulatory thing. Banks which are too lax will fall out of line. So that's how the balance will be maintained, to my mind.
Yeah.
So I represent one of the oldest banks.
A little louder, ma'am. A little louder, please.
I represent one of the oldest bank, 330-year-old. Okay. And we were the first in everything. First in launching a card, first in launching an ATM. But if we thought that, okay, we've done such great work and we rest on those laurels, we are not going to be relevant. So what I lead is a RISE India. RISE India is essentially a fintech enablement and fintech partnership platform that we've set up. So the idea for us is to keep looking at what kind of opportunities are out there, what kind of fintechs are there, what kind of solutions are there, and how can we partner and how can we benefit, right? Because we have understood that if we just keep relying on internal innovation, that's not going to take us ahead. So that's why, all the large banks are working with a lot of innovative fintechs to come up with very interesting solutions. And our slogan to that matter is the creating or evolving the future of financial services. So we want to do it together in partnership with fintechs. That's the thought that we have.
Hi, so I'm Rohit. I come from oil and gas background, but I'm like everyone here. We are awed and inspired by this fintech revolution. So my wonder was, with all these latest financial products. One of them we have recently seen like pay later products. So for all these to become profitable, you need to have a large user base. So how challenging it is for fintech startups to build this user base and do that market penetration? So, Eric?
Actually, unit economics on any financial services product has to be there. Now, what happens is, how is that made? Is assumption, your default or your risk of losing money is priced in. By virtue of that, you will never lose money. Now, what happens is, in a country like India, where we are trying to increase access, right? Two things are happening. One, there is no fundamental, it's not like 99.9% of the people are out to steal. There will be some, as you said, Jamtara is a reality, and there will be something of that sort, and that is already priced in. What happens is, when you start scaling too fast, either the model doesn't change or your risk parameters don't change well enough. Second, as you bring people in, because you still have not used the full high-end spectrum of technology, which is, to some degree, augmented intelligence and augmented data sets, to be able to create bespoke offers for you. You may get an offer which is meant for her, but her paying capacity is much more than yours. And so while you both might have the same intent to pay, your ability to pay might be different. And hence you will default more. And by virtue of that, that asset class by itself has a 50% success rate. Okay. So the question is never about whether newer products are being created and those products are not profitable. All products are designed to be profitable. It's यार हमारे में भी ambition है ना, हमें भी grow करना है, हमें भी एक scale achieve करना है. So at that point in time, we price our failures in. Now the question is, as these are forward-looking bets, because there is no history, there's no precedent to model that. As we keep growing, we keep tweaking that and figuring out where that goes. And I think maybe, Abhishek has done this at Paytm a lot. Maybe he's the right person. And Lindsay, what they're building are people who can actually add to this.
So yeah, I think considering that Paytm is listed and you keep hearing the quarter results, so I think it is not easy, right, to be able to achieve that profitability, in a lot of these products. When you're trying to be profitable and also trying to grow, right? So I think when you're trying to scale, then sometimes you want to compromise on profitability and just get more and more people to test your product. And as you do that, then you'll also figure out user behavior a lot deeper, right? I think initially you will have very less data to know that, okay, where my risks are higher, where my risks are lower. So yeah, so it is always like a catch-up game. And I think at some point when you have enough scale and enough data and enough insights, then you will be able to build those kind of risk models that help you to, kind of run this business with very less risk. So yeah, so it's not that it doesn't exist, so it's tough. I think just it takes more time, I think, and with more and more data, and I think with technologies like AI and ML, I think it only makes it slightly easier to reach that milestone sooner.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay, probably I'll go. So my name is Anukriti, and my question for all the panelists, whoever wants to answer this, is we have talked so much about the concept fintech, and what we understand is fintech is nothing but marrying finance with technology. I also come from a technology background, and as leaders, what I want to understand from you is, how do you perceive this concept of fintech? Is it an innovation in technology or innovation in banking? How do you perceive this from your own point of view?
I can get started and then you can.
Yeah, please go ahead, ma'am.
So, so do you think fintech is new? No, it's not. Fintechs have always existed, but they've always existed in the background. Fintech, like you said, is essentially providing financial technology to banking, right? And they've always existed. But it's just with now cloud computing, the access to data, they've actually come in the forefront and started serving the customer directly. And that's how this whole buzz around fintech is now only created, but they've always been around. And now, to your point, whether it is tech, whether it is banking, or whether it's technology, there's a new term that is emerging, which is techfin. Okay, so essentially, tech companies who have some offering for financial services as well. So whatever is the term, essentially, they are all putting together solutions that can help companies like us or banks like us to distribute financial services a lot better, lot more efficiently, reach a much larger customer segment. Now there's no newer concept coming of segment of one. Like earlier used to say, our customer is like the rich, poor. That's like the basic definition, right? But now we're seeing segment of one, which is essentially each segment, each customer makes up a segment. Every segment is different. And we have now the data and the analytical capability to personalize and customize solution for that each individual customer, right? So that's the power of fintech or techfin, however you call it. And that's the evolution that we are seeing. And now even frankly, if you talk about banks, we have a lot more technology crowd than the banking crowd, because every bank is embracing technology, right? There's so much more demand for technology. If you look at the board members now, there is a presence of a technology person also in the board for a bank. Earlier, that wasn't the case. So things are changing. Banking, technology, slowly the lines are all blurring.
So I think 2:15 we have a session. Venkatraman would join from India Post. No, she talked about fintech. Do you remember money order? How many of you have heard of money order? Right? It's a fintech, right? India Post, they were supposed to deliver letters. What they were doing for so many years, when we talked about that money being delivered from the migrant in Mumbai to this pen, right? Paroma spoke about it. Post office did that, of course, long time, right? So I think things were there, of course. And as I think the discussions have evolved, it has taken a better shape and probably it has got a formal arrangement. But the embedded finance or all these things were there. I mean, hundreds of years, right? I think money order has been there for hundreds of years. Only thing is they should charge you ₹1 for 20 bucks transfer at 5% kind of a thing. And when the banks and fintechs got together, it started from 1.5%. Now it's 1%, right? So the point is, these things were already there, and because of this, what we spoke about, Jam, Maja, India Stack, it has evolved, and then co-opetition, amazing term, right? It will actually look forward to adding more and more use cases. But I think the phenomena have been there. I hope that answers your question.
No, but the acceleration has not. So see, the acceleration which is happening now is we can't say that it was there for a long time now. The kind of technology with n equal to 1 cohort that she spoke about was not possible ever before, right? So it has been possible now because of the technology which is there. We can now actually distribute financial services, which we could not do before. So it's essential. I strongly believe that it's now, and we've debated internally also, that it's a techfin business rather than a fintech business.
Thank you. Thank you. We know there are a lot of questions popping up in the minds of students. Nevertheless, you'll have to, I'm sure I'll extract a promise from all of you that you'll have the offline conversation with them. Much as we would like this lovely melody to continue, I think it's time we call it a day. But that reminds me, this famous line, this is the best of times, this is the worst of times, this is the age of foolishness, this is the age of wisdom. So if that can describe this marriage of these two, then probably we are doing well. I'm not sure to what extent are we conquering the world. I believe after hearing them, we do probably possess the ability to conquer the world. Thanks a lot. And it's over to my beloved students. And please.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much for this thought-provoking panel discussion. Are we ready to conquer the world with our fintech? That is where Professor Sarangi started this conversation with our panelists. And from there, our distinguished speakers have dissected each and every aspect to create and support the idea that how India is taking the lead in directing the fintech for the world. We started with Vaibhav sir when he suggested that how we are not just users anymore, and how the UPI, which is being adopted by the Indians, and it is piercing each and every sector, is definitely for our benefit, is everywhere now. And the world is looking towards India to support them with our UPI technology. Data is the core of it all, and how data can be leveraged to analyze a customer and their needs. That is what Gaurav sir suggested when he gave us the example of Big Basket. the iron triangle from China, the technology, distribution, and commerce, and how it can be, molded for the fintech industry is what Dhruv sir suggested from his perception. Fintech is something that we're looking forward to, and it is the future, definitely. But how Abhishek Rajan sir suggested that the fintech technology is adapting itself to the countries and not adopting the countries to itself. And how if we solve the problem of India, we'll be in turn be able to solve the problem for the world. This is what we are going. This is what we are looking forward to. The final input, which I loved the most, was from Lindsay ma'am, when she shared that we are definitely ready and we are capable to support the world with our fintech technology. We are looking forward to an open architecture of the system from ONDC and Sehmati. And it would be the future, it would be the driving force that would be leading the fintech industry in the future. And lastly, I would would like to thank you, Professor Sarangi, for so skillfully leading this conversation, and would now request Professor Kanagraj sir to please step forward and present the memento as a token of our gratitude to our speakers, starting with Lindsay ma'am. Vaibhav sir, please step forward to accept your token of gratitude. Thanking Dhruv sir to please come ahead and accept the token of the gratitude. Gaurav Hazrati sir. And Abhishek Rajan sir. Thank you so much for this panel discussion. Would request Professor Kanagraj to please present a memento of gratitude to Professor Sarangi as well. As we were undergoing this panel discussion, requesting all the panelists to please take their seats. Thank you so much, sir. As we were undergoing this intense panel discussion, we had the privilege to be joined by Ms. Lalita Natraj, Head of Digital Partnership at IDFC First Bank, and Ms. Deepika Mahajan, Head of Talent Acquisition and Employer Branding at IDFC First Bank. Thank you so much for joining us. Moving ahead, in our agenda, we have the next keynote address by Ms. Lalita Mahajan. Please welcome her on stage. I'm sorry, Ms. Lalita Natraj. I'm sorry for this. Ms. Lalita Natraj, the current head of digital partnership at IDFC First Bank, is a highly regarded banking professional and a visionary in the realm of digital financial services. No problem. With a role at the forefront of driving digital innovations and establishing strategic collaborations, she has garnered industry-wide recognition and significantly influenced India's digital banking landscape. Let us warmly applaud Ms. Lalita Natraj as she takes the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be talking to all of you, and it's a privilege to be talking on this topic. because this is something that's fascinating to many of us. Before I step into my presentation, I started my career when ATMs were not interoperable, when the incoming calls were 8 rupees in cellular data and 16 bucks in outgoing. For me to really experience and be a part of this entire digital public infrastructure as a banker and as a consumer is, I think, a very, very privileged moment. And I guess the fact that you guys are stepping into your careers when so much is happening in India, I guess it's a golden period. And you guys should make the best out of this. And it can be very boring to listen to a banker after listening to all the fintech entrepreneurs, but I'll try and keep it interesting because I think the topic is a very fascinating topic. Yeah. So we'll go on to the presentation. If one of you can just help me control the slides. Will the presentation come in here?
It's going to come here.
Or there?
Yeah.
And here also? No, then how can they see it? Oh, you have a, okay, fine. Okay, so I'll just, the first few slides, I'm going to just talk about what digital public infrastructure is. Some of them could be a repetitive information for you, but please stay with me because in the coming slides, we will also cover how we as bankers are using it, how the consumer ecosystem is going to get benefited and the like. So you can just move. The India stack is a bunch of 3 important layers of information, right? Behind that are a set of open APIs. And some of them who have crafted the APIs are sitting right here with you, Vamshi. So, so this has got 3 important stacks. One is basically the identity layer, which helps you prove who you claim to be, right? And the words that are there in green are really the moot points, okay? The second one is a payments layer, which is interoperable, cheap, and fast, right? The third one is a data layer. I did realize that some of you had questions on privacy, which Dhruv addressed, but the data layer is really about how you take control over your data and you decide how your data will be given and to whom you will give it. So simple 3 stacks, but the information underlying here and the information or the use cases that it powers is immense. We'll go to the next slide. The journey of where it all began and how it has been evolving itself is a very, very interesting journey, right? If you take identity layer as an example, the bottommost, right? Aadhaar was the first one that was introduced. Yes, there was a lot of angst in terms of, should I do it? Why should I do it? And there was a time when it was made mandatory and the government made a push. And then all of us, I remember, got enrolled for Aadhaar. Then there was a eKYC, where you will be able to electronically generate the Aadhaar and share the information. And then there was eSign, which was again riding on Aadhaar, right? A simple information about who you are has translated into you being able to share that information digitally and also accept a contract digitally, right? So that's the identity layer. The second one is a payment layer, right? There were various modes of payments that was existing. I think Vaibhav spoke about India Post, and I'm sure Paroma would have covered that as well. So even in the digital layer, payments started in a traditional manner, right? It was an IMPS where I have to give my bank name, my IFSC code, which branch, there will be a validation, and then it will be paid. So if I have to make you a payment in 2011, I had to get at least 2 or 3 information from you, which is what's your account number, what's your name as appearing in the bank, and what is the IFSC code of the bank, right? Then came AEPS and UPI. What did UPI do? UPI basically said your name, your IFSC code, your bank, branch, etc., are there in the underlying virtual private address. That's it. You just have to share your VPA and I'll figure out the rest. Don't bother, right? That's what India Stack enabled to say that I just need to know 1 token of information about you. So that's what UPI was born. And then there was a set of people who said, you know what, I still want to go and do the payment by putting a thumb impression because I maybe do not have a smartphone, I am not conversant with digital. Then came AEPS, which is one more mode of payment where there are AEPS centers today where people go and use it, they transfer money, and the biometric itself is a big enabler for that, which is Aadhaar translating into the payment layer. The third one is a DigiLocker, right? I don't know whether it happened to you, but when my son graduated out of his school, his documents were put by the school into the DigiLocker, right? It's nothing but, I mean, even today I scramble around for searching my documents. It started with a very, very simple thing of, the government will push it into this locker. And then we said, you want to share it with somebody? Share it with consent. So the DigiLocker and the consent artifact came later. And now we are getting into not just sharing digital identity with another person, but also sharing your digitally generated data with another person. So that's the evolution, right? When you take a step back and look at it, it's like somebody really thought that, this is the evolution path. May or may not be true, because we've had multiple visionaries putting this together, like Mr. Nandan, Mr. Pramod, many other people who've put it together. But it really looks like it's come out in a very cohesive manner, the entire unlock, right? So that's the various features of India Stack. They're not exhaustive, but some examples that I've given you. If you can just move to the next slide. Yeah. Okay. Again, identity layer, like I said, is a very simple, unique identity for everybody. It's got basic information like name, date of birth, gender, address, mobile, and email. And there are multiple authentications and multiple use cases of that. I'll now deep dive into the next one, which is, you can go. Payments layer. I'm sure all of us experience this. This is interoperable, this is fast, this is run as laid out by the central bank in terms of various regulations. There is a lot of innovation happening around this, which we'll cover in the coming slides. And again, this is built on top of an open network where it is interoperable. I don't need to be registered with a Google Pay to be discovered on PhonePe, right? So you register yourself once and you get discovered everywhere. So your virtual private address is truly interoperable. The sender need not know whom you're banking with. So the entire information is hidden in that particular private address. So that's on the payments layer. The data layer, again, the entire consent artifact has manifested in itself to say, you know what, you give me information which you want to give, when you want to give, and for how long you want to give. And I will try and use that information to get you a best product and service, which can be financial in nature, which can be health, which can be insurance, which can be anything, right? So that's about the data layer. This is one of the most complex layers, I'm sure, after payments, because it brings you a whole host of information providers, as you see, right? Mutual funds, insurance, tax, banking data, there will be many more, right? It is possible that in future that hospitals start contributing data to the insurer and the insurer says, you know what, I'll do a digital underwriting. Today, you have to fill many forms for a life insurance still, and many of them are self-declared, right? So that's the consent layer. And on the right side of the financial information users, I will cover some aspects of how the FIUs use this information to cascade a lot of products and services to the customer in a bit. And then if you see the point 1, consent, point number 2 is it's an open API. And point number 3 is it's an encrypted flow of data from party to party. There is a consent process, there's a revoking process and the like. So that's about the data layer. We can go to the next one, please. Okay, very, very, very important slide. With great power comes great responsibility. All of you know, privacy is a default. It's not a choice. One might argue, yes, I gave a consent, but I don't know how he uses the consent. I appreciate that. There is a lot of customer awareness that needs to be done on this matter. And we as banks and many other institutions are doing this. There are fraud control agencies, which only look at misuse of data. But the layer has got a protective set of APIs, which help you decide to give the consent and also revoke the consent at a later stage, or decide to give a consent for a particular use case or a particular person, right? Again, if I trust Deepika, I will leave my bag with her. Simple, right? What we do today in reality is what has been translated into digital. There will be a lot of awareness and measures that will build around it, but that's the privacy layer that's all about. The regulator is very, very conscious and aware of all this, and a lot of the APIs that are being put out in the open market as open APIs in the DPI are scrutinized by ReBIT and various other authorities who know that this information is really encrypted and it's really private. We'll go to the next slide. Okay. So what is the objective of the DPI approach? The DPI approach basically allows you to have an open market, right? It allows innovations, right? Your earlier panel discussion had panelists who have built beautiful innovative products on top of this DPI approach, and we'll be covering that very shortly, right? It is legal and institutionalized because there is a central bank regulating it, there's a government who's regulating it, and it has got a lot of shared protocols and audited protocols. So that's DPI all about. We can go to the next slide. So it is supposed to solve problems at scale. DBT is one of the problems. It is solved at scale because a lot of direct benefit taxes that the government wants to give to the consumer may or may not reach the end consumers on time. If you take that as a problem statement, the DPI has beautifully solved the problem statement to say, hey, are you Deepika? Yes, I know you by Aadhaar. I may not know your bank account, but I know your VPA, and I'm going to send this money to you electronically. And I will know that you've got it because your banker says that you have got it, right? So DBT is just one such example. But in India, right, most of the problems when you solve at scale because the problem actually exists in scale for you to solve, right? So DPI is one of the problems. And of course, while DPI brought its open protocols, there were lots of other things that were happening around which really gave it life. And we'll see that in the coming slides. Yeah. Okay. This is a very important and interesting slide, and I was privileged to hear Dr. Verma, Pramod Verma talking about the slide. Is when I realized the importance of this slide, right? We could have been on the leftmost side, where the government control everything, the ministers control everything, the government decides what to release and what not to release, and what kind of technology works. We could have been on the extreme right side where private controls everything. But what did India Stack do? It followed a middle path, which said, you know what? I will give you the trust from the left and the innovation from the right, and I will help you land all this. This was really, if you ask me, a very, very important decision that would have been on the table for many of the authorities who would have had to make this decision. And because we took the mid path, right? We have innovation today. We have a market which has reached where it has reached today. And I think we still have much, much more room for innovation today, right? So it's like a parent and child, right? I give you that much control that you need to go and do what you want to do. But there are places where I will pull you back, right? Neither am I the boss, nor are you the boss. That's exactly the mid-path approach. And the more you read into it and the more you look into it, you will understand how beautiful it's been structured, right? We'll go to the next one. So I spoke about a lot of financial ecosystem enablers, which is Aadhaar and AA and UPI. But if you see the entire stack that India has been putting up, especially the third column, the second column and the third column, right? The entire agriculture stack, the health stack, right? There are, again, the government e-marketplace. So there are enablers around the cooperative milk societies. Depending upon the amount of milk that you pour, they help you assess what is the throughput or what is the turnover that this merchant will have and help you get a loan, right? So access to health access to selling goods on government e-marketplace. All these are protocols which are getting enabled. And of course, I'm sure somebody would have covered ONDC in the morning. The democratization of e-commerce itself is a big protocol, right? Like how you do not need to register yourself on a Google Pay to be paid on a Google Pay. The government is now telling you, you can go and register on, let's say, a Flipkart and get discovered on Amazon. So you're really democratizing the marketplace using ONDC. So this is the entire set, and I'm sure this is going to get extended because as and when something gains adoption, we're finding that the government and the regulator are trying to get it expanded to multiple other sectors. So that's about what India is trying to do to put together a more and more development and growing marketplace. We can move to the next slide. Okay. So what happened? There were problems to be solved. And there were loads of problems to be solved, right? Like I said, we have scale. We have big problems. There was a DPI. So people who saw the opportunity started looking at products which can take the DPI to solve the problem using a lot of innovative methods, right? From building an app, to making soundbox for making sure that the merchant got his payments, to using alternate data to do underwriting, many other things, right? And slowly, the customer preferences also started changing, right? I prefer not going to a bank. I prefer not talking to a outbound calling agent. I prefer to do things myself, right? So consumer preference is changing. People telling you that you do not need to go to a bank, which is a fintechs, right? I'll give you an experience layer, which will help a chatbot answer the query as efficient as a caller will answer, okay? Democratization of APIs. Aadhaar is not owned by UIDAI. The API of Aadhaar has been democratized for everybody to own. Imagine if each of these people had made their APIs and kept it to themselves. Nothing would have happened, right? Of course, I'll take you through how much the regulator has let go and held back with, like I said, a parent-child relationship in such a way that good things happen, but under the guardrails, right? Yeah, we can move to the next slide. I'm just getting into finance now. We have a very diverse set of population, right? Every population, every set of customers have got scale, different problems to be solved. The unbanked have a problem of getting banked. The people who are banking have a problem of getting organized credit. The people who have money have a problem of getting the right wealth advisory. So every single cohort is a scalable cohort, and even the smallest cohort represents the population of a few international countries put together, right? So that's how the scale of population is. So when we looked at, I'm just getting into an example of a use case here, right? There is an MSME customer who is new to credit. Bankers like us in the earlier age would say, hey, you know what? You have to have a credit history. Now, I will get a credit history when that one guy gives me a loan. Who is that first bank? Because the unorganized financial sector will not report me to the bureau. Okay? But the organized guys will say, oh, I need that one, and I'll not be the first one, right? So these guys ended up borrowing with a local money lender at a very high rate of interest. And it continued and continued and continued because there was that one bank did not come. A large part of these problems were solved by fintechs today. And what led to solving these problems is the open architecture, right? So if you go into the next slide, DPIs are basically, again, it's such a beautiful thing, right? They've just been made like Lego blocks. I can just use your UPI ID to check VPA to find out whether you're valid bank account or not. I don't need to give you money. What does it help me? It helps me understand whether tomorrow when you make a payment to me, will I get it or not? The moment your check VPA shows me you're invalid, I will say, आपका payment तो चलेगा ही नहीं. आपके पास बैंक अकाउंट ही नहीं है पीछे. आपके बैंक ने आपको verify नहीं किया. So that's a beautiful thing. In one payment layer of checking your bank account and paying, if you're able to separate the two, it's such a beautifully laid out architecture, right? So DPIs are basically like Lego blocks. Yeah, go ahead. Again, like I said, you can just quickly undo it. Yeah. So these are all the Lego blocks, right? So you have a Lego block on identity, payment, digital consent, data and credentials, and of course, the discovery at various marketplaces, including health. So if you go to the next one, I've just given you one problem statement, which I just told you about, an MSME customer who sells products on ONDC. I'm taking ONDC as a deliberate example here because that's also a upcoming India stack, right? So he's gone and listed himself on ONDC. This use case is probably possible a few months down the line and not immediately because ONDC is just gathering steam in terms of buyer and seller. But let's imagine we are 5 months down the line now. So he sells his products on ONDC and he wants a loan. And that one bank is not yet there in his list of lenders. What happens? He gets discovered on the marketplace where he is because the lenders would have integrated with multiple bankers behind, right? So he discovers the lenders who are there in the marketplace. He may or may not choose now. He may choose in the last step, depending upon the rate given by the bank. He does his Aadhaar authentication using eKYC. He does not have a prior lending data. So he decides to share either his banking data or his sales data on ONDC using a consented framework. What does that give me as a banker? I have to use this alternate data to say, if this guy is earning 400 rupees a day through ONDC, my assumption is that he will earn 4,000 a day because he will be selling in other marketplaces other than ONDC also. He may have a physical shop. So we assess and we decide his throughput. He is able to give acceptance to the terms and conditions using Aadhaar e-sign. And most importantly, set up a auto pay mandate to say every month I will pay you 100 rupees. The beauty is this mandate need not be a monthly mandate. It can be a daily mandate. Now look at us as a banker. If I have to go to a Kirana shop or the Kirana shop guy has to come to my branch and ask for a loan, he cannot give me his sales records digitally if it was like maybe 4 years down the behind, right? He would give you one. He may not even be filing his taxes. He will give you that kata book, which is physical kata book. And I will go through it, but nobody has validated it. There is no chartered accountant. How do I know that Rohit came and purchased in your shop? I don't know. I'm assuming. But what happens there? It used to be a one-to-one trust, right? I will give him a loan, but I can't collect every day because then I have to send somebody to collect every day. So the cost of lending, which was so high earlier, has fallen down. The cost of collecting has fallen down. So I can today, somebody spoke about pay later some time back, I can today give you a loan of 5,000 rupees and I can collect it 10 rupees every day also. I have nothing to lose as a banker. You came to the marketplace, you saw my name, you discovered me, you set up everything on your own. I didn't do anything. Yeah, there would be API costs and other things, but they are negligible. And if all goes well, nobody can tamper your data, right? There were still problems of somebody giving me a kata book or a bank statement, which was tampered earlier. And trust me, because there was no digitally verified information earlier, we used to run units which will sample data, sample papers. वो paper लेके 5% of the physical bank statements that we used to receive, there used to be a team which will go to that bank and actually verify. Does Shobik have an account with you? Yes. Nothing. 99% of those verifications used to be positive. But I have to do because I don't trust you, right? So, and we are a, sizable bank in terms of the numbers that we do every month, but in terms of branches, we are very small. My ability to be available for a lender or for an applicant of a savings account where he wants to apply is the most important thing. And this entire chain, if I can just remove lending from your and put savings, just that the third block will go away, everything else will come. right? So you can open a savings account, you can do a deposit, you can do anything. Now, there are platforms like Grow, which allow you to do deposit. And I think your earlier panel spoke about, they are the front-facing lenders or payment aggregators for you, but behind them, the bank is sitting and doing the underwriting. So it can be a model which works both ways. Banks today have a digital to customer, direct to customer presence in their apps. And there are also, we are present where you want to go, right? Again, if you look at the history of this, right? We've done all of this in some way or the other. Even 10 years back, or even now, if you see, when you go to a supermarket, when you, at the checkout counter, you will have a lot of interesting products and small ones, right? And then you'll say, kya jata hai? Another 20 rupees. It's okay, I'll take, right? You will need it and it's a small amount. The entire sachetization of your financial products is basically this psyche only, right? Oh, you're checking out, I'll give you a flight delay insurance. How much? 10 rupees. But if 10 rupees, 100 rupees maybe. But if my flight gets delayed, you're giving me 2,000 rupees. It's okay. I'll take it. So each of these have, and again, the ability to lend has been made possible because of all the APIs and the protocols. Otherwise, I will not be able to sell that to you, right? So that's the thing. So if you take finance as a problem statement, availability of finance, right? What do the DPIs do for bankers or financiers? One, the cost of fund is lower for the customers because he has an organized lender. He has a bargaining potential because it is not just an IDFC, it will be an IDFC, an Axis, Bajaj, many people participating. We will compete for the rates. You will get the best rate, right? With the same information. Earlier, they had lower access to formal credit. Now the formal credit access goes up. We as bankers have a mitigated fraud here because it's digitally signed. Of course, we run our own algorithms to make sure that you are really giving the data that you're giving. But yes, there are multiple levels of things. We're able to give you innovative products like the one that I told you. I would not have been able to give you a 5,000 rupee loan and collect daily installments ever, right? And that's what the money lender was doing, right? Well, Jake, he will collect it from the entire street and come. A bank would not have been able to do it. So the organized sector being able to give you innovative products is a very important example. Our ability to do risk assessment. Again, even we have evolved, right? I would never have been able to put up a model of assessing alternate data eight years before. It was always banking and bureau, right? Now you're saying, okay, start looking at algorithms which will help me predict the income of this customer. The income assessment models in the banking environment have undergone a massive change. Of course, the disbursal process, you don't have to go to a bank to collect your money. It comes to your account. The repayment process and the collateral management, right? The entire thing is digital today. Okay, unlocking an NOC from your home loan, simple. Entire process is simple, stable, and interoperable. That's what I would say. We can. Okay, now there was DPI. There was a problem. Would banks have doubled up to take this to the customer? May or may not, right? Because we had our own challenges. I was working in a bigger bank before this. IDFC is a very growing and very agile bank. We really do not work like a bank. We really work like a very fast and agile fintech for that matter. But a bigger bank has its own set of problems and challenges, right? It's very difficult for them to open a set of APIs outside. So what did the IT industry do? The IT industry started setting up API gateways and API platforms. There were startups who said, you know what? You have a regulatory pressure. You take care of the regulation. I will take care of the customer experience. And now it's reached a stage where we are saying, hey, you know what? I want to copy your customer experience. So the banks have started. So the banks have positions like how I forgot her name. She was from Barclays. She mentioned that we have technology people on the board. The bank have customer experience positions, which basically helps us understand that, you know what is the, I mean, earlier we used to measure API turnarounds. Now we're measuring customer turnaround. if 5 APIs will have to be called to give a response to the customer, how long does the customer have to wait? Right? So we are also learning, but our learning has taken a little bit longer. People like fintechs, people like technology companies have really helped us take this to the market faster than we expected. I think Anukriti or somebody had a question on adoption in the previous. So the adoption has also happened because you're really able to see what somebody told you that you will see, right? That's when adoption happens. So we can move to the next slide. Okay. Now, in all this is very, very, very productive work done by our regulator, because they said the digital public infrastructure is backed by us. You can use it. You can give consent. I have verified your consent logs. I am certifying the phone pays and the Google pays of the world every year to make sure that they do not misuse information. They have provided regulatory sandbox for us, right? For example, our bank has done multiple regulatory projects with the regulator very recently. The central bank digital currency is one of them, right? No other bank in the world, no other central bank in the world has taken this to the scale, right? Yeah, we did have a worry as to why UPI and why CBDC, etc. But then there is debit card, there is credit card, there is UPI, there is CBDC. In India, the customer decides what he or she wants to do, and there are innovations around everything, right? So regulatory sandbox, right, allows you to pilot a project, take a regulator's blessing, and go to market. Extremely important. Look at how they have unlocked their thoughts. Like how I said, I have unlocked a thought as a banker to look at alternate data models. Look at what the regulator has done. They have really, really been able to unlock their thoughts, right? Now we said, I will give you credit card. And there is a POS terminal. There are about 60% of the MSMEs who do not have a POS terminal, because POS terminal comes at a cost, but they have a QR. So the regulator came and said, you know what, I will allow your credit card to be linked to a UPI. So suddenly what happens for a banker, my card gets discovered on a non-POS terminal because the customer is able to pay. And for that guy, oh, I don't need to purchase a POS. So the regulator has given us a lot of policies and permissions to really do what we are doing at scale. Otherwise, there would always be an apprehension, because finally banks are the custodian of KYC and information, right? So if something goes wrong, we just get called, and it's not right. So their blessing has been there through and through. We'll go to the next slide. How am I doing on time? Am I okay? Okay. Okay. So again, you sat with the fintechs, right? So you really know what they do. And if you look at India versus global, the time taken for an Indian fintech to raise multiple series of funding has been broadly similar, right? Though that time when they started raising the funding, they would not have had the best of technology. Here, people were still going to Silicon Valley to copy technology, but this is the other way around. The entire G20 piece, right? We have been telling them, we are going and giving our UPI to various parts of the country. It's not happening the other way around, right? So access to the regulatory stance, high adoption, and the enablers have helped these people do what they do today with a lot of finesse and a lot of scale. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. Okay. So it's enabling them to give tailor-made products for MSME, which MSME as an example for underwriting. We have people who help us study alternate models, right? Let's say, for example, there's unstructured data, right? We spoke about, let's say, a payment fintech and probably a bank. Look at the people who enable all this. So it's given birth to a huge amount of innovation in surround areas also, right? You have people who only specialize in fraud monitoring. You have fintechs who only specialize in converting alternate data into structured data and giving it to the bank so that the API of the bank can quickly absorb the structured data. We have fintechs who only provide financial literacy, because awareness is a big story in this, right? So we tie up with a lot of fintechs only to say, usko educate karo, and educate them in their vernacular language, give them videos, do this. So there are multiple offerings that has been done, and it's not just one segment, it's given birth to multiple kinds of segments in the entire ecosystem. We can go to the next slide. Now, I give you payments as an example, right? You said digital payment. Look at the branches it has got. You have fintechs and fraud analytics. You have fintechs only selling soft POS. Soft POS is that wo leke jate hain na mobile. That's soft POS. You have fintechs only selling hard POS. I've not covered a few of them. You have fintechs only selling Soundbox, right? You have payment aggregators. You have cards. In cards, you have multiple kinds of cards. NCMC is a card. There's a corporate card. There's every single thing. Fintechs have seen the opportunity. Banks have seen the opportunity. It's given birth to a buzzing economy, right? So the cascading effects of this has been extremely good. We can move to the next slide, Abhilash. Yeah. So in 2008, and this was a slide which Mr. Nandan presented in one of his recent meetings, that apparently we were the most unbanked. And in 2019, BIS said what India did would have taken 47 years for any other traditional country. Imagine 47 years and 9 years, right? Just cut it by 1/4. I remember, my brother lives in the US. When he was here post-COVID, he said, the guy in the temple who sells the, things that you take it for seva and all, he has a QR. I said, we also have people who take donations and charity outside the temple having a QR, right? So it is such a convenient thing. It's such a big thing, yeah. We do not realize it because we are here, right? Very recently, our bank had the opportunity of launching UPI for foreign nationals, and we were in one of the G20 summits in Bangalore. So we put up a kiosk where a few foreign nationals had come to experience our product. This person was a financial controller of some very big country. I don't want to name the country specifically. And we made him do his first UPI transaction as a foreign national. What was it? You are coming to India. In a Forex counter, you take cash. We're telling you don't take cash, load it into a wallet, attach a UPI to a wallet, pay. The day you go back, go to the same Forex, redeem your e-cash into physical Forex money of dollars or whatever and go away. This is a simple thing. Those people were amazed by the fact that we were able to, one, load a wallet on the fly. He purchased stuff on the fly. In fact, curiously, last month he sent a mail to one of my team members saying that, you know what, I came back, now I'm not able to do a transaction. Then we realized he was doing a P2P transaction. We don't allow P2P transactions. We wrote it back to him saying, Sir, you're doing a transaction, you're paying another person. We do not allow this. We only, because obviously we'll have to have guards around what we are launching, right? But people are amazed by what we are doing, right? We go to the next one. Again, like I told you, it's wrong to compare the days when I joined workforce, but even in the last 10 years or 4 years, I don't think 3 or 4 IPLs ago, people were consuming it in smartphone as much. You guys would have been in school by then. So, but now it is smartphone content. Geo was the most used in the current IPL also is what I understand, right? So yeah, go ahead. Again, most of us save a lot of time by using the Digi Yatra in the airports. It's enabled in 5 or 6 airports. And you know what I like the most? I was checking into Hyderabad airport a few weeks ago. And they have a Digi Yatra counter. 4 people manning the counter to help you download. They still know that India needs a little bit of assistance, right? So very, very, and then once they do it, then we are okay. Then we move on. So it's a very nice gesture by the government to say, you do it on your own, but I'm just looking. We see it even in the airport boarding pass generation kiosks, right? So I think there's a required amount of spoon feeding that happens, and then adoption takes over. Payments, we just spoke about it, so I'm not going to talk about it again, but we are getting into an era, and our bank is one of the empaneled banks to provide that. Hopefully we will showcase it in the FinTech Festival in September, where we're going to give payments, CBDC payments with offline capability, right? So again, in RBI had put up a sandbox, we applied for it, and if it works, it's at scale. So tomorrow you can do an Indigo in-flight purchase using a UPI. So that's the point, right? Next one. FASTag. All of us, I mean, first they said, please give. Then they said, I give you a separate line. Then they said, you know what? You don't have a FASTag, don't come. Very, very slow and progressive, but very assertive. More than anything, right? It saves fuel. It saves waiting time. Everything. I mean, if you look at it from a banker's lens, the money that you pay here, somebody will take it. That boy will have to give you the change. He would have collected lakhs of money. He will go and deposit it somewhere. There is no bank close to a FASTag toll booth. The guy goes and deposits, he needs an escort. Because he goes and deposits, that toll guy will have to pay insurance for the money because he doesn't know there could be loss in transit. Look at the amount of inefficiencies it has unlocked. Just one simple thing. And same thing can be said about the previous slides also, right? Go ahead. So all of them, all the DPIs have reached scale. There were various inflection points. I think demonetization was an important turning point. COVID was a very, very important turning point. And multiple things, multiple interventions. You know, digital payments, if I remember right, there was a time when, to be very honest, whether you do a 20 rupee payment or a 2000 rupee payment, right? The infra at the bank is not going to be any less because it's a transaction. So we cried because we saying making it free. The government said, I'll give it 25 paise. Who does this, right? Such a forthcoming policy, such forthcoming regulators. And then we said, okay, we don't need to make money out of you making a payment. I just need to cover for my cost. Finally, we have shareholders, all banks have to show a profit. So the entire process of taking it to the consumer was smoothened further, and government intervenes at every point. So we get pulled up for not meeting our digital targets. There are very simple things like digital scorecard that MITI publishes for every single bank in the country, every single bank across multiple metrics. And there was a metric, if I remember right, 8 or 9 years ago, or maybe 5 years ago, which said how many POS terminals did you put in a state in East? I don't remember which state it was, because we realized that people were not doing it in some pockets. So they started giving those pockets as specific targets to banks. Look at the amount of survey and research and study that they do to make sure that only the banked are not banked and the unbanked also get the merit. So it's a multiple things coming together is what I would say. Okay. That brings me to the last slide. I think we are the only country in the world who are putting up population scale APIs. We've given room for innovation like there's no tomorrow. There are multiple things, multiple innovations. You will see dozens of fintechs coming up with ideas. You will see dozens of people coming up with ideas. And the only reason why, all of you all should continue to get inspired by this is because your ability to think no, see, as a consumer, every single thing was a pain point for us. which this DPI has solved, right? Right from carrying to tons of papers to prove your identity. Payments was one very, very important inflection point, which really touches me as a professional also, because I work on the payment space a lot. So I think, to be very honest, I did not expect that the QR acceptance will go to the last mile so soon. I didn't expect. I thought the merchants will still wonder, will I get my money? Right? And I guess, like I said, it's a lot of government trust, it's a lot of fintech doing the education. Acquiring even a Kirana store for a QR is not an easy job. You know, phone pays and Google pays would have done really a lot of hard work. And of course, banks also acquire. I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying you will still find a QR, right? The guy will first say, "Kyun chahiye mujhe ye?" Right? So that last mile acceptance of this, that there is trust, the money will come to me, is a big deal. I guess that's for me personally, I get fascinated when I see, people who ask for, they clean the cars in the signal, right? They carry QRs. I feel very fascinated seeing that, saying that there was a time when I got into a taxi and I did not have change. I was running out of battery. I told him I don't have change. He said, "You take my number, you pay me later. I will give you change of 500 rupees, 500 rupees now. You pay me for the taxi and the money later." So the guy gave me cash and he said, "You give me a digital payment instead." He said, "Don't give me 500 rupee note. I will give you 500 rupees. You give me that money digitally later." So these are all small, very touching things that, people, it's important for them to receive what you give in a very trusted manner. I think that's touched me the most.
Yes, Rishi.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi.
Rishi this side. Thank you for an insightful session. Ma'am, I need to ask a question about the changing environment in the world. It's like the UPI transaction is increasing year on year, and most of the countries are also buying this technology from India. Do you think UPI has the potential to replace the SWIFT system at certain point of time?
Replace what?
SWIFT system.
The central bank is already talking about that. So one of the important use cases of the central bank digital currency is actually to look at cross-border remittances. While CBDC has been made as a local pilot, and our bank was one of the first in the first cohort, we were one of the 3 banks who was selected for the pilot. It's got a beautiful blockchain technology behind it, and it allows the user to transfer cash digitally. For you and me, it will look like UPI hi hai. There's nothing different. But the important power of that is to transfer money abroad. Because in India, you still get a real-time settlement in some form or the other. When you send money abroad or when you receive money from abroad, you do not get it. But right now, the only challenge or the unlock that is going to that should happen there is there will still have to be a bilateral between one country with another country, saying that I will honor your India CBDC from your blockchain to my blockchain. I guess that's something that the government is already working towards. If I'm not wrong, they've already tied up with one country. I don't remember which one. It was out on the press a few weeks ago. But yes, the CBDC has got the potential to, I would say, work along with. I don't think in India so far, right? No technologies, no instrument has completely replaced another instrument. Yeah, debit card share has gone down, UPI has gone up, but debit cards have not gone away. The consumer in his mind is really sorted, yeah, where I want to use what. If I still go, I work, UPI is my job definition, but if I go to a Chroma and I buy a high ticket consumer durable, I use a credit card because I get reward points. If I go to a chai wala, I give him this because I think usko kyun MDR spend karna hai. So we are sorted. It will, I replace is a wrong word, it will complement. I'm sure it will. Yeah. Yes, they've signed a bilateral with it. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Due to time constraints, we have to restrict the questions here. I think we can take up the questions in the second half. We'll definitely start with you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor. Thanks a lot.
We express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker, Ms. Lalita Natraj, for her profound insights into the ever-changing banking industry and its various aspects. Ma'am, Your in-depth exploration of different dimensions of banking, including DPIS, ONDC, and initiatives like DG Yatra, showcased the remarkable strides taken in adopting fintech solutions in our country. Your valuable perspectives have undoubtedly enriched our understanding of the evolving landscape of banking and technology. Thank you for being such a valuable addition to this conclave. I now request Professor Sarangi to please felicitate ma'am with a token of gift. Sir, kindly stay back. Sir. I also now request Professor Sarangi to felicitate Deepika Mahajan ma'am. In conclusion, we have been privileged to hear from such insightful and accomplished speakers who have broadened our insights. The lessons learned here will undoubtedly guide us as we navigate the dynamic landscape of finance and technology. Once again, our sincere thanks to all the speakers for their enlightening talks and to each one of you for being a part of this conclave. Let us move forward armed with newfound knowledge and determination to conquer new heights in the world of finance and technology. Thank you. Before moving into the further course of events, we would now be capturing a group photograph. But before that, we would like to have a photograph with the speakers. And after the photograph, we will break for the lunch, and which will be served for the guests in IC. Kindly come back by 2:10 because we are breaking it for 1 hour. Thank you so much. Everyone, please gather outside LC staircase. We will have a group photograph. Thank you. Make it fast.
So we want to answer.
Conclave organized by XLRI Jamshedpur, it is my privilege and honor to welcome you all to the second half of this enlightening session. My name is Pranav Verma, and I'm sharing this dais with my colleague, Isha Tiwari. For the second half of the session, we have yet another exceptional lineup of distinguished guests, and it gives us immense pleasure to host this segment for you. But before we could begin, I would like to invite Professor Kanagraj to extend a warm welcome to all our guests on behalf of the institution by presenting them with a bouquet. Yeah. We'd first like to welcome Mr. Venkat Ram Jayanti, MD and CEO of India Post Payments Bank. A very warm welcome to Mr. Rajesh Ranjan, Partner and Global Head, BPS at Everest Group. Mr. Rajesh Ranjan is not there. Okay. We extend a warm welcome to Dr. Ramesh Darba, General Manager, Country Head India and Global Partner Success at Backbase. Welcoming Professor Shilpa S. Santwani, Managing Director, India Head of IT Productions Management at State Street. A very warm welcome to Mr. Vaibhav Lodha, co-founder and CBO at FitCash. Mr. Vamsi Madhav, Chief Operating Officer and founding member of Sehmati. We welcome you, sir. Thank you, Professor. We now move straight to introducing our first guest for this segment. With over 24 years of invaluable experience in various facets of banking, our esteemed guest has undoubtedly left a lasting impression on the industry. He's a visionary leader, a strategist, and a pioneer in the realm of digital financial services. His journey has been characterized by a deep understanding of technology as an enabler, empowering him to spearhead the launch of new businesses and leverage innovation to drive revenue and enhance client experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that we extend a warm welcome to Mr. Venkat Ram Jayanti, the MD and CEO of India Post Payments Bank. We are truly fortunate to have you here, sir.
Mr. Venkatram Jayanti graduated in Mathematics and Economics from Osmania University and completed the Executive Management Program from Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. He's been at the forefront of leveraging fintech and digital-led innovations to create a positive impact, ensuring that the benefits of financial services reach even the farthest corners of our nation. It is inspiring to witness his dedication to making a difference and his commitment to driving change in complex and challenging environments. Today, we find ourselves standing at the cusp of a digital revolution that has the potential to empower millions, uplift communities, and fuel economic growth. With a focus on reaching the last mile, digital financial services have the capacity to bring the unbanked and underserved into the formal financial system, offering them access to credit, savings, insurance, and a plethora of other financial products and services. As we delve deeper into this discussion, we hope to gain insights into the strategies, challenges, and opportunities that lie ahead in this dynamic landscape. Without further ado, I kindly request Mr. Venkatram Jayanti to join us on the dais and share his invaluable insights on the relevance of digital financial services for the last mile. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Okay. This way, right?
Yes. So first of all, thank you so much, XLRI, for giving me this wonderful opportunity of addressing this batch. I know I'm addressing post-lunch session. It's always a heavy session. I don't want to bore you with too much of gyan. I would want to make this as much attractive as possible. But before that, I would like to cover a few areas of digital public infrastructure. I'm sure a lot of you would have got understanding about digital public infrastructure, but in order to just set the context of how digital public infrastructure has helped enabling financial services at the last mile, possibly that's one area where I would like to cover. So if you look at the way digital public infrastructure got developed in the country, it all started, say, with digital identity, the Aadhaar. This one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it all started with Aadhaar, which is the digital identity layer. And that actually enabled two major aspects. One is it helped in terms of identifying the person. Second, it helped in terms of authenticating the transaction. So digital public infrastructure has helped to offer various financial services in the last mile. And apart from that, what really helped along with digital public infrastructure is the penetration of mobile. We all know how the mobile penetration happened in the past decade. And with the increase in number of mobile connections, people were able to utilize not only data, but also the voice calls. And this helped in penetration of accounts. So this led to identity, offering digital identity as a service. And not only this, what really added to the extension of financial services is the policy push. When there was a challenge of financial inclusion in the country, the first and foremost thing was, how do we open accounts of these customers? It cannot be a paper-based process. So which is where digital identity has indeed helped in opening of these bank accounts. And first and foremost is about how the Jan Dhan helped. You all know about Jan Dhan, Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana. So it's a mass movement where bank accounts got opened. Now, opening of bank accounts alone cannot solve the problem, right? So the second option is, how do we make these accounts active? So there came the aspect of direct benefit transfer, where routing of these direct benefit transfers through the accounts have indeed made the accounts useful. That is number two. Number three is, how do you create accessibility for these account holders? So their creation of more and more access points, that is by opening of banking licenses, where you have differentiated banking licensing norms, has kicked in by giving licenses to new entities like telecom players, including India Post, for extension of various services. So a combination of this has actually solved the problem of financial inclusion. Now, apart from these areas, the other aspect which indeed helped about interoperability. So the principle of interoperability is actually embedded in the whole aspect of digital public infrastructure. When I say interoperability, it is like various products, whether it is Aadhaar-enabled payment system, or your immediate payment system, or your APBS, where using Aadhaar bridge, various DBT benefits have been provided to the customers. So this also helped in terms of promoting financial inclusion. So you look at this particular flow where the DBT transaction flow, how the DBT transaction flow happens using Aadhaar payment bridge. Now, earlier, when this kind of payment used to happen, there used to be a delay. as far as the receipt of this money is concerned by the end beneficiaries. And not only that, by using this sort of infrastructure, almost an amount of 10 to 20,000 crores used to get saved. And the amount of money that used to get disbursed as a part of various such schemes used to be in the range of 2 to 3 trillion annually. And how this Aadhaar-enabled payment system has actually helped in making the whole infrastructure interoperable is that, one, a system which enables people to receive money directly into their bank accounts. Second, to provide access to these bank accounts. So for that, an infrastructure of interoperable business correspondent network was required. So AEPS indeed has given a new business model where a lot of business correspondents has proliferated in the rural areas, including the network that we have from Department of Post. And using that, people were able to withdraw money from their bank accounts. And that's where AEPS helped. And the other important and biggest use case, which really helped the financial services for the last mile, is a lot of migrant labor who migrate to cities for the work had difficulty in sending money back home. So the easiest way of doing this was again through using this digital public infrastructure, wherein using products like IMPS and UPI, these migrant labor through agent network were able to send money back home. So it was a combination of agents both in urban areas and as well as in rural areas who were able to provide the services using this digital public infrastructure. So in a way, if you can relate that how digital public infrastructure helped in promotion of these financial services is, first and foremost thing, this has made the financial services completely paperless, right from account opening to the transactions. Now, as far as transactions are concerned, there again, you don't require to use any sort of paper. So all that you require is your mobile phone, maybe for the purpose of OTP or for the purpose of authenticating your transactions. Other than that, you simply use your digital identity or Aadhaar authentication for authenticating the transaction. That's it. So that way, the services, the number of services that were involved in using this entire digital public infrastructure were only increasing day to day. And I can also tell you some of the use cases which we at India Post were able to offer. I mean, if you look at some of these photographs, one is that we are able to offer these services right at the doorstep. I mean, this would not have been possible without the kind of infrastructure that we have today. So that's where, whether it is provision of services like a digital life certificate, where senior citizens who were supposed to authenticate themselves by going to a bank for getting pension services were able to use this kind of digital public infrastructure with assisted service that is provided at the doorstep. And with a combination of these two, they were able to complete this particular activity without going through the hassles of all the way going to a bank branch and completing this. That was one of the advantage. The other advantage is where for farmers, and there is a PM Kisan Yojana where almost every 2 months there is a disbursement. I mean, every 3 months there's a disbursement directly into the accounts of farmers. Now, this also requires once in a year re-registration, and this again requires some sort of digital ID authentication, and that is enabled by again Aadhaar. So a combination of all of these services today were able to be delivered by using this digital public infrastructure. And I'm sure with UPI, you must have known the kind of services, the kind of innovations that happened using the UPI stack, and the number of fintechs that were able to grow using UPI that requires no mention. So in the context of the digital financial services at the last mile, one, we were able to increase the speed and improve the scale. So the amount of time that goes into opening of a bank account, which otherwise used to take days together, today it is only a matter of seconds. So this indeed helped us in opening almost 7 million accounts over a period of just 3 years. So that's the kind of scale that you can bring in by using this digital public infrastructure. So these are some of the snippets where you can see that, how the kind of services that we deliver using the digital public infrastructure. So in our case, the digital infrastructure is very simple: a mobile phone and a biometric reader. That's it. And postman carries this to village, offering these services, whether it is opening of bank account or giving any sort of transactions. He carries some cash in his hand, and then that's it. He is like a walking ATM. Chalta firta ATM. So that's how these services are rendered. And because of the ubiquitous nature of whatever that we are offering today, like the mobile phone has an app. It's a simple Android app, and you can port as many number of services as you want. So today we are in a position to add more and more services. It could be a combination of financial services or non-financial services. So all of these are together being offered by a postman. Now, what are the future benefits of this particular public infrastructure? One is that we were able to unlock value using this digital public infrastructure, number one. And number two, we were able to solve some of the problems which remain unsolved for long. So if you look at the kind of achievements that we have seen in the area of financial inclusion, is these are the two top of the mind points. So third most important piece is that what is the problem to be solved using this DPI? I think the biggest problem that we can solve for ourselves is the credit. And thanks to Sahamati, the account aggregator network, we are quite bullish when it comes to, because this is the latest addition to the India stack. Because one of the challenges that we have seen, especially the segment of customers that we deal with, is that they don't have data. Unlike you and me, they don't have the kind of transaction data. So only over a period of time, we have seen that, yes, some transaction data is getting built up. And that transaction pertains to some DBT benefits coming as a credit, and they're withdrawing it in the form of a cash, or maybe they're using this for some sort of a digital payment. It could be for entertainment, it could be for bill, or it could be for anything. But however, what can add value to the data, what they already possess, is that gathering additional information. Maybe we, being there at the last mile, can actually gather the data. And ultimately, this data can be utilized for taking some sort of credit call. So which means whatever that is required for underwriting as a means of alternative underwriting, I think that kind of data can be generated through this medium, because we have all the digital means to gather that data. Now, what kind of services that we can provide in future using this kind of infrastructure is providing small value credit. I think if you look at till now, providing small value credits is not possible, because the cost of delivery of the small value credit is very, very high. So that's one of the primary reasons why not many financial institutions are able to offer these services. Now, today, the kind of infrastructure that we have created, so one is there is a digital infrastructure. The other is you have a physical infrastructure, which is a combination of what agent network plus bank branches and things like that. So you have both the infrastructures. Now, how do you utilize this common infrastructure? So earlier, every institution used to create a siloed nature of technology platform. Now that has been made interoperable thanks to the public infrastructure that the country has created. So any bank can cater to any bank customer, like how we are using ATMs. So with the common physical infrastructure and the common digital infrastructure, can we solve the longest unsolved problem of small value credit to the person who is there in the last mile? For example, there could be some emergency at the home. Now today, largely these people are dependent on money lenders. Now, what if there can be a pre-approved credit? Say he has a pre-approved credit basis his transaction data of whatever benefit that he's been getting from the government and whatever little savings that he does. So basis that if he has got a pre-approved credit of say 10,000 or 20,000 rupees, can it not solve his problem of having an emergency credit as and when he requires. It could be medical emergency or it could be any other emergency. So I think that is the kind of problems that we can solve using this public as well as physical infrastructure. So what we talk about is, digital public infrastructure, but I would say that a public infrastructure or digital infrastructure would not be of much use if you don't have a service infrastructure. So it's a combination of both physical as well as digital, or you can say that physical infrastructure. So that's what will really solve the problem. And that is where we are looking forward in terms of creating more data, because the result of this DPI is that we are able to create more data for these unbanked and underbanked customers. Now we are talking about underserved customers as far as credit is concerned. So like yesterday I was reading, there was almost 120 million or 150 million unserved credit customers. Now, how do you meet that market demand? That market demand can only be met by probably innovating some of the product processes, and at the same time building some of the infrastructure that we have already created, or probably consolidating on the infrastructure that we have created. So this is one of the major challenge that can be solved. The credit can be solved using the physical infrastructure that we have created so far. And I'm bullish that the initiatives that are being taken, especially with the India Stack, and with the kind of initiatives that are being taken by both enabling regulation and as well as the government, that should largely solve the problem. And the other important fact is that, can government support these sort of initiatives? Like we've seen the success of emergency or the ECLGS, like credit guarantee scheme given during the credit. So for this sort of customer segment, if government can give some sort of credit guarantee, maybe more and more financial institutions will also participate. So enabling regulation, policy push, and push from the government, plus technology can, obviously solve various problems for the country using the physical infrastructure. So now I would open the forum for questions. I'm sure you will have a lot of doubts, and I'm happy to clear your doubts as far as whatever that we do in the field.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for gracing us with the knowledge that you've shared with us. However, we will definitely open the floor for a few questions. So I request, if you have any questions, please raise your hands. Our volunteers will come and they'll share the mic with you. Okay. So Ajay, if you could go first, please.
Sure. Hello. So first of all, thank you for the valuable insights. So I am Ajay Bajaj. Small query actually. So what we could understand from the presentation was you're touching the last mile, and there must be users who are not very much literate or aware about the digital aspects of the transactions. How do you take care of the financial literacy of those customers?
Oh, excellent. Sorry, I have not covered that problem. See, there is no end for financial literacy as far as financial literacy are concerned. See, the time when we started the whole program, financial literacy used to be very, very basic. It's all about, why to open a bank account and what are the utilization or utilities of opening a bank account. It was all about that. Rendering financial literacy is definitely a challenge, but the way we went about giving this literacy is that train the trainer model, where you have a set of individuals who are already working on the field. And also you will have to have some sort of a format where you conduct definite camps across various clusters of villages, maybe engage the local leader like the Panchayat Sarpanch, and using their support, create some sort of a camp. And I myself have participated in some of the camps, where we rendered financial literacy to some of the women who have never opened a bank account. Why? Because they were not having a mobile phone of their own. So they use one of the mobile phones which is there in their household, and they use that mobile number for seeding into their account, apart from Aadhaar. So that is one part of financial literacy. And financial literacy is a continuous process. Like today, I think the biggest problem that every one of us is facing is on the frauds that are taking place, where people are being called or made to believe that, you have to do some linkage or you have to make some change in your account. And that's actually taking away a lot of their hard-earned money. So it's about creating awareness on frauds, where creating that awareness that should not share your passwords, you should not share your account credentials. Unfortunately, we don't know how the fraudsters get hold of the data, but they are getting hold of the complete data of customers. So that is also one critical element of financial literacy. So it's a continuous process, but the more seriousness that you bring in imparting this financial literacy, the better it is. That has indeed given us very good results. And it is important that we engage somebody from the local community for imparting this. And in our case, since our Gramin Dak Sevak, the postman from local community, he can speak the local dialect and then impart this financial literacy.
Thank you so much, sir.
Do we have any more questions?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Vanshdeep Singh Rathod. I'm operations and management professional from the Merchant Navy. My question is, how does the implementation of central bank digital currency is helping in building the digital infrastructure?
Do you want to be very, very candid? Okay, I think already we have created a lot of such enablers in the country. One is that as I was trying to give you the list of enablers that we have in place, where every account today, whatever that we have created, the money that is lying is nothing but a digital currency. The only difference between that and this is that instead of your money lying with bank, in case of CBDC, the money lies with Reserve Bank of India. That's the only difference. So the usage and utility of CBDC and a bank account has largely subsided in our context, in our country's context. Whereas other countries where there was no such digital infrastructure, the matter is completely different. But whereas we already created that, so the only use case that probably would be of help for us is the cross-border, where you want to receive money for your export or make payment for your import. I think that's where it will help. Other than that, the number of use cases do not seem to be very, very high, because we've already gone beyond that particular utility through whatever that we have created. And thanks to UPI.
Shatakshi, you can go next. And Rishikesh, I saw you raise your hand, so you can go later.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful insights. So my question to you is that looking ahead, what are your predictions or visions for the future of digital financial services, especially in terms of the role that emerging technologies like ML, AI, and blockchain will be playing in driving financial inclusion and serving the last mile in India?
Okay. I would like to make an exception of the list of technology that you talked about, blockchain. I don't want to touch upon blockchain, but that's again a black box as far as blockchain is concerned. But definitely the first three that you mentioned about AI and ML, that has got a lot to do in solving the problems like credit. Like, as I said, one of the difficult aspects of financial institutions not able to serving the customers on credit is non-availability of data. Today, tons of data is available as far as we are concerned. We do every transaction through bank account, through UPI, plus there are credit rating agencies who are having a hawk eye on whatever that we do, and the ratings are pretty much clear. But whereas for the segment of customers that are probably next 500 million, for them, if at all you want to provide them credit, I think the only solution lies in these emerging technologies. Without these emerging technologies, you'll not be able to solve the problem. And it has a direct impact on your economy. Why it is important? Because we can continue to creditize only those set of customers who have better credit history. that will not solve the problem, because we are gunning for a $5 trillion economy as far as 2025 is concerned. And that can only be possible if you include more and more people into the mainstream credit. And that can only be solved through these sort of technologies. And as I said, it does not end with the financial transaction data. That should also have other qualitative data, which can only be possible with these kind of technologies, where you use some sort of GPS kind of tracing and additional data gathering using AI ML and analyzing those transaction patterns. And not only that, today you are also able to monitor the transaction pattern in the account, like using probably some sort of AI. You can keep an eye on what kind of transactions that are happening in the account. There are some fintechs who have come with the model where they ping the account every week, like what is the balance in that account? Is the balance going up, going down? So for new to credit customers, technology becomes very, very important, because that's what will help you monitor and better your portfolio. That's the way I put it. Paroma.
I just wanted to add one point on the financial literacy question. Who had raised that? You had, right? I don't know if you guys know Venkat and my history, shall we? Yeah, we have history. This is from what, 2012, 2013?
Yeah.
Yes. 2012, 2013, I was telling you the example of Airtel Money, right? I was now visualized 10 years ago. Okay, this is Hindi movie flashback. I look 10 years younger. This kind of like you guys.
Yeah,
He looks 10 years younger.
She's looking much younger now.
Thank you. That's for the comment. Like I told you, was driving the business for Airtel Money. He used to be heading financial inclusion for Axis Bank at that time. And Axis Bank was my banking partner, right? Now I am this young girl who has this brilliant idea, who's created this product solution where the mobile phone of that time can be used to send and receive money. Now go to these villages, the one that he's talking about, the villages, the pictures he just showed you. You think they'd believe me? Now you know why I needed someone like him. Now you can visualize. Okay, he came from the bank. We have done Eastern UP and Bihar together. The number of districts and villages. Yeah, so he was the mail company to scare off anybody who had any other intentions when we were traveling around Eastern UP and Bihar. No, you wouldn't believe it. We used to have a gun in our car when we would travel. It was that era, right? We would go there. It's actually pretty interesting. 10 years later, we're on the same podium addressing you guys. The last time we addressed a group together was Axis Bank branch managers. We actually got all 2013. We got all the branch managers from UP and Bihar together. And I pitched them the product that, you know what, we're creating this solution where you can use mobile phones to send and receive money. The incredulity on the faces of the branch managers is also still embedded in my memory. This gentleman from Axis Bank pitched in to go and say, yes, whatever this girl is saying is true. We're actually making that happen. And that was the start. We then got all of these branch managers. We demoed to them that it can really happen. He and I sent money to each other to demo that, remember?
Yeah.
From our phones. And then those branch managers became evangelists to go around their respective areas across the state to spread the word. And we did the same thing. The camps that he's talking about, financial literacy camps, we have attended so many camps together where even the villages, the ladies he's talking about, the ones that I mentioned earlier in the day, we would actually do that together. I would present it, everybody would look incredulously, then this man would step in and say, yes, I am from the bank with my tag. We're really making it possible. And that was the start of demonstrating financial literacy to people. And now look where we are. And in that journey, yeah, actually, just pause, look where we are. But in that journey, I'll tell you something else. While you raised the phrase financial literacy, there is another phrase right now which I favor, tech literacy. If you look at India right now, a lot of people may not be literate by the sense of the term to be able to read and write and have financial literacy from that lens. But you look at tech literacy, it's skyrocketed. I'll give you an example with some of you from the placement committee I was sharing with during lunch, right? Rahul, you were there. My own domestic help, she's illiterate, right? Doesn't know a word of, cannot identify a letter in Hindi or any other language. She orders, while I am here, she's ordering grocery on Big Basket, making payment for that using Google Pay. So look at her level of tech savviness, where she's able to conduct all financial transactions, even though she is not literate by typical literacy standards. And that, young ladies and gentlemen, is the revolution that's happening silently in India. There's a leapfrogging of tech literacy. And what's the funny part about that?
GPay.
Somebody just did a Google Pay transaction. There you go. Okay, but yeah, tech literacy is leapfrogging way beyond what typical financial literacy was. And that is what is transforming the nature and fabric of India. That's what we have dedicated our lives in various capacities, all the people that you've heard today doing. And given that this is such a landmark moment where we're jointly addressing a set of people, this had better be historic as well. So the batch of XLRI Executive MBA 2024, you guys know where you have to make a mark now for the sake of Venkat and me. Okay, thank you. And back to you, Venkat.
Thank you, ma'am. We have time for one last question, if anyone has.
Yeah, sorry, I took the mic from you.
Okay, Rohit.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the knowledge. So thank you, sir, for having this session. I'm Rohit Kumar. I come from oil and gas background. What I want to know is that what we understood is that one important implication of this last mile is that we can give credit on very small amounts, right? But we also said that this service, adding service to the technology through this postman is also very critical because they enable a lot of things like financial literacy, but that also adds to the cost of credit. So is there any, is that adding to the challenge, or how are we tackling that?
Okay, it's not really adding too much of cost because it's a sunk cost, right? Having a postman or any agent in the village is a done thing. So he's there for probably 10 different things. If you add one more, it's not going to add too much of cost except for the variable cost. So for me, which means if you want to provide that service, definitely you have to provide him some sort of an incentive. And as long as that service is driven by incentive, there should not be any problem. Otherwise, for banks, especially the rural branches, before India Post became a bank, there were 30,000 rural branches. And the moment the post got converted into a bank, the number of rural branches went up from 30,000 to 150,000. So it's a 5x conversion. So which means you have to have some sort of representation there. So that's what I call what is common physical infrastructure. Because today with the help of technology, you can use any outlet which is there in rural area, because it's not necessary that every bank set up their shop in a village where there are only 200 households. It is not cost effective, right? So use that common infrastructure, utilize technology, and then add as many services as you want. And if some customer wants to take service from X bank, as long as you want to provide service from, say, one institution, it is up to the customer. You want to win the customer, then no problem, you provide that service. So that's the beauty of democratization that we've achieved through our digital public infrastructure, right? You have that choice. Today, you are no more forced to use your own bank's mobile banking app, isn't it? Today, every one of us is using some Google Pay or some other pay. Why? Because it has certain advantages. And that's how the system is designed. So the system has been designed with democratic principles, and the same principles percolate down till the last mile. As long as it gets percolated down till the last mile, there should not be any problem. So no bank should feel uncomfortable by going through a common infrastructure. As long as customer is convinced, there should not be any problem. And that's what we've seen with aggregated platforms like Paisa Bazaar or Bank Bazaar, where every bank is on equal footing. So it's up to the customer whether he chooses you or not. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, sir. We are truly indebted to you for your invaluable insights and shedding light on the transformative power of digital innovations in the realm of financial inclusion. I now invite Professor Sarangi to present a token of our thanks and appreciation to you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are now eager to continue our exploration of the digital landscape as we delve deeper into the panel discussion surrounding the Indian digital economy, the golden age of India. India's digital economy has witnessed a remarkable surge in recent years, fueled by technological advancements, widespread internet penetration, and visionary policies. We find ourselves at the threshold of unprecedented growth, where digitalization is reshaping industries, empowering businesses, and enhancing the lives of citizens. In this panel discussion, we'll have the privilege of hearing from experts who have been instrumental in shaping India's digital landscape. Our esteemed panelists will provide us with unique perspectives on the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, the role of digital transformation in economic growth, and how India can harness its digital potential to become a global leader in the digital era. Before we launch ourselves into exploring the pivotal role that innovation, entrepreneurship, and collaboration play in accelerating India's digital economy, allow us to introduce to you our esteemed panelists in the evening.
Welcoming Rajesh Ranjan sir on the stage. A versatile business professional leading Everest Group's Business Process Services, BPS, syndicated and advisory practices. He has a background as a software engineer at Infosys and strategic roles at Wipro Technologies. He now excels as a partner and global head, BPS, at Everest Group, overseeing revenue growth, client relationships, market influence, and talent mentorship. His profound expertise has earned him invitations to speak at esteemed industry forums where his ideas continue to inspire and transform. Sir, we are happy to have you here with us today. Introducing Dr. Ramesh Darba on the stage. He's a global business professional with over 2 decades of experience in banking, financial services, and insurance. A renowned guest speaker at top B schools, he has worked with esteemed companies like Cognizant, Oracle, and Capgemini. Currently, as General Manager, Country Head India, and Global Partner Success at Backbase, he drives innovation, digital transformation, and organizational growth. Welcome to ReEnvision, sir.
Please welcome our next panelist, Professor Shilpa S. Santhwani, who brings with her 22 years of experience. Professor Shilpa brings with her 22 years of experience in the banking, financial services, and product and service industries. Currently serving as the Managing Director, India Head of IT Production Management at State Street, she is dedicated to driving digital transformation and strategy. Notably, she is also an ambassador for the Save and Educate Girl Child program and actively supports animal welfare. Beyond her professional pursuits, Professor Santhwani enjoys exploring contemporary photography and traveling. It's a pleasure to have you with us, ma'am. Introducing our next panelist, Mr. Vaibhav Lodha, the co-founder and CBO of FT Cash. A pioneering venture that empowers over 60 million underserved micro merchants in India with digital payments and loans, fostering financial inclusion. Recognized by Forbes as one of India's fastest growing fintech companies, FT Cash's success reflects Mr. Lodha's visionary leadership, backed by industry giants like Facebook, PayPal, and MasterCard. With a decade of experience in entrepreneurship, technology, and policy, he has made significant contributions to organizations like the World Bank, XPRIZE, and LGT Venture Philanthropy. His inspiring journey has been featured at prestigious platforms like the Nobel Peace Center, CNN, Forbes, and the World Economic Forum. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
A warm welcome to Mr. Vamsi Madhav, the Chief Operating Officer and founding member of Sehmati. Sehmati, a not-for-profit alliance driving open banking through account aggregator in the financial sector. With expertise in fintech product management, Sir leads Sehmati's programs advocating for AA, providing technical services, and designing regulatory guidelines. Over 2 decades, he has developed award-winning products in core banking, payment systems, and digital financial services, including mobile money. We're delighted to have you here with us today, sir. The vast knowledge, revolutionary insights, and visionary contribution of our panelists to the realm of business process, services, and technology will undoubtedly enrich our discussion and shed light on the opportunities that lie ahead for India's digital future. We now hand it over to our friend and colleague, Uday Kochar, to drive the panel discussion.
Before we start the discussion, I would once again like to thank all our esteemed panelists for gracing us with their presence. I'm sure your presence will enlighten this event, and we all eagerly await the wisdom you will share with us. Our last panel discussion gave us invaluable insights on the topic, is Indian fintech ready to conquer the world? Building on that knowledge, we now shift our focus to another captivating subject, which is Indian digital economy, the golden age of India. So without further ado, let me pose the first question to Dr. Ramesh Darba. Sir, how in your opinion has the rise of digital platforms and online marketplaces in India contributed to the growth of gig economy and entrepreneurship?
Thank you, Uday. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all awake post-lunch, and we will try to make it as interesting as possible. Thank you. I would like to thank XLRI, Professor Sarangi, and the entire team here to have me here. I would have never imagined 20 years back when I was on the other side of the table that we'll be sitting here talking about India as a superpower in the digital space and digital world, where we are in the pole position to have the digital public infrastructure. That calls for a huge round of applause for our country, right? I'm super proud when we talk about this, and now being part of a market leading fintech player like Backbase, it again fills me with pride to answer this question, right? We've seen through the day, we've been hearing how the DPI, the DPGs, and how aspects like the mobile penetration, the Jam, Maja, all of those have had a dramatic impact on our overall digital, call it economy infrastructure, right? If you just probably zero in onto the gig economy and then the entrepreneurship part of it, one staggering number I must start with. I think in 2016, this comes from Niti Aayog's numbers and it's been widely published now. In 2016, there were about 1,000 startups in India. Any guesses how many are there now? Yeah, 90,000 plus, 90x. So we are hitting almost 100,000 startups, out of which there'll be few which will succeed really well. Some will succeed, some will take a little longer. But the fact is, there is immense energy and there is immense excitement around this space in a matter of 7 years, from being somewhere probably outside of the top 10 in the world from a startups and entrepreneurship perspective.
We are now in the top 3 in the world. Who would have thought we'll be probably at a position where we'll maybe overtake China in the coming years, or even get closer to the US in terms of this space. So I think that's the first thing, right? And this has been by and large facilitated by the growth of DPI and the DPGs, as we call them, the digital public goods, right? I don't think any country, I've had the fortune of traveling to many parts of the world, but I don't think any country has done this on a population scale, as we call it. And for us, population scale is not 10 million, not 100 million, it is 1 billion plus. So as young leaders, what's very important for you when you read something or see is what you will do in a class of 100. Think of it, the multiples, and what a government needs to do, what multiple organizations need to do to enable and facilitate a successful ecosystem and environment, right? So I think without any doubt, the startup economy is flourishing in various fields. Talk of financial inclusion, we have some esteemed colleagues, they'll share a lot of it. I'll probably hold back on that. But even if you take an example of how the public infrastructure, which resulted in the startups coming in, which resulted in some astonishing facts and events like a startup launching India's first private rocket. Who would have thought of this, something like this, right? So what I'm trying to emphasize here is it's not just in one field now, it's very holistic. And somebody was talking about, Venkat was talking about how the last mile connectivity is being done. I was part of a lot of government collaborative initiatives, things like blockchain in the state of Telangana, especially where I am based out of. The government department, I'm part of T-Hub, which is the country's largest startup and the world's largest incubation hub, right, in Hyderabad. They have now, the government department is actively implementing blockchain to start putting land records and property records across villages, towns, across the entire state on the blockchain network. Can you believe this happening again in a country like India where, and people are ready to do it. So there is no question of losing their, what do you call, any of their property records, for instance, right? So that's playing out in a big way. Lastly, on the gig economy, another staggering number. Somebody talked about the fact that we probably lost out on the credit card product journey, right? But I think in a way that helped us leapfrog in other areas. It took us 20 years or so to get to 6 million point of sale machines, as they say, credit card. From 2016 to now, I think, or even lesser in 3 years, the QR codes, we had 60 million QR codes in every town, every village, tier 2, tier 3 parts of the country, right? And somebody talked of financial literacy. The QR codes eliminate the need of even financial literacy or someone having to learn, because even without learning today, a pani puri vendor, what do you call, a chai wala or a tapri that we all visit. And yesterday, even in the campus, I was seeing, right, you have a plate of whatever you eat, you just show this. And so I think that's part of the gig economy. We undervalue a lot of what happens there. Right. But today, I think repeatedly it was called out, slowly, silently, and very steadily. It's playing out in a very, I would say, gigantic way in India, and that's contributing to the growth, right? So with that, I'll turn it over to you there.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. That was a very thoughtful analysis of how the digital landscape, business landscape in India is being transformed and how different startups are, being hailed by such transformations. I'll open this question to the panel. If someone in the panel would want to add something to what Dr. Dabas just added, if there's anyone in the panel. Perfect. So moving the conversation further, I'd now like to ask Mr. Vaibhav Lodha. So what is your opinion or take regarding ONDC entering the market and the few fintech companies onboarding? And also for our audience who may not know what ONDC is, the Open Network for Digital Commerce, if you could just shed some light on that topic and then probably give an answer.
Sure. Thanks. How many of you are aware of ONDC, by the way? Okay, so everyone is aware. So I'll not take too much time. But in case if there's anyone who still probably has partial information, I'll just say Open Network for Digital Commerce is basically breaking up an Amazon or a Flipkart into pieces and opening that up as a marketplace by itself, right? So simply said that you can choose that, okay, what are the sellers I want to have on this platform? What things I want to sell on this platform? Which courier or transportation companies I want to use? All of that can be done now as an individual entity. So you can have multiple platforms. That is one way to look at it, right? Now, because it's decentralized, it allows for multiple players to participate rather than one player having the entire control of the entire chain. There are advantages and disadvantages of both. So I wouldn't say that it's the best system out there, because there is also, like, a part in me, I use Amazon a lot, and I feel that there is inherent benefit in a company that has an extremely strong vision of delivering on a particular promise of customer service, and they do that really, really well, right? So obviously they are so customer centric that they try to make sure that every customer interaction that you have is centralized, and then it's in favor of the customer itself. But on the other side, there is other advantages of ONDC also that come into picture. One big advantage is that you don't have a chance of a monopoly itself. So here, what we see is, like, if a new small company wants to get listed on Amazon, right? Typically, they would end up charging them anywhere between 30 to 40% commission for a sale of any product. Now, that's an exorbitant amount, especially for a small company that is just trying to break even to begin with. In that case, ONDC will say that, okay, we'll charge a small percentage here. Usually that varies between 3 to 7 to 10%. And that's a nominal amount, right? Now, with that, the platform can choose other partners also. They don't necessarily have to choose an express breeze or delivery or something else only. They can choose whatever they want to get that out there. That allows to have a customized experience of it. Now, where fintech comes into play here is that suddenly there is Amazon or a Flipkart will not share the seller's data with me directly until unless I have a partnership. Here, I can onboard ourselves on ONDC as a platform itself, where an FT Cash can get onboarded and then access the data of different sellers, and based on that data, even be able to provide them, say, a working capital loan or any short-term capital needs that they have, so that they're able to scale their business better. It could also provide loans to customers or consumers who are consistently buying a lot more, and they have short-term capital needs that work in that space. So I think there is definitely pros and cons of each. I would say that there is some amount of suspicion that you have, because certain elements, when they come from government side of it, right? Until unless there is a wholehearted effort to it, like to centralize it, to make it scale, to have it low cost and work it for free, and especially with big corporates backing it, then it works a lot better. And that we have seen the case with, for example, UPI. With ONDC, I think there will be some sort of levers which will not play, because most of the e-commerce business even today comes from large cities, tier 1 and tier 2 cities. And over there, customers do value convenience a lot. So if you had to break up the consumer or audience of India, right, there is the upper middle class and upper class, which values convenience the most, right? They don't want hassle. They want trust. The second is more middle class or lower middle class, which values value. So they are willing to travel, say, 10 kilometers to buy 2 kgs of tomatoes because they're expensive in the local area they live in, right? And at the same time, there could be a lower middle class or lower class, which values price, that, okay, if tomatoes are 230 rupees today, we will not buy it, right? That's how the Indian consumer is dependent. Now, because most of the e-commerce is coming from the top layer here, which is the prime customers of the country, which is tier 1 and tier 2 cities, they value convenience a lot. And there, I believe that because of their convenience and because of their hooked system to some of the large platforms, there will be certain, obviously, headwinds for an ONDC also to scale to the extent that it hopes to.
Perfect. Thank you for that insightful answer, sir. I'd ask my next question to Mr. Rajesh Ranjan. Sir, it's widely considered that rural India is the real India. Do you think we're in the golden age, considering that a penetration in the rural areas is significantly low?
I'm glad that I'm here. As some of you know, I graduated out of this place way back in 2004. So always good to be coming back and try to imagine, how it felt like sitting on the other side, right? So as we talked about, we're trying to make it interesting as well as insightful and valuable so that you don't doze off or you said, hey, another class, another session, so on and so forth. But coming back to your question, can I challenge the question a bit?
Sure, sir.
Right? Say, hey, it's significantly underpenetrated. I think the last discussion was happening. There are two ways to look at any of these things, right? The glass is half full or glass is half empty. In this case, I would definitely see the glass is half full, right? Because if you even go by the data, the active internet users in rural India is around 400 million compared to around 295 million in the urban. Of course, the population in rural India is much higher, but still takes the penetration to around, I think, somewhere around 45%, 50%, which is not bad at all, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is growing at 30%, right? So that's phenomenal, right? Third is when you start to kind of look at, the way it is getting consumed. Again, we talked about the literacy, financial literacy, we talked about tech literacy, so on and so forth. Clearly from a tech literacy perspective, it is going up significantly. We all know that. In fact, I was talking to a friend of mine, he runs a agri-tech firm, of course, that requires him to kind of, visit a lot of rural places and things like that. And part of that, the name of the company is Unnati. So he visited a place and there was this setup where they're selling fertilizers and all that. And there's this guy, young guy, who was kind of, he's basically son of the retailer, right, who's selling fertilizers. So part of the discussion, there was this investor who was coming along with him, right, to kind of understand what is happening in rural India. Part of that was, of course, he said, yes, of course, you have the Paytms or GPays and all those things. And he was just curious and say, hey, can I look at your mobile to see what other apps do you have? So one of the apps that he saw, which you'll find interesting, is Bumble, right? And, it was very interesting in the sense that he said, hey, actually dating in rural India is pretty difficult, right? But, Bumble is really hot, really, really on there, right? So just a kind of another way to reflect on that. But if you think it the otherwise, again, the extent to which I think people in the past talked about JAM or JAMI, which is, the Jan Dhan Aadhaar, mobile and internet. Of course, we all know the mobile and internet is cheapest in India, and the kind of penetration that is having is phenomenal. Some of the geos and all those things have made a revolutionary change. And of course, there's a lot of transaction is happening in e-commerce on the tier 1, but tier 2, tier 3, that is going again very rapidly, right? And now we have Mishos and others who are really, really targeting. In fact, what is being talked about is the next wave of war that is going to happen among the e-commerce, ONDC, what have you, in the tier 2, tier 3 rural areas, right? So, and then you extend it further, right? In terms of, credit, we talked about it, and we all know, right? Credit is the engine that moves economy, right? And India has a kind of an interesting love affair with credit in the sense that, a lot of times we have this notion growing up, beta udhar mat lena, whatever X and udhar is wrong, but that's wrong, right? We all know that, right? And especially once you start to empower these individuals, which is gig economy, and he was again talking about, right? And part of this is, the farmers who have never accessed it, right? And part of that, it actually comes into notion of, hey, should I do that? But once you have the kind of you have the history, because all these things kind of generate the digital data, and within the transaction flow itself, you can avail the credit, which is the power of BNPL, which is playing out. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, not as analytical as probably I would have loved to, but the point here is, to me, definitely glass is half full, because part of that is what has happened, but part of that is what is happening in terms of the growth, and part of that the possibility and the basic infrastructure, which is already in place and getting better. So, a lot of potential.
Perfect. And if I could just add a cross question to it, how do you think we can penetrate into the rural areas, like say tier 2, tier 3 cities, in a more efficient way? Do you think the governments or the companies are putting in enough systems in place for that to happen?
This is, the question that we need to ask is, okay, again, some of the people prior to that, and I just listened half of it, a partial, talked about the digital infrastructure and physical infrastructure. The way I see it is definitely both of them are coming into play. The other opportunity, big opportunity, if we go to tier 2, tier 3, is also about this the entrepreneurship part of the picture, right? In fact, if you think about it, COVID has been boon in disguise in a very, very significant way, right? Because not only it kind of helped a lot of organizations and a lot of those things kind of move to the digital and all those things. Again, Paytm demonetization also helped, but nonetheless, the other big thing that has happened is a lot of the population who has shifted to tier 2, tier 3 from big cities, right? And they're working in very large organizations, stuff like that. And I know, there's what is called moonlighting and all those things. There's some side hustle that is going on, which also will populate into some of these things. So again, government can do, I think government is doing enough and possibly they can do, but I think the real, catalyst is what people do, and this reverse migration of course, I know there's efforts to come back to the office, but in this hybrid model. But as organizations are expanding significantly in tier 2 or tier 3s, and the talent is kind of moving, I think that is also going to be a big driver, a big catalyst for a brighter future.
Perfect, sir. I think we'd all agree that in this case, the glass is definitely half full. So, sure. Please, sir.
The last part you mentioned, right? And the question that was that is government and companies doing enough to have migration, or rather penetrate in the rural markets? I feel it's actually a big subject of understanding what per capita GDP is. I think the moment per capita GDP increases, right, companies will automatically start finding ways to get in there. Right now, not enough companies push in that direction, because if I had to penetrate from, say, tier 1 and tier 2, right, I get enough business from those cities itself. I don't necessarily need to go to 500 cities in that area, in tier 5 and tier 6 cities. So there's no incentive for me to go to. But if the GDP increases, right, then that might automatically start to happen. You might not even need government support after that. So I think it's a function of economic development at an individual level, rather than like any push or any schemes that we need from government there.
Perfectly put. Thank you, sir. So moving on, and now ask my next question to Professor Shilpa Santwani. Ma'am, how is the emerging digital economy driving the rise of female entrepreneurs in India? And what more can be done to increase their participation in this space?
I think I'm audible now. All right. So first of all, big kudos to XLRI, right? Sarangi sir. Right? I saw you running since morning and I was looking like, can I offer you something? Like some help, but I'm like, see, you're sitting now. I hope we are not making you that, right?
No, I'm good.
Fantastic discussion. During lunch, one of our friends in this group, actually, he came and asked me about it. Like, what makes you to come such kind of a forums? The fact is, it's not what I'm giving it to you in the learning, what I'm learning from you. Remember the question you asked about ONDC, how many people know? My goodness, maybe the ocean of knowledge is sitting at the side, looks like to me, right? So thank you very much for the invitation. We are really delighted to be with you here, interacting it out. I'm glad that I'm going to be there sometime today after this session also to interact and gain more insight about it. All right, let's switch the gear. Question back. All right, so woman entrepreneur in digital economy. 21st century, we are sitting it out, right? And talking about how women are doing yet. Now, digital economy, it's not happened in a day one. We all know about it. Digital India Dream, somewhere in 2015, when we started about it. So the backbone has been laid out. But now, what make women to be excited to be the part of the journey? Why women always take a back seat, right? This is something you heard in my, when she was introducing it to me. I start my journey from a very small town. Now it's no more a small town, I will call it. But yeah, of course, 3 decades earlier, if I talk about, I'm Kanpur. So I wanted to start a journey, and I have been tagged as a very ambitious woman who wanted to do something in a career. I'm sure that's not the case now for many of the things. And I took this initiative that I will keep on raising a voice, and wherever I can help it out, I will do in my phases. Okay. Now, I hope you all will agree with me, as all of our friends here mentioned about a lot about technology. Indeed, it's not only the enabler in my view, it's a differentiator also, right? A big differentiator in order. So game change has been already happened. Digital make us cheaper, internet, right? Mobile phone, which everybody have in a hand. We also touch base a lot about like in the rural India, like women where people are not that educated. But there are a lot of things are happening forward. Like we spoken about UPI. Now UPI 123 is coming, which is a voice based. People who don't know, right, how to read it out. One of madam, she was sharing a very good example. Like if they're not read also, but they know by the icon. Same I have with my helper. Like she doesn't know the thing, but WhatsApp, she sent me the messages, voice messages. She's very proficient on that and just quickly said it out. So I see many of the people are adapting it out, right? And yes, COVID, as you mentioned, absolutely right. Wonderful opportunity. Wonderful opportunity. Like, yes, it was something we never thought that it could be happening. We would not like the way it happened. So good, now it's endemic. Now, technology given us a lot booster of that. Like many women come in the front. If we talk about 14% only we have a women entrepreneur in the country. It's still very less. We need minimum 50% to boost our GDP. What you're talking about the per capita. Yes, when we dream about 2030, 550 USP, I'm sure like until women participate, it's not going to be happen, right? Interesting facts, if you see NESCOM, it says in 2013 to 2019, 8 to 13% kind of a women who had a startup. 2023 stats say it's 20% now. 90% of that, they have a small or a micro kind of a businesses, which is good. But there is again question mark. Is it all driven by women? Do they understand all those complications or the financial stuff? Right. So I think that's something is a big thing which yet to be going forward. But yeah, I would say digital or the technology has been a very big booster on that. It also helps us to remove many kind of barriers. Like earlier, it was very difficult. How we have now is we talk about cashless, right? We spoken about content, right? It's a digital things are available. So it's changed the game. Paperless, cashless, right? Presenceless. We don't have to go somewhere and talk about, oh, I have to apply. And the loans, the smaller loans are already available in like, be it is Amazon. They give you small, okay, there is a 12,000 kind of a loan. Paytm give you some kind of a 10,000 loan is available. So there is a lot things are available. Government is also pushing a lot. We were doing a lot campaign actually from our side also to educate, as I think Venkat were mentioning about, right, the campaign. So we were also going out on a very rural areas and talking about how to use Paytm, how to use Google Pay. And we see the people was damn excited. You know, the reason, though we talk about the rural or tier 3, tier 4 kind of a cities, but the population, who's the population now? Its average it is 28. 65% of our population is below 35. And the way they are leveraging the technology, my goodness, we are far back then. That's what I felt, at least when I go and when people were showing the content. So I still recollect there are a few people who are so great in the content creation, like on the YouTube, somebody have a channel and they were showcasing about, oh, that's see my channel, like I have a lakhs of thousands of people who are basically following me out. I think it has been changed the game completely, right? So indeed that, and with all said that, culture has changed. I spoken to you the 3 decades earlier, how I felt about it when I was coming. It was tough. It's changed. It's changing. I also see one of the bigger change which I would like to highlight. You know, in my generation, what used to be happening, when we were weaker on a certain subject, our parents used to send us coaching, jao laga lo uska class. Abhi kya hota hai? If you find there is somebody, our kids are good in something, we say, come on, let's go and put him in a class. That person has to be shine. My kid has to shine on that. It's change. Whatever is good, we are emphasizing on that actually. It's no more about engineer bano, doctor bano, yeah, 2-3 career path. Now we have a lot, right? So I think everybody have realized this, and women especially are coming it forward a lot in that way. So I think it's going good. And as we all spoken, again, back to the question what we had about digital literacy. Right. Isn't it a language of a future, digital literacy? If we are not digital enough, it's not going to be happen. But as we said about, somebody had touched base about now out of 7 million users of our internet, 500 don't understand English, right? So language, And even like if you see how the products are happening, we've spoken about AI, we've spoken about blockchain, e-rupees, they're not coming it out, guys, blockchain, right? So a lot power to us, a lot things are coming into us. Now, products are getting cognitive, right? And generative AI, this is giving a lot. Like before you think what next to be done, product is guiding you or a service is guiding you what next you have to do. So I think we are doing in the right shape. Products and the services are also recognizing this, that the mass who is basically it's a not one size fit all approach. Who's my customer? How should I do about it? So I think these all are the things which.
Perfectly put, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just a cross question again. So I'm sure we have a lot of budding female entrepreneurs who listening to you and they're seeking inspiration from you. So if there's one advice you'd like to give them, and also from your past experience, and like you told me, you've also been, seeing a lot of content creation going around YouTube. Any one female entrepreneur in that space who you think has leveraged that digital landscape perfectly and has built a business for themselves? So if you could share that example with us, any one of them.
Yeah, sure. So I think the mantra is what I always tell to myself as well: be yourself. Nobody is you, right? So I always believe in this, that I don't have to be somebody else. People used to ask about who's your role model. I always say people inspire me a lot, but no, my role model is nobody, because my journey is different than somebody else. So be yourself is what I will ask you. And there is another very important thing. Thank you for being so generous. So there's one very good book which I keep on reading all the time. I'm sure you must have know that also. What got you here will not get you there, right? Marshall Goldsmith. So I would encourage you, if not yet read, please do so. And if read, I keep on reminding myself that something is here. Now, the second part of your question, unfortunately, I don't have any name on top of my head like about the, but yeah, there are many women actually are there. Interesting thing. We've spoken about now 86% of our population sitting in tier 3 and tier 4. You know how they are more getting inspired? It's not about celebrities. It's more about the influencer, the local influencers. And there are too many, like if you look for the reels are running it out, there are so many influencers are there, which are local because they touch your heart. They're talking just look like next to my door person talking something a similar way. So there are many who have been come up forward. And yes, I think those are the really one which we should say kudos. Continue. Thank you.
Perfectly put. Thank you so much. Now moving on, I'd like to pose a question to Mr. Madhav. Sir, thank you for your patience first of all.
I hope I get a perfect at the end. You gave them all perfects after their.
Definitely.
You okay?
So we see generally small enterprises face difficulties in getting bank loans because of non-availability of documents or less knowledge about cash flow management. Will the Open Credit Enabled Network, OCEN, as proposed by Mr. Nandan Nilekani, solve the problems faced by such MSMEs, in your opinion?
After so much of talk, I think the audience knows the answers to all of these points, right? So this is perhaps at best a refresher course for those of you who have been patient enough to listen to all of this. We don't know if it will solve the problem. Right. It's too early to say if Open Credit Enablement Network or Open Network for Digital Commerce is the magic bullet for problems.
Right.
But I think what's more critical is perhaps for us to understand the genesis of the thought. Why, what does Open Credit Enablement Network try to solve, right? So, and perhaps what I'm going to say is a useful answer for an interview question starting September, right? If somebody comes and asks you, right? Which is really why you're all here, isn't it? Right. So I think if we break it up into problem space first, Vaibhav and others have already touched upon it. Let's unpack it. Credit. What's the problem with credit? I think there are three problems. One is you can pick the numbers, and particularly in the MSME space, 60 million, SMEs, another 30 million that are informal sector, but perhaps anywhere between 10 to 15% of them formally recorded as getting credit. So there is a fair amount of demand for credit, number one, which is not getting served. So that's a problem. Number two, the amount of credit, right? Increasingly, our need, how much money we require for a certain event are getting sachetized and granularized. But is somebody available to give me that small amount of a loan? It has improved in the last years, definitely, but it is still not at a point. I think Venkat made the point that there is still sort of a threshold below which people are not interested in giving me the money, right? And therefore there is demand in terms of the right amount, and number three, at the right time, right? So the problem with credit again is I need it when I need it, not when you can give it to me. So over the years, there's been a lot of digital transformation to try and reduce what's called the third turnaround time. But clearly, we are not at a point where these problems have been solved, number one. So that's the credit part of it. Now let's come to enablement, right? Enablement has two sides. There's the provider of the service and there is the consumer of the service. For a good transaction to happen, the provider has to be able to make money out of it, which means that the cost structure has to support giving that service. And for the consumer, it has to be available conveniently. I think what I have realized and I have learned in the last few years, it's opened up my eyes, is we always tend to think of convenience as an after fact, right? I mean, convenience it's a nice to have. But what I have learned is actually convenience is the beachhead for a lot of, progress. So if it is not convenient for me to get something from you, but it is more convenient for me to get something from Weber just because it's nearby, even though he charges me a premium, I'm likely to go there because it's convenient. It's as simple as that, right? So enablement, there are problems today. The cost structures for providers of loans are at a certain level. What costs? Cost of, acquiring a customer, right? How do you even reach the customer, or how does the customer reach you? There has to be physical, digital, all of those investments you've got to make. Then the whole cost of actually doing the assessment of whether the customer is worthy of getting the loan, getting the data, all of that stuff, right? Then there's the cost of actually ensuring the money reaches you. Then there's the cost of ensuring you get back the money. So the whole cycle of credit enablement involves a certain cost structure, which if it doesn't come down, and that's the name of the game for the entire DPI, if you got to take one single, mantra away, like E is equal to MC square at the end of it, and somebody says, raat ko jaga ke DPI matlab kya hai? You will not go far if your answer is DPI is a cost reduction strategy. End of the day, anything that is a leg in a fulfillment of a financial service, what digital public infra does is it reduces the costs that exist today to a lower level, and that has second order, third order, multi-order effects, because the moment cost structures come down, suddenly more people, you heard Lalita say, I could not have made a loan of X rupees earlier, now I can think of it. And the other angle of all of this is you need to be able to make it convenient, which is where digital comes. And there are enough playbooks now, India, all of us, I think you all heard the tech fin, fintech, tech literacy, literacy tech, literacy fin, all of that stuff, right? So basically it is that we are all now, digitally reasonably comfortable. And so there is convenience already there, right? So we just have to enable that. So that's the credit enablement part. The third is network. There was always a network, because there is a manufacturer of the service, which is a regulated entity that can lend. There are then distribution partners who go and find the customers. And then there are collection partners who will go and find the customers when they don't want to be found because they have to repay, right? So you've got a network of people that do all of this fulfillment. Now, what's the problem in the network? The problem in the network, and this goes back to ONDC, OCAN, all of that. This is where the O comes in, because there is a problem with the N. The problem with the N is that the network is usually controlled by somebody that runs the network. In the olden days, it would be the product manufacturers, because you have a license to produce the product. You have a license to make a loan. So you control the rules of the game. who you will lend to, what cost structures, what is the processing fee, who you will pick as a distribution partner, etc. With a little bit of opening up of the economy and people becoming a little more adventurous, the regulators becoming a little less, sort of onerous, the name of the game has shifted to distribution partners as network players, right? So hence you have the bazaars of the world, right? In the commerce world, you have the carts of the world or the zones of the world, right? And what's the problem here? Well, the problem is the same problem that Europe has with big tech, is that these guys now become the new villains, right? Villains in whose minds? Villains in the minds of everybody, civil society, regulators, and so on and so forth, because, while Google's motto was do no evil, it doesn't really play out that way, right? And we've seen that. So therefore, now we are back to the point of the O, and the fundamental idea of O is replace platform with protocol. And I think the biggest learning, and I'm still learning about how to understand and communicate this, is that we actually use a protocol-driven network called the internet, where there is no single party. Can I point at somebody and say, you are the one that is making the rules of the game? Of course, countries can now make sort of their own rules. China, obviously, I can't say enough about, but end of the day, the internet is successful because there is no single platform, but there is a protocol that everybody has agreed to participate. And there are several fascinating things about how that protocol comes into play. But back to your point, open credit enablement network or open network for digital commerce, or there'll be several such open network ideas you will hear. We are working on something which is to solve a societal problem. It's all very early days of, nominations. One of the big issues is that the unclaimed amounts that lie in accounts, and when people die, it's extremely tough for their so kids next of kin to actually find out, and a lot of these are operational issues. So wherever there's a societal problem, it's got to be solved. Wherever the existing means of solving it are suffering from either high cost structures or sort of predatory network management practices, there is scope for an open protocol-led intervention. So will it solve the problem? Who knows? But is it the right direction? Perhaps yes, because there is a lot of support for it from policymakers. When do things become a success or a failure? In my opinion, there's no magic bullet for anything. It's all about execution. Anything can be a success if you execute it right.
Plus the government support.
So the part of execution is you've got to do, this is all sounding like MBA speak now, but anyway, so you got to do stakeholder management. You've got to find support, from all the quarters. Things have to happen, right? Otherwise, an idea in itself is not, is nothing. It's all about the execution. So I think the reason why we're all bullish, or being in the space, I'm bullish about all of these O's, open this, open that, is because in this country now there seems to be a lot of support from policymakers.
Right.
I've had the good fortune of interacting with bureaucrats and ministry level folks, and you can see that they are as excited about it. There's a lot of G20 stuff happening right now. The same people go and talk about all of this like we are talking with other countries. So it adds to a lot of credibility. So everybody starts believing it's a good idea, and therefore you start promoting it. So there's policymaker support. There is industry support, which is the most fascinating thing for me, notwithstanding, I think, good concerns that exist. In general, people do tend to land on the side of saying, let's try this out, right? It is not wholehearted all the time, because any open protocol-led intervention will challenge the existing platform models, right? Whether it's lending, where big banks will be unhappy that now suddenly an NBFC can lend, right? Or whether it is Amazon, which may be unhappy that now, the sellers are not on my platform, they're on some other platform.
Right.
But end of the day, I think in a country like India, when those numbers stare hard at you, oh, you still have 10% of credit. So suddenly people wake up and say, oh, there's so much of the pie still. Let's try this out, right? So therefore, the hope is that if we try it out, maybe we will execute Well, perfect milega na?
Perfectly put, sir.
Good. Okay.
But I'm sure like a lot of us didn't have a lot of knowledge about what Open could do, and if it actually works, I'm sure all of us, have been informed well now. So moving on, I'll ask Mr. Rajesh Ranjan sir. Sir, how do you think can India leverage its digital prowess to become a global leader in technological innovation and again entrepreneurship?
Yeah, I mean, some of these are already kind of happening, right? Part of that, what you were touching upon in the sense that, China had this infrastructure-led Belt and Road way to kind of influence. And now we have this low-cost DPI, all those things that we were talking about, and the G20 and all those things is a way to kind of do it, right? That's one. So this is at the foreign policy and XYZ. But if you look at the, if we ask a very hard question to ourselves, hey, have we been truly innovative in the way the Western world looks at it, right? And like Paytm is a kind of a copy of this one is a copy of that, Flipkart is a copy of that and all that. Not really, if I were to call it. And at one level, I don't blame it at all, right? I mean, let's realize we are a developing country, which is still a euphemism for a poor country, okay? Of course, we have made significant strides and we talk about the progress and so on and so forth. And part of that is, hey, you follow, then you become a fast follower with great execution. And then because why need to do it? Because there are a lot of pressing, burning issues that need to be solved for. It's like if I were to say it, the difference between applied research and fundamental research, right? A lot of times in our kind of economy and all those things, the need that we have to kind of apply it quickly. Fundamental research requires you to invest a lot of time to kind of come out with something which is going to be transformational, but nonetheless. Point I'm trying to make is we need to put this in the context of who we are, where our country is, and so on and so forth. But within that context also, clearly we are making progress. Now, the other thing that I believe is going to be very important, which I was alluding to earlier, but let me kind of expand that a little. India exports around 180 to $200 billion of different kind of services, right? It's IT, business process, and those things, right? For globally. Around 20 to 22%, as per our research, is in the engineering R&D space, which is around $40 billion, right? There are 1,500 what is called global capability centers in India. Right? And these are basically working with all the big innovative companies and all the engineering. Now it is happening for them, right? But part of that is the talent who is doing it here, right? And again, going back to the point as the talent is moving to some of the other places, or even in that place, that itself is, if you're working day and out and showing some of those things, now you start to kind of wonder, hey, how do I kind of think about this thing kind of applied? Yeah, it's still applied research, but nonetheless, right? So, and then, part of this is, again, innovation to me is also about, what you apply here, what you kind of take it to the world. And I think there's a lot of opportunity on taking it to the other developing world, which is already happening. But I'm still pretty bullish about, we coming out with fundamental big innovation. So next Google can come out of India and so on and so forth. I'm a believer. I'm saying that it's a context of where we are and how the progress has been. I would welcome others because this is a very interesting topic. If they have differing views, especially if they have different views.
I think Dr. Dava would like that.
I don't know if it's differing. See, I'm a firm believer. We talked of glass half empty, half full, and half full, right? I'm a firm believer that I have a glass first, right? So, and which means I can figure out whether I fill it or not. And I think we absolutely have the glass, and we are in a position to do this well. Even coming to innovation, I don't know if it's differing, but I think as Indians, we've got used to a lot of. Someone points out to us that we are following, we take it blindly. That's not a fact, right? And let's take the payment model itself. Ideas are not limited to a country, point one. Ideas can come up in many places. And I like the fact that you talked about execution. I repeat what I said earlier. Probably we are the only country that's doing this at a population scale. And we should be proud of the fact that our payment, the whole UPI model developed by NPCI over a period of 4 or 5 years is now exported to multiple other countries, right? And we are doing this with Singapore, France. Recently, our Prime Minister launched it there. When has this happened? First of all, in my last 15, 20 years, I haven't seen something so globally visible being done, point one. Even the IT services that Rajesh talked about, absolutely valid. What we all forget is a lot of this contributes significantly to our forex reserves, right? And if you see, we are probably one of the top only 4 or 5 countries which has 600 billion forex reserves in a very, very volatile global economy, which gives us the cushion to try out a lot of these new things, right? Again, talking of, I just want to extend this, right? The whole open part I like, because I never used to follow this so much, but off late in the past couple of years I've been. What fascinates me is on our highways. The whole infrastructure that has got unlocked now, the whole GST, e-way bills, fast tags, etc. The whole combination suddenly has unlocked it so much, but behind, on the back of it, if you talk of innovation, our country is silently able to sell these or monetize this to various, call it financial, call it pension funds or so, right? Which is feeding back into this. I think our infrastructure has probably been at the best state in many, many years. In fact, yesterday when I was driving from the Ranchi airport to this, the driver was telling me that what the previous governments couldn't do in 6-7 years, in 60 days of COVID or 40 days of 45 days of lockdown, this entire highway, the majority of it got done, right? So all I'm trying to tell you is innovation. I've been a firm believer that innovation need not be big bang. Yes, there are the big ones of the GAFAs, FANGAs, and whatnot, all kinds of acronyms have been there. But for a country like ours, we need innovation that is small, impactful, could be big, small, that doesn't matter, but has to be impactful, has to be of value to various segments. And I think for the first time in many, many years, that's happening. So please, I think I like to take that full view, right? And
we have a glass.
We have a glass. We're using it very well. We fill it when we want. We empty it when we want. But I think we are making really good use of it.
Perfect. Thank you so much for pitching in. You also want to add something to this?
I concur with him completely. If you see how the SaaS industry of India is going on, 1 trillion digital economy we are going to touch base, and SaaS has a best role about it, right? So many of those are coming it out. Surat has become a hub now.
Right.
So it's high potential in my view, and we should appreciate what we have achieved about it. So totally agree with you. See the Hyderabad, right? I've been over there after 7 years. Even the same story, COVID, they make the change a lot over there. So it's a lot happening it out, and we must appreciate and celebrate that as well. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you so much, ma'am. So I'd pose my next question to you only. Do you think the digital economy has empowered the traditionally underserved communities and has contributed to their financial inclusion as well? And if yes, to what extent? And do you think we can work on helping those communities in a better way and a more efficient way?
Absolutely. Now, I would not just give it the digital economy that credit,
Sure.
right? There are many events happen about it. Demonetization, touch base to us first, right? 80% of our people now have a bank account, which people used to afraid about it to have. When government given this view about, okay, there is the fund they are going to put you. Even in the COVID time when they said there is a certain fund going to be deposited on the account, people were initiated over that, right? And there are many things which are happening it out now. 86% of our population which are sitting in a tier 3 and below, think about them, like how the changes are happening it out, right? In my view, changes are a lot. I think one of us touch base about it. COVID also given it out. Look, from tier 1 and tier 2, many people gone back to their hometowns and start working from there. It has been already there in the DNA now, right? How the things are happening, those all habits, I would say, or a digital first as a habit is building it up. Everywhere is building it up, be it it's a small town, be it it's everywhere. And generation wise, how we have, like now, see the democracy, as we said about, like it's 35 and below. So dependency is lesser. Risk appetite is more now for all of us, right? So we are taking a risk actually a lot on that. People are willing. We also heard about a great resignation, right? People decide suddenly and the companies was, what going on? why the people are resigning and why everybody wants to become an entrepreneur. Shark Tank comes in, everybody was just watching it out like, kya next aa raha hai, kya case banaya hua hai, wow, how they're doing it out. I think it has been started. And if you have witnessed it out and that as well, many people coming it over there, they were not basically from metros or tier 1, right? There are many innovation came which were basically from the small town. And I think the potential is very high. I was reviewing one of the interview from the Google running it out, how they see it about in tier 3 and below. There is a more capabilities which need to be unlocked in India. And this makes it like many of the offices you see now, they are looking it forward. To be honest, somebody like the banks we is, right? We thought about like what to do now. People are not returning back. Is it a right way? Like we should go to the smaller town and put our capacity over there. So we're trying that actually because people are not willing to come back. But when you're going it over there, you're finding amazing talent, not just limited to the one which you wanted to capture, but there are a lot of things that are happening it out. So in my view, yes, there is quite a lot there things. It's not only the government responsibility. First of all, we look a lot to our government. I think it's our responsibility as well to build our nation, right? So we should look forward and see how we can support. Now, these all open architect systems are given it out. Is there for us to leverage. India is very good to innovate, right? I bet you India is very good to innovate. Forget about the inventions. Those are already happened, right? The main one which are happening, but how to leverage that things, it's happening a lot. And in my view, it's more in a small town. So huge capabilities.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Building upon this, I'd pose my next question to Mr. Madhav. Sir, what according to you is a great place to start thinking about building an aggregator model startup in this space?
Right. So let's start with what problem will a startup solve, right? And I think there are 2 or 3 in the value chain of fulfillment of a service that anybody can play. First level, classic using the B2C, B2B sort of dichotomy. If you wanted to start a lending startup today, and I'm going by the traditional model, you want to have a startup, get great valuation, get good money, exit, right? That's the dream, right? So you're probably reasonably safe starting a lending startup still, Vaibhav, I suppose, because there's still enough people who will back a lending startup. And if your lending startup is digitally native, which is it is built on top of everything you've heard today, right? India Stack, all of that stuff. And there's the more cutting edge you are, not even cutting edge, that's a bad term. You basically have to follow what's already available. Like you will find video KYC today is a big thing. So anybody that has built a fulfillment stack which leverages existing technology, and then you do your business around what niche you want to go to. You want to be in the SME space, or you want to be in the retail space, etc., etc. That's up to you. I mean, the lending field is pretty much wide open as I understand it. Right? So you could first and foremost build a startup by leveraging account aggregator, leveraging all the other, the OCEN protocol, and so on and so forth. And that's one path to success. Now, let's say that's not what, sort of excites you. There is a wave of PFM and financial management opportunities or problems that are picking up. So one of the big problems that, India has, which the Western world has experienced, is that we are all not acutely aware of our own finances, and making people aware of what you have is a path to increasing the amount of insurance penetration, increasing the amount of, investment penetration, and so on and so forth. So you take any metric in India, the good news about India is that all those metrics have sufficient headroom for growth, right? So you take, the number of folios have crossed about 100 million or something.
Is population the main reason behind that?
I would guess so. The biggest issue is we seem to be in that whatever Amritkal zone of demographic dividend and all of the good stuff, right? So I think there's enough, plus macroeconomics, right? I mean, we are in the top 5 highest growing country. So money is flowing in here because where else can money go? So you've got all the, recipe elements being cooked properly. So if you wanted to take a startup route, I think it's a good time, perhaps, if you have the risk appetite for it. And so PFM and, any of the financial services getting directly enabled, right? Now, typically, most of this is licensed business. So you can't directly get into the manufacturing side of it easily. You need a license to actually give a loan. You need a license to actually, be an insurance manufacturer. In the insurance space, you even need a license to be a sort of a broker or a web aggregator. You will navigate that out. I think there's enough space for fintechs to start in the fintech area. And then most fintechs, as I've seen it in my limited lens of the world, at some point I want to graduate to become a regulated entity, because then you are under the umbrella of sort of, the risk comes down. You get more capital, you get everything, right? So you can start with being an account aggregator plus India Stack led startup that is either solving the problem of somebody not having enough money, which is loans, or solving the problem of somebody not having enough investments or insurance or whatever, which is your, personal finance management or wealth management, right? The other areas in the value chain where you could then do is you don't have to be that end, because all of these have high gestation periods, right? You need to acquire a customer, and then, the classic user usage monetization playbook will play itself out. You need to have a critical mass of users. They need to keep using, and then you will make your money based on processing fee cuts and so on and so forth. I'm no expert on that. I think Vaibhav can give you the playbook offline if he wants to, but basically that's one way in which you do it, right? The other thing we are seeing is a lot of technology businesses coming in. I think India Stack and all of these things are generating business for middleware companies. UPI led to about 30, 40 middleware companies that sold their middleware to banks. In the account aggregator space, we have about 50 technology service providers that we enlist. I mean, Vaibhav in the, not Vaibhav, the other Vaibhav in the first half, Transbank, Tambe, he's one of our enlisted TSPs. So if you want, I know about 60-70% of you guys are engineers in the room.
Right, sir.
Yeah. And you've got an average of about 6.5 years experience, is what I'm told.
Right. 7 years of experience.
See, I've done my homework. So most of you probably understand tech very well, right? And you wanted to perhaps get away from it, which is why you're here, but you will end up going there, right? So you might find that it is not that bad a world, because there is enough now space for a lot of tech service providers. There's enough space there, right? So, and in that, there are, again, I would say 3 areas. Is this too long an answer? You guys are okay?
No, so please
Okay.
continue.
So there are 3 areas that we are seeing that people will bet on, right? The simplest area, which is not great for money making, but it is the starting point, is you just provide enabling capability for the legacy players to join these networks. So for example, we had IDFC First Bank in the room earlier, right? Now IDFC First Bank, if it wants to join an account aggregator network or a UPI network or an ONDC network or a whatever network, they don't know how to get that going. They typically will look for capabilities outside, and therefore smart tech folks who understand API, the full form of API. How many of you know the full form of API? Okay, Rajesh is yeah. So by the way, that's something that I think is the new, sort of ABC, right? We all need to know. We need to know enough. You don't have to necessarily code, because with low code, no code platforms, coding is becoming passé, but you need to know the lingo of how digital and technology gets delivered. So things like API, things like responsive app, these basics, which all of you guys know from the background, become important. Now, however, the opportunity is that the old world doesn't understand this, right? So you go to a banker understands banking, but they don't understand a lot of this. So bringing them access of the network to them and bringing them into the network is one opportunity, but that's commoditized, right? You will get there. That's a door opener. The second is, which is the biggest one, I think today, is the whole data rich part of the business. See what account aggregator is doing. It is suddenly opening up this whole view that data is not my bank's, it is mine. And while I may not realize it as a customer today, the recipients of data, the lenders and all of these PFM players, they are now very greedy and happy because now they're saying, oh, now there is this big pipe and all I need to do is get the customer's consent. His bank cannot stop me from getting the data. His insurance company cannot stop me from getting the data, which was not possible earlier because the bank will say, "Kyun ja rahe ho yaar? Kyun chahiye data? Main hi loan de deta hu," right? So that whole flipping of the power equation is happening where now you will have data-led services, personalization, better pricing possible, which means you need technology vendors who are great at analytics. Not just great at knowing how to embed ChatGPT, right? That is, maybe what is the new thing, but you really need to get into some degree of data science, perhaps. I don't understand that world well enough, but I think that's going to be the new future, clearly. And what account aggregator is going to do is bring in the raw data for you to create models much more easily. So if you build a TSP business, which is rooted in this account aggregator-led knowledge of data types. For example, in the account aggregator model, which is very unique in India, there are 24 types of financial information that in theory are possible. So if I have my bank account, I have my fixed deposit, my recurring deposit, an investment account, an insurance company, a pension fund. See, I've reeled out 6, 7. Each one of us over a course of time do end up having, 5, 6, 7 of these types. Now, if Vaibhav could get my 6, 7 accounts through one pipe, and if he could mine it with my consent to generate insights about me, to know more about me with my consent, then obviously, he's more intelligent than, say, my current bank, which only knows that, okay, I've already taken a loan, ye banda wapis karta hai paisa, to isko ek aur loan dete hain. That's all that they know. They don't know enough about me, to advise me, right? So there is an analytics-led technology business that is the second possibility. And the third and the last possibility, which is niche, but I think is perhaps the most important thing in the next decade, in my opinion, is cybersecurity and privacy. See, opportunities happen because there's arbitrage of knowledge. Just like people don't understand data and data science, and that's the second part, even less knowledge exists with respect to data privacy, with respect to RegTech, with respect to cybersecurity, etc., 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 right? So there's a killing that people make by just positioning themselves as auditors, by positioning themselves as cybersecurity professionals, right? And there is an old world out there which is based on certifications, audits, and so on. There is a new world that I see coming, which is tech-enabled, privacy checks, tech-enabled security, tech-enabled. And, there's some companies which do this massively. Again, I don't know enough, but, you have the Palo Altos of the world, which are really trying to, and with the whole notion of everything becoming cloud, suddenly the footprint of an attack has become much, much bigger. And if you go to the manufacturers such as banks and so on and so forth, they are, shitting bricks, pardon my French, because there is absolutely no guarantee that what they're doing is right. And with the new things like the data protection bill, which is in this monsoon session coming in, there will be huge penalties. So GDPR, for example, how many of you have heard of GDPR? Everybody's awake, great. So GDPR spawned a business for the next 3-4 years of companies that just did GDPR compliances, right? You could well imagine that to be a new business. And with account aggregator and all of these pieces, privacy and security will become even more important.
Sure.
This is very fascinating. I'm wanting to ask a question.
Sure, sir.
The question is very simple, right? Because it was related to
entrepreneurship, right? So how many of you aspire to be an entrepreneur? I'm not saying, hey, aspire. This is being video recorded. Yeah. And I should have qualified, just not because part of being entrepreneur, I want to be an entrepreneur is also looks very cool and all that, right? But no, thank you. Because, part of that is, the reason I was asking is, a lot of things that we're talking about will require a set of entrepreneurship. Some of us, some of you are here, and a lot of these things will require entrepreneurial mindset. even if you're not an entrepreneur, as you join any organization, how much entrepreneurial are you? And from my vantage point, as I work with a lot of other organizations, my role, I think that part is also opening up meaningfully.
So do you like to add anything?
You want me to? After my, no, I just want to, since you've given me the opening, look, I think there's this entrepreneurial thing is a little too hype, by the way. Okay. And I like what you said about mindset. I mean, look, I don't think there is any pressure to raise your hand if somebody says who wants to be an entrepreneur. I mean, I don't want to be an entrepreneur. Let me be very clear, right? I think it's about doing a deep job of what you're doing wherever you're doing. And it's about enjoying what you do. It's bringing enthusiasm. You find your own, level, be water, as they say. But to Rajesh's point, every business today, and because the flux of change, etc., you will probably find yourselves, when you go out, you'll probably find yourselves doing something where there is already happening that your business does not know of or wants to know of. And the whole entrepreneurial mindset, I've always worked, a little bit of personal reflection, I've always found myself working as a first employee. I'm still an employee, but I'm the first employee, right? I, ended up, except my first 2 years in the paints industry, FMCG, I ended up having, doing a little bit of a startup, and then I ended up, by constraint and by requirement, working in companies where I could get my salary, but always choosing to work in the smaller setups because you get the freedom to do what you have to do. You are behaving entrepreneurially,
right,
and you are doing a deep job of what you're doing. And before you know, you enjoy the sort of depth, and you speak to other friends who may be in bigger companies with better brands, but they will sometimes be amazed at what you are doing because they'll say, "Itna kuch pata hai tere ko yaar," and so I think it doesn't matter whether you want to be an entrepreneur, not an entrepreneur. That's very personal. I mean, there is no cookie cutter thing for this. I mean, each of you has different family backgrounds and different constraints and different personalities and all of that stuff. I don't think that's, I mean, you hear a lot of this saying we should generate jobs and all of that stuff. Easier said than done. I mean, look, let's not kid ourselves.
Right.
We all need a stable life. Right? And therefore, try everything, drift, try everything out. But the most important thing is, I think, the mindset of an entrepreneur, which is not looking outwards, but looking inwards. No entrepreneur blames anybody else but himself if it goes wrong. Right? And when things go right, no entrepreneur credits himself. He always credits the outside world, his team. Those are the beautiful things about a mindset which you can imbibe even if you're working for somebody else for a paycheck at the end of the several of us on this dais do work for other people.
Right.
Weber works for himself, I suppose, but it doesn't matter, frankly.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure your answer helps a lot of budding entrepreneurs and people who want to stay within an organization. So I'll actually ask my next question to the entrepreneur in-house, founder of FT Cash, Mr. Weber Bloda. So if you could just, share your own experiences on the major challenges and how you could, grasp those opportunities amidst when this digital transformation was happening in India, and just, shed some light on your own journey and your challenges, what kind of opportunities you could grasp on. So I'm sure that will be really insightful for the audience.
Sure. Thank you. It's a long story, so I'll keep it short because there can be a lot of stops in it. But just to give you a brief, right? We started out a company in 2015, and it was a very interesting year that year because the startup scene in India was just at the cusp in the last 2 years. Like 2014-15 were the 2 years when suddenly a lot of money started to come into the market, and especially fintechs had started to get a lot of money also, not necessarily in payments, but in general. So when we started out, the idea was to start something in the payment space. That is where we got started with. We started something for offline merchants, scaled it. In fact, like IIT Bombay was the first place where we had got the first set of merchants that we were working with. Scaled that, got it to entire Bombay, then entire country. We were cruising around really well. Demonetization hit, and suddenly there was a big boom. Right. And like a lot of merchants were like really voluntarily signing up. And there was a lot of influx of business for us, and we were very happy. But what we didn't realize at the time was that this euphoria was also a bit temporary at the time, right? And a lot of the merchants who voluntarily signed up also actually started retreating back to cash. This was new for me because I didn't anticipate that happening. So for us, we started to figure out, and before this also, right? So when we started out, this was before Paytm wallet had become the wallet it was at the time, and all of this. So you have to also realize the time where a lot of these things didn't exist. Like the only thing that had happened in the payment system was that Uber had used to have some direct payment system. When it got stopped, Paytm got integrated, but nothing of the wallets had really spiked at the time. Now, when all of this started, we were the first players in the country actually to partner with ICICI Bank to launch UPI for offline merchants. And that worked well. And this was pre-demonetization as well. So this was, I think it's around August, September of 2016, right? And then demonetization hit with scale. But then we went back to the drawing board and we said, like, if these merchants are retreating back to cash, there's something which is not correct. And that's why you have to go back to first principles. You have to figure out as an entrepreneur. Like, I think the question that you'd asked sometime back, right? That, okay, what is the aggregator model solved for? I usually believe that's probably not the right question to ask itself, because I feel what he said actually was the right way, that I'll tell you what the problem that you're solving.
Right.
Because you first figure out what problem you have to solve, right? So for us, like, we have to figure out that, okay, if this is not solving a problem, then what are we doing, right? And we've seen that payments has had issues for independent players. So the reason why payments as an industry has boomed in India is because it got a lot of government support for multiple reasons, demonetization being one of them, right? And then what happened was we realized that actually the MSMEs, the merchants we were working with, their true requirements was capital, working capital loans, short-term capital loans. And that was, at that time, the penetration was 3 to 4% in the market. So there's obviously huge room there. So once we started, we obviously started seeing a lot of players who were in that space, having a lot of issues that were there. We also saw that when venture capital ended up in this space, right? A lot of players just wanted to expand and build the business very quickly, just AUM based, saying that, okay, we'll build a book and then we'll figure it out. But the problem with that model is that you can, in India, demand is not an issue. If I start a queue outside of even the station here, right? I'm pretty sure there'll be at least 10,000 merchants lined up to actually get free loans if I had to give them. The problem is not demand. The problem is the supply and quality supply. Who do you give it to? And that is where we realized that it's actually a risk management business, and most players were not doing that. And that's why we saw so many companies during our initial years of loans itself that were shutting down fairly quickly. So that's why even when we talk about open credit, right, I believe that the reason why it has its own set of challenges is because the entire credit system is actually a risk management business. Credit assessment, the things that you hear in the market, that there is this algorithm that exists which has like 10,000 data points and it's able to assess, all that doesn't work. To be honest, 5 or 10 data points will actually get you 90% of the times the right answers, right? 5 or 10 data points, you don't even need to like get 10,000 data points, to be honest. All that is just to basically create a VC story, but it's not really true. You need 5 or 10 data points to actually get there. Now, the thing is, credit models only work for the first 3 months, because that checks whether the merchant or the business or the person or an individual that you're giving loan to has the credit worthiness to give loans to or not. After the first 3 months, the remaining part of the loan is only based on, one, if the person or the business has the intention to pay the loan back. Second, if they have the money to be able to pay back, the sustainability to pay the interest also. And in some cases, if there's a business downfall, some of these merchants will skip or they will jump away, or some unfortunate scenarios happen either in health, or some of the merchants die as well. In our case, we've seen that. Now, these all things happen after that. So then it becomes a risk management business. How do you maintain that? And that's why I feel all these things compound for that. Now, add on this, all the regulatory stuff that is happening around it. For example, the digital lending guidelines that came out last year, right? So every fintech suddenly wanted to become an NBFC just because the digital lending guidelines almost barred fintechs from actually lending at the time, right? So there is almost every step that you're working with, you might have to be slightly on the careful side. 2016-17, by the way, also an NBFC crisis also happened around the same time. So there is also every year or 2 years, like something or the other has happened. For example, credit as an economy for an economy like India, even COVID was a big pain, because at least for people who were working with MSMEs, right? One, shops and businesses were shut. At the same time, they were not earning any business, so they were not able to repay also. So who's going to take that loss? So you can get the moratorium, but somebody has to pay that loss, right? Now that is where I feel it sounds like an easy business to get into, but at the same time, like there are a lot of other issues that you might eventually keep running into. And some of them could be just external scenarios, and some of them could be regulatory or otherwise, which you're not aware of. And this is assuming a very base assumption that everything that you're doing is right. And which obviously is not going to happen. So obviously you're going to make your own mistakes also. And these 3 levels of mistakes obviously make running a business fairly difficult in the credit space and in the regulatory space that we're in.
Perfectly put, sir. I think the main takeaway for all of us is you need to realize the problem first and then build your business around it.
Yes.
Rather than actually just focusing on, I want to build a business.
No, I think there was a thing in the middle. People started using this term very loosely, right? I'm an Uber for X or I'm an Amazon for Y.
Right.
I feel like they were just trying to feel that, okay, I'm an Amazon for pets or an Uber for, like, I don't know, toy trucks, etc. I think that is the way it should not happen. And that's why when we spoke about startups and entrepreneurship earlier, right? And even innovation in general, that why India is lagging. I have a strong belief that the reason why it's lagging is because we're not solving India-centric problems. We are actually just following problems that exist outside of India, but they're not India-centric.
Of course, sure.
Can I ask to what extent
Yeah.
the VCs are responsible for that, right? Because one of the things that I've seen in some of my entrepreneur friends and all those things.
Yeah.
Want to kind of force it.
I would say it's not
Sir,
VC or
in case the audience hasn't heard it,
Yeah.
because sir is not using a mic. Yeah.
And I was asking, part of the entrepreneur story is lot of times around investors and stuff like that. And we know that not necessarily the answer, but that tends to kind of influence a lot of these stories in India and public, right? And part of the thing that I've heard is VCs kind of push you to be, hey, this is what the model has worked, and hence you need to kind of work through this model versus fundamental issue. So I want you to react to that.
I think the problem is not VCs or the entrepreneurs. The problem is greed. And greed can be at any level. It can be at a VC level. It can be an entrepreneur level also.
Right.
Like that is where the true problem lies. You could start a company thinking that this model has worked outside somewhere. It has become $1 billion business. I just need to copy paste the same model in India. It will scale. Wherein the biggest difference that we've not addressed enough so far is that we talk about this 140 crore population that is there, but the total addressable market in India is not more than 30 crores. What is the problem that all the D2C companies are facing in India is that the total number of buyers that they actually have products for are actually very limited. They get restricted within the first 30 million, 40 million customers itself. 3 to 4 crores is the prime customer base that D2C companies have. That makes it very hard for them. So you might think that, okay, a VC has invested now $100-200 million in a D2C company and with a $1 billion valuation, but for 8,000 crore valuation, even at 2x, 3x, you need to show that revenue. It's not possible, because if you only have like 3 crores in an ideal scenario, at best case, 30 crores of top customers, right? They still don't give you enough revenue. So eventually the biggest challenge I've seen is greed, where there's mismanagement or the target calculation itself, that people have a lot of money, they will spend this money also. They don't. And that's why I said, like, even when we choose cities, sometimes we end up choosing a lot of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities. We don't end up going in rural markets because we're like, if I choose one tier 2 city, that compensates 23 tier 5 cities that I can go into. So might as well just stick to one tier 2 city.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for pitching in, sir. Okay, so my last question, Dr. Daba, is for you. As you all know, smartphones and data plans, right? They've become very affordable, and they've kind of they've played a part in this transformation of the digital landscape in India. And so they also come with a lot of challenges when it comes to, ensuring digital security and privacy. What stage do you think we are at in that space currently?
In the interest of time, I'll probably keep it short.
Right.
I think you already touched upon the data security bill that's going to be put up, right?
At what stage are we at? I think we are realizing that we need not just to have data and so many transactions going on across various areas, but security is going to be extremely important. And I think he touched upon a very important aspect of cybersecurity, RegTech, etc. Right? So the whole DEPA that's going to come up now, or it's going to come up even in a bigger way, will definitely, or the hope, let's put it that way. The hope is it'll play a bigger role in terms of the data security aspect. And because it's important, the sign that I see as an end consumer is now there is openness to saying you as a consumer should give your consent for data to be shared between whether who is asking and who wants to use it, right? So which is nice. So which means, again, we'll have to see how that shapes up. I don't think we have reached the final stage of it, but there is certainly a positive move towards recognizing that security and our personal data, let's say collectively what we all are sharing, needs our consent, because in countries like US, they've left it to the market forces. In Europe, they've gone to the GDPR route where they want to regulate it, have it done properly. India probably, again, has the advantage of picking what works well. So I think we are doing that. Let's see how that shapes up in the coming years.
So do you think that could be wishful thinking? Say, if I hope that anything about me or my private life or my privacy is not shared to any organization for that matter without my consent. Can we reach that stage in the future?
That seems to be the stated intent and goal. What has already got shared, it's got shared. So what is already out in the open is there. But going forward, the big challenge I see is the scale that we have, just the number of layers, and it's like putting multiple continents together that just one country represents, right? And I had recently, when I was in Netherlands last week, my colleague said, when I refer to India, I don't refer to it as a country, I refer to it as a subcontinent, right? So I think that's the challenge we have, because it's not, like you said, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, right up to tier 5, right? And probably some rural villages that even don't have access to, don't even understand the importance of all of this. So to me, that will be the challenge. The intent is clearly there to make it work, which is a positive sign. And hopefully that's the start.
Perfect. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to all of you. I'd now open the panel to the audience. If you have questions, can you please raise your hand so that I can just ask one?
If you have any gas left in the tank.
I think Rakshit.
Hello, sir. Thank you for the insights we have shared in the panel discussion. I think from morning we have discussed about the various aspects of digital economy in India, right? So I wanted to understand or see from you guys, what's that one wish list item, one innovation piece of technology which is missing from India's digital economy?
I mean, if I have to answer in one line, India is too vast, too unique to have one aspect of innovation. I'll repeat, innovation need not be copied from others, but we can learn. And any innovation is from nature, first of all, right? So we have a unique set of requirements, and as Vaibhav rightly called out as well, I think we need to pick what suits our needs and not worry about whether it's one flashy, that shiny next big thing that the world needs to see, and try to solve it for ourselves at our own level, right? Could be a village, could be a city, could be a town. So that's my take on it. So it's too hard to say there has to be one aspect on this.
Perfect. Thank you.
Can I ask?
Yeah, Rishabh, please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Rishabh. I've previously worked with KPMG and Invest India. You might know about Startup India. My question is, that according to a recent report, India's internet economy is expected to grow from 4% of its GDP to 12% by 2030. And considering that, the next phase of internet generation is going to be 5G, 6G, and these are not going to be affordable. So you talked about DPI and its cost reduction, but I think the base of it lies in the fact that the internet has to be cheap, which it was in the third and the fourth generation. But going forward, how do you see that, all these digital economy is inclusive, both regionally and demographically. So anyway.
This. No, sir, I think it's not working. Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay. So, paraphrasing your question, how will this continue to play out regionally and demographically? Why do you say internet is not going to be cheap going forward? So are you saying how much I pay for the internet today will go up tomorrow? I don't think so. Any of you agree with that thought idea of internet cost going up?
Actually, so there is merit in the question, but also to you answered it in a way. The market forces will ensure that it won't go up, regardless of the investments that organizations are making. Think of it, 2016 when Jio launched, nobody ever thought that the data prices would go down so dramatically, right? Even at that time, for those who used the data so much, it's been a significant drop. So the whole point is, did anyone expect at that time for those prices to go down? No, but there were some innovations there on how Jio did it. So I believe, I don't think it will go down.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Yeah.
No. I look, even today, telecom could well be a price maker. How many telecom companies exist in India today?
Yeah.
So if they wish, they could just jack up the prices and, us being at their mercy. Is that happening? It's not going to happen, because when it's beyond the price control of an oligopoly.
Correct.
Today. Fundamental infrastructural elements, especially things like access to broadband or access to telecom, are now under immense sort of scrutiny at a societal level from the government. So even if there are predatory mechanisms that somebody wishes to do, it's going to face a huge wall of policy backlash. Because now delivery of government services, forget us, delivery of government services is critically dependent on the existence of internet and telecom. So I think the premise of the question being, like he said, there are several premises. I am not so sure that I even imagine a situation where the cost of underlying infrastructure is going to go up because of additional capex coming in because of the next generation. I don't quite buy that. I think, like he said, the cost will, if anything, I don't think it can go down further, but if anything, it will probably stay where it is. But I doubt that at scale. I mean, there could be specific services like it happens with anything, right? I mean, if I want to do remote surgery, for example, I may have to shell out a huge amount of money for that. There'll be specific services, but the services we enjoy today, which are based on the internet, will those services suddenly become, pricier to end consumers? Costs to producers may go up, but I think there's enough margin, etc., that's built in there for that to be not passed on. So I don't think that consumers will be excluded from benefiting with all of this DPI just because underlying telecom or internet costs are getting passed on to the consumers. I don't see that happening. That's just my take, right? But other aspects around, in fact, the flip side of the question is that, is it really reaching, even with today, forget tomorrow's costs or whatever, is it reaching everyone that it should reach? I mean, even UPI, the numbers I read today, I mean, last year somebody who was very deep in the ground said it's 110 million story. Today I read a number, it's a 260 million story, which is still a percentage of the total addressable sort of market, right? So I think we are seeing a lot of narratives in our work where assisted model, I mean, this whole offline model is the other thing. UPI has come up with something. So the playbook is, it starts with purely digital. It'll start with the diffusion happening with existing digitally savvy folks. the tires will get kicked there. Then after a certain point in time, when stability happens, people will start innovating on assisted models. Venkat, who's not here, and us are doing a project where the Grameen Dak Sevak can actually take OCEN implementation, but instead of expecting the end householder, when the Grameen Dak guy goes and gives post, instead of expecting that householder would be a digitally native person interacting with an app, it's the Dak Sevak who's assisting that other person in sort of benefiting from the digital stuff, but not directly. In fact, there's a lot of work happening on something we call Project 4A, Aadhaar Assisted Account Aggregator. So the idea is, can somebody walk in with a passbook and an Aadhaar card into a banking correspondent outlet and benefit from DPI? They may even not have a smartphone, but they do need to have a SIM card. I think a lot of the basis of all the delivery mechanisms today is that you can be identified and authenticated with an OTP. I mean, OTP, for all its ills, is God today. No, it doesn't. I'm saying the problems of exclusion today because of the delivery models not having expanded to assisted and all of those is a larger problem than problems of costs because of new generations of underlying infra.
There is also 4G right now, 60% infrastructure has been utilized. If it's now.
Could you please use the mic?
Please use the mic. Thank you. So I agree with you. Problem is there nearby actually. 4G, 60% infrastructure has been utilized. So if it's now, what we're expecting in few years, it may be the concern. We're also seeing the data rate is gradually increasing. It's not very significant. That's we're not observing, but think about what we used to have 2 or 3 years ago. Data has been increased for that. Another part, what I feel is missing it out. If you see with the 5G also, what we are leveraging it out right now, or 4G, the speed of download, if you go to the ruler terms and all those things, it's still very less compared to the US or any other thing. How the things can be handled better. So you hit the nail when you said it about UPI Lite is coming. So there are many of those in fintech, they are planning right now how offline things could be introduced, which could be secure as well, and having a less dependency on the data wise. But I also feel when 5G will be hit, it will be impacting to us. So how the things can be made better before it hits us is an ask. Yeah.
Perfect. I think we have time for just one more. Isha, could you?
Yes, yeah, the power button.
Hello. My name is Isha Tiwari. Hi. So my question is, it was in the news yesterday that Jio Financial Services is about to enter the fintech space. And naturally, all the fintech startups are, they fear the disruption that Jio can bring, and they're afraid that the space can change a bit. So what are your thoughts about on this? Because I think most fintech startups feel that Jio can outspace them through the NBFC and bank partnerships that they have and the cost advantage that they can bring, and also the data advantage that they have because of being present in the fintechs in the retail space. So what are your thoughts on this, and also what opportunities and threats it could bring to the fintech space?
So I've been hearing this for a while as well. I believe, one, it's a much bigger threat for larger players like a Bajaj Finance and likes of like big players like those, where they feel a pie of their share will be taken away, especially because they're also going to be targeting the prime customers, right? So I think that assumption is fair, and that's why some of these companies share prices, etc., have not as grown as much as they would have liked, right? So I think that is understood and that's addressed as well. With respect to fintechs, right, I don't think that is so much to be worried about. One, for a couple of reasons. One being that with Jio coming in, right, it doesn't, like any particular space in general, like say lending, for example, I come from that industry. Usually there is globally, in fact, has never been one winner take all. Like today you can say Google has search engine complete over the world. social media, Instagram or Facebook over the world. But lending, that does not happen. Lending is actually multiplayer game across the world. And that is how it's going to happen here also. So fintechs don't have much to lose, because if somebody is talking about a book size in lending for about 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 crores, right? It's not big enough for Reliance to be worried about or a fintech to be worried about, because there's enough room in the market for everyone. Like we were talking about headroom, right? Today, even if there's 10% penetration, there's still 92% penetration to go. For that, you require that kind of capital also. I don't think any company in the country is capitalized enough to give the loan to the entire country and have a monopoly there. And I don't think the government also would like any company to have financial service monopoly, because it's institutional risk for them as well. So I don't think that needs to be worried about. Second thing is, in terms of innovation, right? There also, I feel they would rather want to have partners, because I'm pretty sure that they can't do it all themselves as well. There are always going to be fringe elements, players outside their own circle also, who are going to be to innovation, which is not going to be in the same lines of what Jio is doing today. So that innovation will exist. In fact, if the distribution problem they're able to solve, then anyway, there'll be more and more people who will be saying that, okay, I can do the supply side better for you now. Right. So I think that will work well. I'm not so worried about them coming in, taking over the entire market in general, especially from a fintech perspective. Yes, if I was a big bank or maybe a big large NBFC, then maybe there's some signs of to be worried, because my quarterly or yearly growth will not be the same as it used to be before.
Yeah, I would like to thank all our guests for sharing their insights and from their experiences. Thank you there for steering the panel discussion. I request all panelists to please take a seat in front of the stage as we head into a short segment by one of our students committee before we move into the formal vote of thanks.
We invite Bala and Ashish from Corporate Competition Committee to announce the results of ReEnvision 2023 case competition.
Good evening. Today, we are gathered here to celebrate the remarkable achievements of our talented participants in ReEnvision 2023 Digital Transformation Case Competition. It has been an incredible journey, and we are thrilled to announce outstanding teams who have emerged victorious. But before we proceed, let's take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed sponsor, the Product Folks. TPF, the largest product community in Asia, has been a driving force behind empowering professionals in their career growth and fostering innovation in the product field. We sincerely thank them for their generous support, which has made this competition much more rewarding. We would also like to thank Professor Shantan Kandula for his expertise in his evaluation of the outputs to ensure that only the best teams were chosen in this competition. Without further ado, let's unveil our best performing teams. In the third place, we have team Chil Goza from IIM Lucknow, whose exceptional strategy and creativity have propelled them in this competition. Securing second place, let's congratulate team Infinity from IIM Rohtak. The dedication and ingenuity have earned them this well-deserved recognition. And finally, in first place, a huge round of applause for Team Synergy from IIM Bangalore for their outstanding performance and innovative solutions.
Okay. So, to all the winning teams, your hard work, talent, and dedication have truly paid off. And we commend you for your outstanding achievements. We hope this experience has inspired you to continue pushing the boundaries of excellence in your future endeavors. To all the participants, we want to acknowledge your efforts and the passion you brought to this competition. Your contributions to this event a resounding success. Once again, a special thank you to the Product Folks for being a crucial part of this journey. Your support has been instrumental in making this competition a grand success. Congratulations to all the winners and participants. We wish you the very best in your future pursuits. Thank you for being a part of the ReEnvision 2023, and may your journey towards success and innovation continue to thrive. Now, I will pass on the RIS to Pranav and Isha for the vote of thanks.
Good evening and a warm welcome to all of you. Today, we've had an incredibly insightful and thought-provoking conclave focused on the theme of digital transformation organized by XLRI. We are grateful to all the esteemed speakers and participants who shared their expertise and experiences, making this event truly enrichful. We began our discussions with our keynote speaker, Mr. Venkatram Jayanti, highlighting the monumental impact of India's digital transformation journey. He mentioned the visionary initiatives paved the way for financial inclusion and opened up new opportunities for millions of unbanked individuals. He also shed light on the numerous digital advancements in the banking sector, such as paperless account opening, doorstep cash in cash out services, and digital postal banking. As we moved on to our panelists' discussion, a notable revelation during our discussions was the remarkable surge in startups in the past decade, witnessing an unprecedented growth from 1,000 to 90,000. This exponential rise is a testament to the power of digital transformation and to the transformative impact of the gig economy, driving growth and financial inclusion. Another worth noting point brought in by Shilpa was about the increasing number of women entrepreneurs in the last 10 years. Whether it be in small businesses or in emerging sectors like content creation on platforms like YouTube, women are leaving a lasting impression and contributing significantly to India's entrepreneurial landscape. The empowerment of women, their voices, and their opinions is a significant step forward in building a more equitable and inclusive society. Be yourself is the mantra that resonated deeply with us today as we go back. Last but not least, our discussions during the conclave centered not only on the positive aspects, but also on the challenges and larger problems faced in fintech. These were the core themes that captured our attention, and they provided us with numerous key takeaways to ponder upon. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who contributed to this enlightening conclave. Your presence and participation have made this event memorable. We depart today with a deeper understanding of the impact of digital transformation and the myriad possibilities it holds for our nation's progress. Thank you, and may we all continue to embrace the spirit of digital transformation, innovation, and inclusivity as we forge ahead into the future. Have a wonderful evening.
Before we part ways today, I would now like to invite Professor Sarangi to give our token of thanks and appreciation to our guests. So we'd start with Dr. Ramesh Darba. Mr. Rajesh Ranjan. Thank you. Professor Shilpa Santwani. Mr. Vaibhav Lodha. And Mr. Vamsi Madhav. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, guests, and thank you to all the students who have attended this session today. Before we disperse, I would like to request all of you to head to LC staircase and we'll take a group picture.